Abd Ayoub.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Thank you all for being with us. I hope you got some rest and energy and you enjoyed yesterday's program. Look, we got a great program in line for you today. We got a number of dynamic speakers, a number of dynamic sessions happening. Just please be mindful of the security line of the time, and we are trying to commit to the timeline. We apologize again for running a few minutes late. But for this very first session, it's going to be dynamic, it's going to be very informative, and it's going to be very energetic. So I do want to call out our good friend who was with us yesterday, Al-Abbas Farhat, real quick to give quick introductions. Then we're going to get the program going. Thank you. Come up, Representative Farhat, come on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Are we excited? We had an electric first day. We got a great panel to open it up. First up is Cenk Uygur. He's the CEO and founder of TYT and the host of Young Turks, the largest and longest running online news show in the world. He also co-founded Justice Democrats and is the best-selling author of Justice is Coming. I'm going to ask for a signed copy. TYT reaches over 500 million viewers monthly with 31 billion total video views, making it the most engaged news and politics network online. Cenk launched TYT on Sirius Radio in 2020 and began uploading to YouTube in 2005. He previously hosted shows on MSNBC and Current TV and has appeared on major outlets like ABC, NPR, Fox News, and Al Jazeera. Uygur holds degrees from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania and Columbia Law. Please welcome him to the stage. And if you look carefully under each of your chairs, there is a signed copy of the book. I'm kidding. Next is Congressman Khanna. Khanna is a United States Congressman from California's 17th District in the heart of Silicon Valley. He has a vision to transform America into a modern manufacturing and innovation superpower. And he partners it with a commitment to passing Medicare for all, a $17 minimum wage, $10 a day childcare, and free public college and trade schools. Yes. Yeah, let's do that. He is a progressive with a fresh economic vision. Rowe worked with the White House and the Senate to secure the largest climate and manufacturing investment in history as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. He has led the charge to cancel student loan debt, ban members of Congress from taking PAC money or trading stocks, cancel all medical debt, and establish term limits and a judicial code of ethics for the Supreme Court justices. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Congressman Khanna.
Good to see you. All right, welcome everybody. Great to see you here, and very proud to be in Dearborn, Michigan. All right, Congressman Khanna is one of the most active representatives in all of Congress, and by a lot, actually. So you took the lead, Congressman, on a letter recently to recognize Palestine as a state. So tell us about how the letter came about and how many folks are signed on to it now.
Well, first of all, great to be here in Dearborn. Great to be here with you, Cenk. Thank you, Abbas, for the introduction. And I love being here at ArabCon. I saw a headline this morning saying, Democratic hopeful to share the stage with pro-terror radicals at ArabCon. You know?
So let's
where are the pro-terror radicals? Raise your hand if you're a pro-terror radical. What happened to the First Amendment? You know, what happened to the free speech? Free speech if you agree with me, but not free speech if you go speak at ArabCon? Come on. I actually believe in free speech consistently. What's going on in our university campuses with people who are criticizing foreign policy and then getting harassed, that's not standing up for free speech.
Yeah. So I'm going to come back to the letter. Let's stay on free speech for a second. So there is this massive hypocrisy in Congress. So Ilhan Omar says it's all about the Benjamins. which it most certainly is. It's about money, it's about lobbyists, etc. She gets censured. Randy Fine says, let's kill everyone in Gaza, and no one even suggests censuring him. So on college campuses, there's talk of, oh, there's anti-Semitism, there's giant congressional hearings, all the colleges are attacked. I mean, if we're talking about anti-Semitism, Arabs are also Semites, and they have been attacked 10,000 times more on college campuses. So you're one of the good guys in Congress. When you point out these issues, is there any acknowledgement from the other side, or are they like, no, it doesn't matter, Arabs don't count, Muslims don't count, no, we're only focusing on Israel and Israel supporters?
It's changing. It's changing. There is a recognition now that the censorship has gone too far. I mean, Brian Mast, I don't know if you follow this, he proposed a bill to take away passports from people who may criticize foreign policy. And I'm thinking to myself, are you going to take away Marjorie Taylor Greene's passport under that bill? You know, because Marjorie Taylor Greene has spoken out about the awful policy of what's going on in Gaza. So the reality is now you have people who I work with on the other side, Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, we've been pushing for the release of the Epstein files, who are saying that we need to rethink our foreign policy. We need to rethink speech. But you can't just be for speech when it's convenient. You've got to be for free speech even when people disagree with you. And what is going on in our college campuses is chilling for people who either criticize Netanyahu, who criticize our foreign policy, who criticize because they disagree with what Charlie Kirk said, and they're being harassed, they're being censored, and that is not speech. And then our algorithms. You know, I'm really concerned with TikTok, that J.D. Vance is out there saying that he's going to get to determine the algorithms. Well, we know that social media suppresses certain types of speech. We know that if you are questioning certain types of foreign policy, social media will deprioritize it. So we need to be consistently for the First Amendment.
So this panel is also about political realignment. And so free speech gets us to a really interesting moment in political realignment. Because some in the right wing are now currently attacking Dearborn, attacking Muslim Americans, et cetera, and saying, oh, you know, they shouldn't be allowed to say this and they shouldn't be allowed to say that. On the other hand, others in the right-wing movement, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tom Massie, Candace Owens, are saying, no, wait a minute, free speech is free speech. And even when Jimmy Kimmel was taken off there, Greg Gutfeld, Clay Travis, and others said, look, guys, remember, we're supposed to be against cancel culture, right?
Yeah.
We did a whole campaign on free speech. We can't turn around now. So as you see Democrats and Republicans, right and left, moving around, is there a real alliance to be made with portions of the right wing that genuinely love free speech, as we do, genuinely love American sovereignty, as we do? We don't want any foreign governments running our government. So is there an alliance that could be made there?
Well, this country is desperate for a vision that is going to bring us together as a nation. And we can come together on certain common sense principles. No to PAC money. No to big money in politics. No to foreign wars that have gotten us into Iraq, into Afghanistan for 20 years, into Libya. No to blank checks to Netanyahu. Yes to free speech. Yes to rebuilding this country that was deindustrialized. Yes to increasing wages for working and middle-class Americans. We need leadership that is not going to divide this country on partisan tribes, but is going to present a transformative vision on the economy, on free speech and transparency, and on foreign policy that is actually going to be for the American people. That's what I think the country wants. So the alliances are shifting. Now, Dearborn, I don't understand all these people who have stereotypes of Dearborn. They've never been to Dearborn. This is my 5th or 6th time. First of all, it's great food. Just come for the food. You know,
come for the food.
Come for the food.
Stay for the American sovereignty.
And And then if you want to win elections, maybe our Democratic candidate should show up in Dearborn. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Well, how are you going to win Michigan, a swing state, and say, well, I don't want to show up in Dearborn? And we have a president who, in my view, was disingenuous, but he showed up. So the first step is to show up, to listen, to be willing to be criticized, to engage in speech. I mean, all these people, the reason they have this headline saying, oh, why is Khanna coming with quote-unquote pro-terror radicals, is they want to intimidate other folks from not showing up. And then people in our party stay away. They don't come to things like ArabCon. And they show weakness. They show weakness. And that's why we're not winning as a party. We're afraid of our own shadow. We've got to stand up and speak out for what we believe.
Yeah, so again, with the realignment, in the old days, you dig in, okay, we disagree with a lot of what Tucker says or Candace says. For example, I have no opinion on the First Lady of France. Okay, it's not for me, it's for other people.
Did Tucker say something?
No, Candace does. Okay, so it doesn't matter. So we disagree on that. So what? If we agree on Israel, we agree on the Epstein files, we agree on getting money out of politics, we agree on anti-war. So I'm happy to build a coalition around policies rather than, saying, oh, if you share a stage with Tucker Carlson, then you agree with everything Tucker Carlson's ever said. If you share a stage with some person and they agree with you on an issue, that means you agree with everything that they do on that issue. I'm just going to do one quick thing and then I'm going to ask the question. It's such a weird thing to me because, like, when you go to a bar and you're going to watch the football games and you're going to have wings with your friends, do you go, wait, give me all of your political opinions first? And if I don't agree with everything you say, then I'm not going to have wings with you, and I'm not going to watch football. No, in normal human behavior, we play basketball, we go to drinks, and we don't have a litmus test for your politics, right? But the reason why they do that, and Congressman Khanna alluded to it, is it's smear by proxy, right? So, we found a guy who once said something wrong in 1987, and he talked to Bob, and Bob talked to Roe. Okay, that's it, Roe's doing this. So stop believing any of that nonsense and start talking to each other, right? So, Ro, along those lines, now we have an interesting alliance back to Congress between you and Massey and now Marjorie Taylor Greene on some issues like protecting the victims of Epstein and actually prosecuting the perpetrators. And that list grows. But let's stay with Epstein for a second. It's interesting that you guys have built that coalition, and now it looks like it's a winning coalition. And then so since you peeled off enough Republicans to be able to get it done, they're talking about maybe releasing with hall passes for another 20 to 40 Republicans to vote with you guys that wouldn't have otherwise. Isn't that a kind of a shining example of actual bipartisanship? That the mainstream, the establishment politicians, the establishment media doesn't want, but you guys kind of grew it up from the grassroots?
Thomas Massey and I have partnered on a number of issues. We partnered on a war powers resolution to prevent us from having unilateral action and getting us into a war in Iran. We partnered on trying to stop the war in Yemen. And so we've worked together on these issues and had trust. And we said, look, why should our government be protecting rich and powerful men who have abused underage girls? It is the height of elite impunity. And it's a symbol for everything people dislike about government, that somehow government isn't working for you. Government is working to protect rich and powerful people. There was a release yesterday in the Epstein files because we started to get some of them. And Epstein has met with Bill Gates and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. And I said, how is one person meeting all the rich and powerful folks? What is going on? And so we have built a coalition standing with survivors, with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Nancy Mace, and we're going to get 218 signatures to force a vote. That's unprecedented. In my 10 years of Congress, it hasn't happened. Now there are two ways of fighting. One is to just go on social media and or the media on cable news and just go criticize anti-Trump, anti-Trump, anti-Trump. The other is to actually build coalitions that are going to stand up for people and deliver. And my view is that we've tried the anti-Trump thing since he walked down the escalator. It hasn't worked. We need to offer an alternative in this country. And we need to offer an alternative that gets some of the folks who voted for Trump on our side. The Epstein issue is one issue that is doing that, with the Democrats being the party now in partnership with Massey saying we're for transparency, we're for a government that works. Another area where we should be clearly in the lead is saying stop any weapon sales to Israel that are being used to kill civilians. Now, you got all these Democratic leaders, and you know what they're hoping? They're under their desks. They're hoping they can just say anti-Trump, 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 and that people won't notice what their views are on the issue in Israel. I called for the recognition, this letter you're talking about, the recognition of a Palestinian state. They're saying, you know, I got 47 Democrats on the letter, but I should have more. How can you be a Democrat in the Congress and not believe that it is time for the United States to recognize Palestinian aspirations at a time when Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and Netanyahu are annexing the West Bank and erasing Palestinian identity? They say I'm on the fringe. They say I don't have moral clarity. Look at the arrogance. You got France, you got UK, you got Canada, you have Australia. You have 4 out of the 5 permanent Security Council members, over 150 countries calling for the recognition of a Palestinian state. And somehow the United States is not, and they're saying, I don't have moral clarity? They are blind. They are making us on the side of the pariah in world opinion. And I'll tell you something, if this party does not have the moral clarity on issues of Gaza, on issues of Palestinian national aspirations and statehood, on issues of not having military weapons that are killing women and children and starving people in Gaza, that we will not have the moral vision to win back the trust of the American people. We need a transformation of our own party. We need a transformation of the courage in our own party, of the conviction in our own party, to be able to win back the country. And that work has to start in places like Michigan.
All right, so this is going to be a difficult question because it involves your colleagues. So 92-8 is what Democratic voters are on Gaza. They don't want us to support Israel in Gaza. They think it's despicable what's happening in Gaza. So you can't get clearer than 92-8, right? And for a long time, the Democratic Party's politicians were 92-8 in the opposite direction, right? So now things have gotten better. Your letter's got 47 people on it. Block the Bombs has 50 people on it. So that's about a quarter of the party, right? But nevertheless, 75% of Democrats in Congress say, screw the voters. I don't care that 92% of our voters are against the genocide. I don't care. So why do they hate their own voters, and why do they not want to actually do what we're asking them to do?
Well, one is the money.
Bingo.
You know, every other week I get AIPAC attacking me. I say someone hasn't cued them in that every time they attack me, my popularity goes up.
Keep it coming, AIPAC. Keep it coming.
The other is people are afraid of the headlines that I got today. You know, Khanna shares stage with pro-terror radicals, so they don't want to be smeared in the media. So they've gone, instead of now doing what they used to do, which is, you know, just unabashed defense of Netanyahu and just unabashed defense of those policies, now they just say, we're not going to talk about it. We're going to go under the table. We're not going to raise our voices about it. But we're not going to put ourselves out there in a position of risk. And that's why they're not on the letters. They're not signing letters against it, which is, I guess, an improvement, but they think that that's going to be enough. Well, I've never understood this. I mean, you got Donald Trump out there talking about annexing Greenland or Canada, which is one of the dumbest policies, but he's out there taking these kind of risks, and we're afraid of saying that there should be a Palestinian state? I mean, the problem with the Democratic Party is cowardice on issues of moral principle. And that's not going to we're not going to develop that by sort of chest thumping or a form of masculinity. We have to do that by appealing to principle. The kind of principles that Gandhi stood for, King stood for, Mandela stood for, that has strength of conviction. That's what the party needs to reclaim, a strength of moral principle and moral clarity.
So, obviously I agree, and obviously I would love to see the party do that, but as you say, they're hiding under their desk. I mean, the idea of, you know what, I'm going to choose not to speak out, even though I'm a representative. Okay, then you're not a representative. Then you should move along. If you'd like to not speak out in your own basement, you're welcome to do it. So at TYT, we have a petition, a pledge to never vote for anyone who has taken money from the Israeli lobby. Okay? So that's at tyt.com/no-more. Now, why do we have that pledge? Well, brother, why am I voting for you if you raise your hand and say, I'm going to represent a different country? Well, you know, I immigrated to this country, and when I was 8 years old, I didn't immigrate to Israel. If I wanted to immigrate to Israel, I would have immigrated there. I didn't want to. I wanted to immigrate to America because I believed there was freedom here, and I believed that we controlled our own country here. And so I love that this crowd is in favor of American sovereignty and having no other government control our government, right? So to me, it is obvious that the way that they control Congress, and yes, they control Congress, is through the money. So AIPAC and other Israeli lobbies have given to 90% of Congress. So we talk about 75% of Democrats not on the right side, other than 4 Republicans. No, actually, I think just Massey and Green, because the other 2 that signed, you know, are around the edges. They are, yes, with you on Epstein, but not necessarily on Israel, etc. Almost the entire Republican Party. No, we will not represent the voters. We will not represent the American people. We will not represent the American government. We're going to represent Israel come hell or high water. So for the Democrats, though, we claim to be the good guys, right? We say we stand up for justice and fight for human rights, etc. Your letter isn't asking them to condemn Israel. Your letter isn't doing anything out like Israel doesn't have a right to exist or anything outlandish or anything.
It recognizes Israel's security. It's a two-state solution. It's what we've been preaching for the last 30 years. Now there's a letter actually saying let's actually do it, and suddenly people are saying no, 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 no. You know, that's the irony. This is the policy, has been the policy of Reagan, it's been the policy of Bush. In fact, I gave a speech at the Council of Foreign Relations, and I said, we've got a new vision to how do we bring peace. We need a Palestinian state that recognizes the right of Israel to exist in an Israeli state. And one guy who worked for George Bush said, Khanna, you're not saying anything new. I said, right, you're absolutely right, I'm not. But when it actually comes to having the rubber meet the road, of actually recognizing a Palestinian state, suddenly everyone is balking. That's why this hasn't been real. What I'm saying is, okay, we need to actually have teeth behind a two-state resolution. That means having conditionality if Israel doesn't agree to it and is going to expand settlements. That means actually recognizing a Palestinian state.
Yeah, so that's why it's so puzzling that theoretically the official American policy is a two-state solution, which would obviously involve the Palestinian state. And the Democratic Party is 100% in favor of that, theoretically. Then when you ask them to sign a letter, it turns out 75% of them are against it. So thank you for revealing that they actually never meant it. They never meant it, okay? So now, if you're a Democrat or a Republican and you do mean it, and you go, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I didn't know Roe had a letter, okay? Then sign the letter. You either sign the letter or you are against the Palestinian people. That's what you are. So admit it. So now the question of why. So AIPAC gives them money, and AIPAC also punishes. And they'll spend $2 million, $4 million, $6 million. In the Cory Bush race, did they get up to $8 or $12 million that they spend against anyone who dares to oppose their government, Israel, not our government, America, right? So is it that they're greedy for the AIPAC money, or is it that they're afraid that Israel is going to cancel them if they represent their voters?
Well, I think, look, the money in politics is the biggest issue. I mean, Jamal Bowman had $20 million spent against him to take him out on his seat. And I've said, ban it all. Ban all the super PAC money. Summer Lee and I have a bill. I said it doesn't matter what the cause is. I don't take any PAC money. I don't take any lobbyist money. That's why I've been independent. And I have called for the banning of super PACs. How is it that you can write only a $5,000 or $7,000 check to a candidate, but you can turn around and write $1 million check to a super PAC? It makes no sense, and it has corrupted our politics. And that is the biggest thing. But there's a APEC tracker. I don't know how many people have seen that. But of all the quote-unquote prominent Democrats, or some of the people of different leaders, there are two of them that they mentioned, AOC and me, who don't take the APEC money, and all the rest, just go look at APEC tracker and look at the record. And that's why you have independence. But it's not just independence from APEC, it's independence from big money, period, whether it's big money of pharmaceuticals, big money of big oil, big money that is of insurance companies. We need a transformative progressive agenda in this country. And we need a transformative economic agenda that isn't going to be beholden to special interests.
Yeah. So, guys, the proof is in the pudding, right? Do you take corporate PAC money or do you not take corporate PAC money? Do you take foreign government money or do you not take foreign government money? So, yes, the foreign government money is disguised as American citizens who say, no, America should only work for Israel, right? But Roe doesn't take either one of those. That's why if you don't know, this is an interesting story. We start Justice Democrats. I'm one of the co-founders of it. That's the group that got AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley elected. And so I go to Roe before any of that happened. There's no, AOC is not one of the primary, this is a ragtag group that no one believes in. We don't have any PAC money, et cetera. And I go, Roe, we're not taking corporate PAC money, and we actually want to do these bills. Do you want in? He comes on the Young Turks and says, I'll be your champion. Okay? So, Roe, so there's something you mentioned there about money in politics that that I think is everything, right? It's absolutely critical. So the problem is Congress is hooked on the money, right? So other than you and a handful of other Congress people, and what's interesting is now some Republicans have started to not take corporate PAC money, right? And by the way, the Republicans and the Democrats that don't take corporate PAC money are the exact same people signing on to the Epstein letter, challenging whether Israel should have complete command and control of American Congress, right? Why? Because once you get weaned off the money of corporations and foreign governments, it makes a big difference. So now look, if you go to those Congress people, Democrats pretend that they're against money in politics. But if you go to take money out of politics, like if you have a bill on it, for example, and it has a chance of passing, will they vote yes?
We have not been able to get the votes on it. I mean, Summer Lee and I, that's another bill you should look at. It basically bans super PAC money, and we have maybe 30, 40 co-sponsors. But look, I have said for the Democrats, okay, you can't unilaterally disarm. If the Republicans have super PAC money, you can't, in a general election, not have match that. But why do we need super PAC money in Democratic primaries? I still can't understand why the DNC does not just ban super PAC money in Democratic primaries. There is no reason that you need millions and millions and millions of dollars coming in super PACs against people running for Congress, people running for Senate. But look, young people have caught on to the game. They can sniff out if you're authentic or not. No one in American politics is perfect. No one in politics is perfect. No one is Gandhi in American politics. You can't be. But the point is, you can be true and consistent in either standing with people and standing with human rights and convictions, or you can do the bidding of interest groups and people in power. And the young people say, no, the system hasn't worked for us. The American dream has slipped away. Our life is not as good as our parents' life used to be. We can't afford a house, we can't afford rent, we don't have a good paying job, the system isn't working. We want something different, and we want a country that we can be proud of that stands up for human rights. And I think they are the hope for changing our country's politics. I am hopeful about the country. I don't have a sense of just despair. The despair is what Trump is has run on, a sense of, okay, everything is broken, let's tear it all down, let's just break it all down. And I understand the anger, and I understand the anger here in Dearborn. I get it. I've talked to people who've lost their entire extended family in Gaza, who've lost so many people in this war. And there are two alternatives. One is just to rage against the system, to rage against the parties. But then there is a deeper alternative, and for me it's inspired by my grandfather, who spent 4 years in jail alongside Gandhi as part of India's independence movement. And that deeper movement is to say we can do better. We're imperfect people, but we can do better. We can be building a world and a nation that recognizes justice and human rights. I am of that hope. I am of the hope that we can build a movement that does better and offer people a hope for the future.
So I want to get into that as a political calculation and how to unite the country in a second. So I'm going to ask you that question. But I want to ask you guys a question first. Because Ro mentioned money in politics, and this is a conference for Arab Americans. And a very functional part of that is the Americans part, right? And so we, because a lot of times we get smeared, our communities, Muslim, Arab, et cetera, saying, oh, you guys are just against Israel. So now, it's true, we're against Israel's genocide, absolutely. So are you against, but I don't want to speak for you, the politicians taking money from the Israeli lobby? Absolutely. Yes, okay. But are you also in favor of politicians not taking money from Big Pharma? Let the record know that was louder, actually. Okay. Are you against politicians taking money from Big Oil? Defense contractors. So, and if I asked this in a right-wing room, they'd have the same answer, okay? So, Ro, then it comes back to you. It feels like we need someone in politics now that says, I care less about the labels, and I care less about these tribal games, and it feels like the mainstream media is trying hard to divide us, right? Left, right, you gotta hate each other. Oh, look, the most outrageous thing this guy on the right said, the most outrageous thing this guy on the left said. Now they assume everyone on the left said that, assume everyone on the right thinks this, and fight, right? But what if you or anyone, along the lines of what you think, or just you, said to the American people, hey, you know what, if you're anti-war, I know Trump let you down. He bombed Iran. He's now trying to start a war with Venezuela. I know you're against money in politics. I know Trump let you down. He's serving his donors that want him to serve Israel. He's obviously serving somebody that won't release the Epstein files. I know that you wanted lower drug prices, and Trump let you down. But we're actually going to do all of those things. Do you think that person can win the presidency?
Yes, but I think it'll be harder for them to actually get the things done, because we're up against a lot of big money in politics. But I'll tell you, we've got two big problems in this country. One is money in politics, and the other is a hate that we exhibit towards each other, an unwillingness to listen, an unwillingness to actually find common citizenship, common national purpose. This country is hungry for a new national purpose, for a new sense of where we're going to go as a nation. And at the minimum, table stakes are, okay, you're going to work for the people and not for big money. You're not going to be beholden to these special interests. But then they also want a vision. They want a vision for the country that my parents came here. My father was at Michigan as a graduate student. They came when John F. Kennedy had called this nation and said, we're going to go to the moon. This was the place to be in America. We were doing things, big things. We were moving along, humming. We were marching forward on women's rights, on civil rights, and on peace. And somehow we've lost that sense of common American vision. I believe that if our Democratic Party stands against these big money interests, if we stand for people when it comes to Medicare for all, when it comes to a living wage, when it comes to child care, if we stand for human rights, and if we stand for rebuilding the country's economy in every community and every family, then we can inspire the country again, and we can win again.
So We're short on time, so I want to get back to the issue of Palestine and Israel before we run out of time. Look, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Sorry to do that, but has Hakeem Jeffries signed your letter to recognize Palestine as a state?
No, he has not. Now, I will say, and the minority leaders tend to not sign these letters, but I think that we should be building support broadly. I mean, I'm hoping that the Democratic Party's position becomes the recognition of Palestine. But let's be very clear about this. The only way that we're going to shift American foreign policy on this issue in the Democratic Party is by winning the nomination and changing the Democratic Party platform. Until you have new DNC chairs, new people in the foreign policy, nothing is going to change. We're just going to have the same old playbook. The same old playbook on the economy, which saw deindustrialization in these states without new economic opportunity. The same playbook on the government, which has protected rich and powerful interests. The same playbook on foreign policy. And people are sick of it. But we've got to fight first to transform our own party before we can convince the country that we're going to transform the nation. And once we have a vision that can transform our own party, and that can unite our own party around transformation, then maybe we can convince the country that we can unite the nation around transformation. That is what I think ultimately is desperately needed and what the country wants.
Yeah, so I now started something called Rebellion PAC, and Rose graciously, we endorsed him, and he's accepted that endorsement. And what it does is a populist plank that says anti-war, anti-corruption, lower drug prices, lower housing prices, higher wages, and paid family leave. They all poll above 67%. Isn't it amazing and shocking that the Democratic Party, those are all Democratic policy proposals. They're all incredibly popular, but we can't get them to do it. We can't get them to do it. Like I feel like I'm Van Gundy holding on to Alonzo Mourning's leg, for some of you old school folks who remember that, with Roe, like, well, I found one guy who'll do it. I'll find one guy who'll do it. So, Roe, look, if we're keeping it real, look, when I started Justice Democrats with others, there was a theory that we could do it from the ground up, that we could get enough people into Congress, and then eventually things will get better. And things have gotten a little bit better, A quarter of the Democratic politicians now kind of represent their voters on some issues. But it feels like now maybe the better path is to do it the way Trump did it, from the top. Win a primary, take the party, and go, let's go back to what we were, representing the average guy, FDR, JFK, what people knew and loved about the Democratic Party, that we stuck up for the average guy. Is that the better path?
It's the only path, which is to build a movement. Look, I wish Bernie Sanders was 15 years younger, because I have no doubt in my mind he would win the presidency in 2028 if he was. But I think the reason Bernie resonated is not because of Bernie Sanders, it's because he built a movement. He built a movement, and he built a movement around principles. And that is the only way we're going to get change, is to build that kind of movement, to win the presidency, to win House and Senate seats around a consistent platform that is against the status quo. And you know what the amazing thing is? We have that opportunity. There's only one thing that people agree with, that the status quo is broken. 62% of Democrats don't believe that the leadership, the status quo, is working for them. This is the moment for change. And all of you listening, you can be part of this. You can be part of saying, instead of just, the Democrats are terrible, we don't like the Democrats. That's the easy thing, to criticize. The harder thing is to build. Instead of just saying, okay, we don't like the Democrats, say, we don't like what we see, and here's what we're going to do to build and take over and build a better vision. That's how we start to work towards change.
And as we wrap up here, let the record note, for all the haters out there and the people trying to smear this community, here we are at ArabCon, and a huge applause line for Bernie Sanders, the most successful Jewish American politician in American history. And we love the brother. We love the brother, okay? So, and this is what's great about America. Ro, you come from a Hindu background?
Yes, I do.
And here's a representative who comes from a Hindu background reaching out to Muslim Americans and saying, let's work together. Let's work together. Because, and also reaching out to Tom Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene and saying, if we agree, let's work together. Because it isn't, don't let them divide you, okay? It is not about race or religion. We came to America because we didn't want it to be about race or religion. We wanted it to be freedom. We love freedom. We love equality. We love justice for all. That's why we came to this country. And Ro, my job was to ask you questions today. We did. But at the end, I will say, as I often do, because we're honest on the show and we do something different on the Young Turks, boy, do I appreciate you, brother, for trying to unify all of us. We needed someone to do it, so thank you for doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you for standing up.
Thank you, Cenk. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage the founder of Mic Drop Media, Sam Ali.
Hey. Good morning, everyone. Salam alaikum. I'm not going to make you guys prove to me that you have energy. Like waking up my daughter in the morning, she's like, So that was a great conversation. Let's give it up for Cenk Uygur and Representative Khanna for being here. Thanks to them, a lot of amazing speakers going on. Everybody, so far, everybody had a good day one. Day two was awesome. Great, everybody. For the out-of-towners, everybody enjoying Dearborn, enjoying. See all that stuff they say online. They don't. Oh, thank you so much. I wish you guys would be here more often. But before we get to our next panel discussion, we do want to let everybody know the Biz Souk right across from the theater. Please go check it out. There's clothes. I can see a lot of people. How many people have went to the Biz Souk so far? Raise your hand. Everybody. Okay, excellent. There's some food, awesome food in there. We really, really want people to go in there and check it out, please. But don't be like my mom when she walks into JCPenney and she just walks around for 2 hours and comes out with nothing. She's just no, wrong size. Please make sure you help out these vendors. They are amazing. So let's get to our next panel discussion, which is titled Policy versus the People, Congress, and the Erosion of Democracy. Well, since the start of Israel's genocide in Gaza, a wave of legislation has emerged across the United States aimed not at addressing the humanitarian crisis, but at criminalizing protest, silencing speech, and shielding U.S. complicity from public scrutiny. This panel will examine how lawmakers, rather than responding to the moral clarity of their constituents, have instead launched a legislative assault on civil liberties, campus activism, and Palestinian advocacy. What does this disconnect reveal about American democracy, and how can movements push back against policies that prioritize foreign interests over public will? And our speakers are, he is the co-founder and director of a new policy, Tariq Habash. He is an author and policy director at the Institute for Middle East Understanding, Josh Reubner. She is the executive director of CARE's office on the San Francisco Bay Area, Zahra Billoo. And our moderator is a civil rights attorney and strategist. Please welcome Manar Waheed.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here this morning. I first actually want to say, I'm very honored to be here as a South Asian in a Arab space at ArabCon. It feels pretty meaningful for me to be here. I often feel more welcome in Arab spaces than in my South Asian spaces, but we won't talk about why that is. But I'm going to jump right in, because I know all of you here are policy wonks that want to know very deeply about policy. Let me start with, actually, Zahra, if you could kick us off. Why don't we talk a little bit about what we're experiencing right now in Congress at the state level. This didn't start on October 7th, 2 years ago. This started a long time ago, and I'd love to hear a little bit about how we got here, what the laws and policies are in our lifetimes that kind of built us towards this moment.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. If I could see more of you with the way these lights are, I would ask which coffee shop you tried this morning. For those of you that heard me moderating yesterday, that's my obsession in Dearborn. I heard a couple of names, but we also don't, again, I said this yesterday, we don't want to start a turf war. So, go to one, go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one, and then go to the Bisouk. Manar, my notes had me starting at the Patriot Act, and I know that's the conversation we had, but I had a moment yesterday reflecting on something that I've shared a lot with Arab and South Asian first, second, and third generation immigrants in the communities I've worked with. And it's that we start there often, particularly those of us in our 30s and 40s, in the immigrant parts of the Arab and Muslim communities. But when I think of our work and the context we're in now, it predates that, right? And there are, of course, major cases of Arabs, Muslims, and pro-Palestine activists being targeted, including, for example, the LA 8s who were targeted in Los Angeles decades ago for pro-Palestine advocacy. And it's important that we remember their names and their stories, but it's also key that we make the connection with how Black and brown communities have been treated for so long. And so I tell like one of my favorite stories of my early years at CARE is when a young Arab man, second generation, walked into my office and he said, look, I found a tracking device on my car. And I still remember thinking, like, this is a prank. Like, there's no way you found, and back, like, the devices were this big. He looked under his car and he said, that's what I found. And I was like, there's no, what? And we sued the Department of Justice, but we actually at one point stayed our litigation because there was a case that had gone to the Supreme Court around the same time that the ACLU was leading on behalf of a Black man who had also realized that the government was surveilling him without a warrant. And so I start there because what they did to African American communities, what they did to Latino communities, that's where they started with us, right? And so now, 9/11. Wow, like that feels like a lifetime ago. But for those who are old enough, you may remember the chaos, the fear, our parents calling us and telling us to please stay indoors today, tomorrow, and then the wave of hate crimes. The first person killed in a post-9/11 hate crime, as many of us tell often, was a Sikh American. Because the people who would commit violence against someone who looks like me or any of us are also often so ignorant that they don't know the difference. And in the meanwhile, our elected officials, those charged with protecting and serving us, were moving the Patriot Act through the halls of Congress. Thousands and thousands of pages that had been written and ready. Like, this didn't get written after 9/11, it was written and ready. They voted on it without even reading it in most cases. And I remember that as a young activist being like, wait a second, you stripped us of our civil liberties in a way that had consequences for decades, and you didn't even read it. So what did it do? Well, to put it simply, you think surveillance started on October 7th, 2023? No. That's really when it grew. When agencies said, okay, we're going to start talking to each other, we're going to start sharing information. Warrant? What's a warrant? We don't need warrants. We're just going to get the information, secret letters, sneak and peek warrants. The most radical group I learned of post 9/11 was the librarians, because the government gave itself the ability to go and look at your library records. And librarians said, absolutely not. And that wasn't just words on paper. One of the most seminal cases of that era that I think we should all know about is the Holy Land Foundation, right? And what happened to the 5 co-founders of that incredible charity, the biggest Muslim charity in the United States in 2001. And now, it's 5 co-founders accused of supporting terrorism, when in fact all they did was support zakat committees that everyone else was supporting, had their homes raided, were dragged into court, were confronted by secret witnesses who they could not then cross-examine. Several were deported, and 2 of them, Ghassan El-Ashi and Shukri Abu Bakr, are serving effectively life sentences. These are incredible, generous, kind, beautiful men in their probably late 60s at this point, who still have decades to serve. And Democratic administration after Democratic administration has said, we don't care. And so this didn't start in 2023. It didn't even start in 2001. They have been building for decades to get us to this point where we have to say now, what can I say in public? What can I say in private? What can I even say out loud without worrying about the government knocking on my door?
Does anyone have anything they want to add? It's a very thorough history. I mean, it's funny. It's funny, not funny. I often say, like, I've never met a people more powerful than the Palestinian people, because we have built whole laws bills. The Patriot Act, to your point, did not get written on 9/11. It was sitting in a drawer. They pulled it out. They passed it. And it is all built around Palestinian resistance. And that is where so many of our, what are called the material support for terrorism laws that Zahra was talking about. There are pieces of the Immigration Act, the Immigration and Nationality Act, that are just centered, they have been inserted from the Patriot Act. And it's all around Palestinian resistance. Never knew a people could be so powerful. And we've seen that again and again, right? So like for the last 10 years, we have seen bills introduced from the federal to the local level around things like at the federal level, the Combating BDS Act, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, and they're all to silence free speech that is related to Palestine.
Yeah. Can I take a
yeah,
point of
please.
privilege as the token Arab, token Palestinian on the panel?
I don't think you're the token. I think we're the tokens.
In all seriousness, I mean, I think you're exactly right. This exceptionalization of Palestine in our speech, in our organizing, has happened over the course of decades, and it is something that I witnessed as a child, you know, in the aftermath of 9/11. The stifling of our communities from being able to even politically organize and engage. You know, this is something that goes back my entire life. And I know for many of the people in this room probably experienced before I was even born. And so this history is so important because now we're at a moment where technology is stronger and more powerful than ever. The ability to censor and repress how we communicate, how we organize, how we engage politically is so much more extreme. And yet we're also in a moment where there are so many opportunities for us to be able to build political power together as a community. And it's our obligation to do that, but we have been conditioned, we have been pressured to stay away from this work for so long because these systems have oppressed us here in the United States, like I said, for my entire life. And we have an obligation now, because we're seeing so many shifts in our public opinion, to actually re-engage politically. We don't have the luxury. Our people, our Palestinian brothers and sisters in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Jerusalem, they don't have the luxury of not being where they are and doing what they're doing. And so the fact that we are here in America, the center of power, the center of where these political problems continue to flourish, we have an obligation to engage politically, to be able to push back on this system that has created the circumstances that we're in today.
Yeah, that's right. So maybe let's talk a little bit about the why. I'd love to hear from you all about why you think lawmakers are so willing to give up our constitutional rights and their own. Why would they do that? Why are they so interested in silencing speech in this way? Maybe we could start with you, Josh.
Sure, thank you very much. Good morning, Dearborn. Look, you don't have to censor and repress speech that's not politically popular. The reason why we're seeing Congress trying to enact these laws to crack down on freedom of speech in support of Palestinian rights is because of the fact that it's never been more popular, the struggle for Palestinian freedom in the United States, than it is today. Now, look, AIPAC just spent a record-breaking amount of funds in the last election cycle to take out some of our champions who stood strong for Palestinian rights in Congress. Congressman Jamal Bowman of New York, Congresswoman Cori Bush of Missouri. Do you know, in the tens of millions of dollars of ads that they threw in to defeat these members of Congress, how many actually mentioned Israel? 0. Not a single ad mentioned Israel. So all of these voters who were bombarded by these negative ads attacking these progressive champions for Palestinian rights, these constituents had no idea that this was a pro-Israel outfit that was attacking them, because Israel was not mentioned once. Why is that? Israel is a losing electoral cause right now. We have never seen Israel and its supporters at a weaker point than we are today. And that is why I think we're seeing this crackdown on Palestinian rights take place in Congress. So let me give you a few examples of what I mean by us witnessing this huge momentum for Palestinian rights. And it's an utter shame that it's taken 2 years of horrific and horrendous genocide for these changes to take place. But the American people are horrified and outraged by what they're seeing daily on their smartphones as this genocide is live streamed to all of us. It's now the fact that 60% of all Americans want to end weapons to Israel. 60% of all Americans. And if you look at the changes on the Democratic side of the spectrum, the public opinion is even greater in terms of the momentum for Palestinian rights. Now, according to repeated public opinion polls, more than 3 out of 4 Democrats want to end weapons to Israel, and more than 3 out of 4 Democrats believe that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian people. This is why we're seeing members of Congress catching up with public opinion. And shout out to Congressman Khanna for being one of the 52 members of Congress who are advocating to block the bombs to Israel right now. That is an indication that things are changing in Congress. That is the reason why we are seeing this increased crackdown, because the American people are with Palestinian rights. They're with Palestinian freedom. They're against continuing to arm Israel to commit genocide. Now, some politicians would want you to believe that only voters in Dearborn care about this issue, or that somehow concern about this issue is limited just to Michigan because of the demographics of the state. That's simply not true. After the election, we ran a public opinion poll, and we asked people who voted for Joe Biden in 2020 who did not vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 why they did not vote for her. And do you know what the #1 answer was? Not the economy, not health care, not affordable housing, but Gaza was the #1 reason why Americans of all races, ethnicities, and age groups did not vote for Kamala Harris in 2024. So we're seeing how Congress is finally starting to catch up to public opinion. We now have Senator Bernie Sanders leading resolutions in the Senate to block the delivery of weapons to Israel, and now a majority of all Democrats in the Senate are voting to block weapons to Israel. Unprecedented. And in the House of Representatives, and I'll end here, Congresswoman Delia Ramirez of Illinois has introduced a historic bill to block Trump from sending Israel all of the types of weapons it's using to inflict genocide against Palestinians. As Congressman Khanna mentioned, 52 of his colleagues are now supporting that bill. How many of you have asked your member of Congress to support this bill? Raise your hands. All right, I'm gonna do a little organizing work here because that's what I am. I'm an organizer. Can somebody help me, please? I got stickers that say blockthebombs.org. I want all of you to get out your smartphones, go to this website, write your member of Congress right now and demand that they support this bill. Thank you.
We love organizers.
I was curious if you were going to jump down.
I know, tough act to follow, but thoughts on the why?
I mean, who was here last night listening to Bassem's nihilism? So I found myself getting pulled kind of against what he was saying the entire night because I feel very deeply how frustrated we all are with our political system, that no matter what, they're giving us crumbs and they expect us just to take those crumbs. And I disagree ultimately with that reality that he painted, and not because, you know, I don't love Bassem, we all love Bassem Youssef, you know, but I think that it misses the opportunity that is in front of us, and I think Josh just painted it so clearly. Public opinion in America has shifted tremendously in a way that we have never seen before. I mean, we're talking about 8% of Democrats who are supportive of Israel in this, you know, current climate, but you flip the numbers when you actually look at the voting record of our elected officials. And even if you had 100% of Democrats voting the right way on restricting weapons to Israel, if you had 100% of Democrats supporting a Palestinian state, it wouldn't happen because, let's be honest, Democrats are bad at politics. I'm not saying that just to be like facetious or funny, but the power that exists in our government, you know, there are 535 members of Congress who have a real say in what happens in our policies, whether it's on healthcare, whether it's on, you know, the Epstein files, whether it's on Gaza, and every single one of them needs to be approached in an organized way. We have to build political power. We have to engage with them very, very seriously, because that is what the other side, the pro-Israel, pro-genocide lobby, has been doing for decades, systematically. And I think one of the most powerful things that I heard yesterday actually came from someone who I really admire, Sister Linda Sarsour. And she challenged the crowd yesterday in a way that it really felt, I couldn't describe what was, you know, was going through my heart at that time. But she said very plainly, are we doing enough? What are we doing to stop the genocide here in the United States as Americans? Are we doing enough as Arab? And I think we can all say, me included, we're not doing enough. There is always more that we can do. We can always do one more call. We can always find one more person to communicate with. We can always contribute a little bit more to the organizations that are doing this work, that to the politicians that we need to defend, because Josh also mentioned this very clearly. AIPAC is spending record amounts of money to unseat our allies, to unseat our defenders, and we have to fight and protect them. We have to engage in our political system. That is a non-negotiable. But when we do that, we also have to understand, like Linda said yesterday, there are people who do this work every single day who have been doing it for years, for decades, and we need to be able to trust the professionals. We need to work with them. We need to be aligned as a community. And we have to understand that infrastructure matters here. Ro was talking about how PACs are bad. I agree, corporate PACs are really bad. I think that it is also increasingly incumbent that we understand what our campaign finance system looks like and how it works, and why, in order to be effective, it is not just enough to be winning in public opinion. It is not just enough to be winning on emails and on phone calls and on social media. We have to be winning in the halls of Congress. We have to be meeting with members every single day, and we have to make sure that they know when we are contributing to them, that when we are financially supporting them, that it isn't just because we gave through Act Blue and gave them a donation as a Democrat. Because, by the way, Act Blue is a PAC. I don't know if anyone knows this, but they are a PAC. And so we have to make sure that when we contribute, we are contributing with power, that we are signaling that our communities have power, and our communities are saying no to genocide. Our communities are saying yes to Palestinian freedom and Palestinian human rights. That's what we need to do. We have to build that infrastructure. We have to work together every single day to continue to send that message. And there are organizations like mine, like A New Policy. If you don't know us, please, you should know us. Everyone in this room, everyone on the live stream should know about A New Policy. You should know about IMEU Policy Project. You should know about CARE. You should know about Empower Change. You should know about the dozens of organizations that are doing really critical and important work for our communities. By the way, thank you, ADC, for all the great work that you do. Thank you for hosting us here at ArabCon. We all need to be communicating. We all need to be collaborating. We all need to be working together to achieve similar goals. That is what we are doing, and we all need your support. We all need your trust, and we all need you to work to be able to push through and change American politics forever.
Yes, yes to everything that's been said. What is the emoji on WhatsApp, the app that we can't seem to boycott fast enough? It's that little 100. That's what I would do here. I want to note, yes to all of this. And the reason we need to do this is because what we have to overcome on the other side, the why. We are up against people who are driven by money and self-interest. Right? Zooming out of the Palestine conversation just momentarily, because it is all connected, is when we're doing civil liberties work and we're asking, right, like, why do people keep getting sent to jail? It's because someone gets richer every time someone is sent to jail. Why are undocumented people and even documented people being sent to private detention facilities? Because somebody is lining their pockets with that. And why are politicians continually disconnected from everything Tariq and Josh shared about where the population is? And yes, the numbers on the polls are moving in our favor, because despite all of the efforts towards repression, we are speaking up and we're saying, okay, like, what's the worst you can do to me? We're going to keep doing it. But why don't they listen? Because they have job security. That's what AIPAC provides. I have the privilege of claiming a few members of Congress as mine based on where I live and how I travel, and so I'm really proud that Congressman Khanna represents the district that the care office I run is in. But sometimes I spend my time in Southern California with Brad Sherman. For those of you that know anything about Brad Sherman, wow, AIPAC has bought that seat and him, and he doesn't care. Every opportunity to make an anti-Palestinian remark, and he does it. Like, he doesn't miss anything. Pick up the phone, call his staff. I actually don't know that his staff agree with him on everything, but job security. And so that why is something that I think we really have to be honest with ourselves about, is when are we going to be real about rewarding and punishing people? We talk the talk, but are we donating, right? Are we donating through the organizations and infrastructures that we've built? Or are we out here talking trash on Instagram about, oh, I don't like this thing or I don't like that thing? No, get to work, because Brad Sherman is unfazed, right? And all of these other members of Congress that are not moving, as well as our law enforcement agencies, our police chiefs, everyone opening detention facilities in our communities, they are doing it because the other side has said, don't worry about the polls. Those folks don't show up. Those folks don't donate. What did Hazami say yesterday? They protest on a Saturday in Arabic when nobody is listening outside of an empty building. And I am here for that. Like, you will find me at those things, but that can't be the beginning and end of our work. We have to reward and punish people. There need to be real consequences for our elected officials and their staff members, right? For our local governments, for our school districts, for anyone that says that they claim to represent the populace. If they're not voting the way they're supposed to, if they're not signing the legislation they're supposed to, and if they're not budgeting the way they're supposed to, let's send them home.
Can I add in on that?
Yeah, please.
Fully agree with what Zahra just said, but just pushing back a little gently on Congressman Brad Sherman, because I don't believe that AIPAC's paid for his seat. I believe that he is a dyed-in-the-wool, true ideologue Zionist who would be advocating for Israel and his anti-Palestinian racism, even if he never got a cent from AIPAC. But here's the good news. I think that the number of members of Congress who are actually ideologically Zionist is very, very few. In fact, I could probably count them on maybe 2 or 3 hands. The vast majority of members of Congress who are towing the line and who are going with the flow of the pro-Israel, pro-genocide lobby are there for the money, are there because they're afraid of losing their seats. But here, too, the dynamic is starting to change. And I want to point out the fact that Congresswoman Valerie Foushee of North Carolina recently renounced AIPAC money and signed on to block the bombs. Now, why is this significant? AIPAC actually spent heavily in her race to elect her against a candidate who supported Palestinian rights. She owed her seat to AIPAC, and now she turned around and renounced them? Is it because she had a moral change of heart? Maybe. Is it because the North Carolina Democratic Party passed a resolution saying ban the bombs to Israel? Maybe. Is she looking at the polls that we're commissioning, saying that you are going to lose your seat if you keep advocating for Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people? Maybe. It's probably a combination of all of these things. And this is not an isolated example. Just the other day, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter of Portland, Oregon, also signed on to block the bombs. Why is that significant? AIPAC Super PAC dumped $1 million into another Super PAC in the last election cycle, this one advocating for science, nothing to do at all with foreign policy. They dumped $1 million into this science Super PAC to elect Congresswoman Dexter to office. Now she too has signed on to this historic bill calling for weapons to be halted to Israel. So amongst those vast majority of members of Congress who are in it for the money and who, because they mistakenly believe they have to toe the AIPAC line to keep their seat, things are changing dramatically. And if we work smart and hard, we're going to flip things dramatically in the midterms and in the 2028 election for sure.
I'm loving your positive energy, Josh. But I'm a lawyer, so I like to do risk. So we're going to do a little bit of risk, I think. I'd love to hear, Tariq, from you, actually, about, so you were in the Biden administration at the Department of Education. You were the first political appointee to publicly resign. Can you speak a little bit? Yeah. Over, to be clear, over Israel-Palestine. That was the rationale. Can you speak a little bit about, like, what you, and that is the reason that you created a new policy, right? To build a different foreign policy around Israel-Palestine. Can you speak a little bit about what you've seen at the federal level and what we're seeing now as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, everyone, for your support. And a year ago, I teased a new policy at ArabCon for the first time publicly because I felt like this was one of the most important places to talk about the political realities that we faced in the United States in this moment during genocide that we are facilitating. And I had to work alongside people who designed the policies that our government was enacting. And that was something that, you know, I will have to live with the rest of my life. But I promised myself I would never not speak out and make sure that the people who were responsible for that reality, that my people were continuing to be massacred and systematically starved and bombed, that they would always be held accountable. And this week, one of those individuals wrote an op-ed in Politico saying that now is probably the time to withhold weapons from Israel. And I think that's great that he finally came to the realization after so many months of having the power to actually push those policies inside the White House and then choose not to leverage his influence, his role to be able to do that, and wait until now without taking responsibility for that reality. I just felt like, one, to Josh's point, the Overton window has shifted so drastically that now it is going to be a stain on your career, and you have to whitewash your role in facilitating that genocide, and that's a good thing. But it is also really important for all of us that we make sure that people like Jake Sullivan and Anthony Blinken and John Feiner do not ever have opportunities to go back into government again because they can't be trusted. So I just want to say that to start. But what I learned in government is that political power matters, political influence matters. And in a world where there was a willingness to actually engage on issues that we had never seen politicians engage on, canceling student loans, fixing a system that was discriminating against black and brown people from having access access to high quality education and affordable education, and seeing those systems work for real people, I knew that government could do things to actually help communities. And when it came to actually stopping genocide, when it came to withholding weapons from a country that was violating our own laws, it wasn't that we didn't know what to do. We always knew what to do. But there was no political will to actually prevent it from happening. And so the reason that I started a new policy, along with my colleague Josh Paul, who resigned from the State Department a few weeks before I did, the reason that we started is because we needed that political muscle in Washington, D.C., to be in the halls of Congress every single day, meeting with elected officials and talking about how our policies as a United States government were undermining not just the safety and security of Palestinian lives, which is extremely important to me as a Palestinian American, but they were undermining our own values as Americans of freedom, values that we purport to have of justice and equal rights. What we are enabling and what we have enabled in terms of an occupation and apartheid and now genocide against the Palestinian people undermine those values of who we are as Americans. And they undermine ultimately our own national interests, our security as Americans. And this is really important messaging. It's really important to be able to communicate with elected officials who purport to care about these things. They say, like, I am here to represent my community and my district. And you know what? A lot of them, they're going to vote on issues that they don't care about because they have a lot of things that they have to do in Congress. And it's unfortunate that a lot of these people don't necessarily care about Palestinian lives. But we have to find levers to be able to influence them because this is how politics works. And we have to be able to resonate with them and their staff and say, your job is now at risk. If you don't care about Palestinian lives, we know you still care about your job. We know you care about these other things. And that is on the line now because all of your constituents, regardless of if they're Arab or Muslim or Palestinian or white or black, it doesn't matter who they are. They're watching you sacrifice real lives, children's lives, doctors' lives, because it is politically convenient for you. Now it's inconvenient for you. And if we are building that type of infrastructure to push back, we can stop it from happening. And what we're seeing now in Congress is in part a good sign, but to be clear, we're also seeing some really dangerous signs in Congress too, because as we are watching AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby start to lose control of their grasp on political power, they are lashing out. And we are seeing pieces of legislation every single day coming into Congress, trying to take away your passports if you support Palestine, trying to pass a national anti-BDS legislation that we've already seen in 38 states around the country. We're seeing probably now a dozen different types of anti-Semitism awareness acts where they are trying to conflate criticism of the Israeli government with anti-Semitism, trying to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, undermining your First Amendment rights. They're taking steps every single day to make sure they can fast-track even more weapons to Israel because they know that that window is closing. There's a bill in Congress right now called the Bunker Buster Act of 2025, where they are literally trying to give Israel 30,000-pound bombs, huge bombs that you literally cannot carry on normal warplanes. You have to have access to B-2 bombers, U.S. classified bombers that no other state in the world has access to. And that law not only gives them those weapons, but it also gives them access to our warplanes that are the only ones that can carry those, so they can use them at will. These are the stakes that we're up against, and we need to be aware of every single piece of legislation, every single amendment that is coming, that is going to be that they're going to try to attach to a budget resolution, to a continuing resolution when they're keeping the government open or closed in the next couple weeks. State Auth just had a huge hearing where for 36 hours they were just voting on amendment after amendment after amendment. They're coming up on the National Defense Authorization Act. These are must-pass pieces of legislation that come up every single year. NDAA has over 1,000 amendments. Our legislative research team has reviewed every single one of them. It took us over 2.5 days to review over 1,000 amendments and provide recommendations to members of Congress about what those legislative agenda items do and what they don't do and why they're dangerous. We have to be in the room. We have to be doing that work. We need everyone to be engaged on this stuff. So if you are talking to your member of Congress, that's amazing. Come to us, ask us where your member is. We'll help you, because that's what we want to do. We want to arm you with the resources, with the knowledge, with the power, so that when you go in, you're not just saying, hey, sign on to block the bombs. They may have already signed on to it, which is great. There's a bunch of other stuff they can do too, and they should be doing every single one of those. That's the infrastructure that we need every single day in Washington, D.C., because that's what it takes to be able to fight back against the pro-Israel lobby and what they have built over decades.
For anyone that doesn't know how that type of bill works with the NDAA, what Tariq is talking about is that his team is working 24 hours for 48 to 72 hours as they're dropping amendments. These members don't read them, they don't vote on them, and so organizations like A New Policy have to spend all of their time truly up all night reviewing them, sending in vote recommendations. It's really incredible and also thankless work. Nobody knows that it happens, and we're very grateful to you all for doing it.
Check out our legislative tracker. It's on our website, anewpolicy.org/legislative-tracker, I think.
That you have it memorized is impressive. I want to say the thing that I keep hearing from all of you is infrastructure. And I think it's a really key point because we have not built our own infrastructure. Where is our bill that's ready to go when the moment is right? What are we socializing for the things that we want for ourselves, for our children, for our country? What are the affirmative things that we're building? Because as Zahra said, the Patriot Act didn't get written on 9/11. It got pulled out of a drawer and it got used. And these bills that they're proposing now that Tariq is talking about, they don't think they're going to try to pass parts of them through these overnight bills and amendments, but they're not trying to pass their whole bill today. They are trying to normalize their bill over time so that when the moment comes, people remember it and then they just vote for it. And that is how we lose our rights, because we don't have the infrastructure and the long game to really push back on that. And I also want to say the bills that you're talking about the changing the definition of anti-Semitism, those have been happening for a decade now. Yeah. They've been waiting for a moment where they can move the bills that silence speech against Palestinian resistance. That is what they are centered on. And to the point that they are happening at the state and local level, I'm wondering, Zahra, if you can speak a little bit about what you're seeing in California in terms of legislation, the different things that are being proposed, what is new and what's coming.
Thank you, Manar. And quick note on Brad Sherman. I concede. He's an ideologue. He's also well paid.
He doesn't deserve this much airtime. It's fine.
Fair, but I want to acknowledge that there are people who are paid, and then there are people who are believers. Mm-hmm. And the believers are few and far apart. Yep. And so we have to be able to distinguish that, and he is both. One other thing about the Patriot Act that I think is worth saying, and maybe is implied, but when they succeed and the crisis passes, right, or the political moment passes, they don't restore our rights. So everything we lost in 2001, we don't really have it back. So what we lose now is, it's not now we got the Palestinian state, or in fact, inshallah, we got the one-state solution and Palestinian liberation, and then they rolled back the BDS regulations. No, whatever passes now stays in place, and we have to keep that in mind when we're fighting. Now at the state level,
and will be weaponized, as the Patriot Act and the Holy Land case are being weaponized right now against nonprofits, likely like the one sitting before you on this stage in a matter of time. Again, centered on Palestinian organizations to start.
And the people we lose will stay behind bars, right? So who does deserve airtime is Ghassan Alashi, is Shukri Abu Bakr. They are still behind bars, they're like grandparents now, right? And there are people in their periphery like Marwan Maroof who are facing consequences decades later. At the state level, Tariq mentioned 38 anti-BDS bills. And where we can fight them, we have won. But it is like playing whack-a-mole. And something that an elder said to me a couple of weeks ago is we have to be prepared for the unpredictable. And so that's what I've been sharing with my team, is that we think that there is a playbook, and they've thrown out the playbook. This elder, she said that a playbook is useless unless it's 1,000 pages long, and you're willing to pull it right out of the middle. So that's what we saw in California this year. Assembly Bill 1468 was initially introduced by members of the Jewish Legislative Caucus, attempting to weaponize allegations of anti-Semitism in order to restrict how ethnic studies is taught in California public schools. It was rushed through the legislature. They canceled hearings, they rescheduled hearings, unanimous votes, and then a day before a major vote, they pulled the bill. We thought, well, that's interesting. Gutted and amended another bill, so now it's everything that you want under AB 715. And it's like, wait, what? You changed the bill number? You canceled the vote? And you're all just acting like this is normal, and we're just showing up predictably to advocate against the first bill, not even knowing that they've moved it to the second. And so AB 715 would severely restrict how ethnic studies is taught in California. We're proud to have a graduation requirement in California that requires learn about ethnic studies if you want to graduate from a public high school here, except not about Palestine. And not about anything anyone who cares about Israel would find offensive. And the state said, let's appoint an anti-Semitism coordinator. Nothing for anyone else, just one anti-Semitism coordinator. And let's make it really easy for just anyone to complain about a public school teacher who says something I don't like. I can complain anonymously. I can complain and I'm not even at their school. And so one of the things that we were talking about beforehand is like how Canary Mission has been weaponized in the context of targeting immigrants. Right, so a teacher ends up on Canary Mission.
I think people know, but just in case.
Oh, sorry, yes.
For the people on the live stream,
Canary Mission is the biggest and best Arab and Muslim dating site. No, I'm joking.
I'll check it out. Thank you for that.
If you want to check the politics of a prospect, look on Canary Mission. Canary Mission is a massive website that is now more than a decade old, that has targeted many of us who have ever said anything about Palestine. They will find every internet quote about you, they will find your best and worst picture, and then they will call a prospective employer. And they will call a prospective graduate school admissions officer, right? And among the things we know about the members of our community who have been targeted by ICE is that some of them have had in common that they've been targeted by sites like Canary Mission. Now, as Canary Mission grows, and really no one has been able to stop it, we're finding teachers ending up on there, high school students ending up on there, right? And so bills like AB 715 make it possible for somebody sitting on the internet in another community to be like, oh yeah, let me file a complaint against this teacher. It's moved through the Assembly, it's moved through the Senate, and it's not the only bill that we're fighting in California. I like to brag that California is the best of all the states. I know that's really offensive to say in a place like Michigan, the only other state I would move to. But it is being driven by capital D Democrats, is something else that we need to keep in mind. The members of the Jewish Legislative Caucus in California are good on other things, like housing and homelessness and immigration. But they're really bad on this, and they're unapologetically bad on this. They are threatening other members of the legislature. They're attempting to undermine other progressive legislation in California, all to move AB 715 forward. So it has passed in the Assembly, it has passed in the Senate. Tens of thousands of California residents, and by the way, every major educational institution. We watched that Senate Education Committee in California, the California Faculty Association, the California Teachers Association, the California Superintendents, all of them said, this bill is bad, we don't want it. And the members of the Senate Education Committee voted nonetheless to move it forward. And even our friends abstained because there's too much on the line for them to vote no. And so it moved through the Education Committee against every every voice in education in California said, don't do this, this is bad, this will impact students, this will impact teachers. By the way, it's a waste of money. Who's going to pay for the anti-Semitism coordinator, and how are you not going to end up with many, many lawsuits because all of us are going to say, well, I want a coordinator, you want a coordinator, you want a, like, right, we all want a coordinator. It is now on the governor's desk. He could sign it. He should veto it. And all of you, Californian or otherwise, should call him. Because we all know he wants to run for higher office. Mm-hmm. It's called Assembly Bill 715. Call Governor Gavin Newsom, tell him that he should veto it. That if he is truly a champion of free speech, if he is truly as anti-Trump as he claims to be, and if he truly really wants all of us to support him in his pursuit of higher office, he will do the right thing. What we worry about is that what happens in California may set the tone, or is already setting the tone for everywhere else.
Yeah, please.
I really appreciate Manar's question about the need to think strategically and have infrastructure and a long-term game plan and have that 1,000-page bill ready to go when the time is right. And I don't want to telegraph it because we are on live stream and I don't know who all is watching it, but there are those plans in place. But we can analogize the situation to apartheid South Africa and how that was dealt with in this country. Look, apartheid South Africa became a pariah state in this country and throughout the world, and I think if you look at the case of Israel today, the same thing is rapidly becoming the case. How many of you all saw the war criminal Netanyahu's address to the UNGA yesterday? I know you're not clapping for his speech, but I know you're clapping because everyone walked out. And what better symbol of Israel's global pariah status is there than that, speaking to an empty hall of the UN? So, as I mentioned at the outset of my remarks, public opinion is rapidly changing in this country so that Israel is also becoming a global pariah in this country. And if we look at the history of the anti-apartheid movement in this country, we saw how when South African apartheid became such a pariah, then finally, again, the politicians are always the last one to get it. No offense to Representative Khanna, because he's not the last one to get it. But for most of the politicians, they're always the last one to get it. And they're responding to public opinion. And that's what happened in the case of apartheid South Africa. Look, South Africa was our strategic ally in Southern Africa for many, many decades of the Cold War, in the same way that many politicians posit that Israel is the strategic ally of the United States in the Middle East today. But lo and behold, South Africa became ostracized, turned into a pariah state in the international arena. You had growing civil society movements for boycotting, divestment, and sanctioning South Africa. That is the model for the Palestinian struggle. Explicitly, if you read the BDS call, it's modeled on the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. And so what that did in the United States was that it forced what at first was a very lonely effort by a few courageous, brave, progressive members of Congress to put forward a bill for comprehensive sanctions on apartheid South Africa. And when that was first introduced, it was only a handful of members of Congress who supported it. But eventually it became the law of the land. And even when President Reagan vetoed that bill, Congress still gathered up the votes to override that veto and impose comprehensive sanctions on apartheid South Africa. Now, I believe that it's rapidly becoming the case that we are going to get to the point where we have a bill in Congress for comprehensive sanctions on the apartheid state of Israel, and that we are going to win that battle.
Okay, I know we only have a few minutes left. I'm going to do one dark thing, and then I'm going to do something positive. I swear we'll walk out of here with something positive. What is the thing that is, and I mean this on the policy front, so I know there's a lot more to say here, but what is the thing on the policy front that is keeping you up at night?
There's so many.
Well, yeah.
I'll go with one. I think the failure of the opposition party, which right now is the Democratic Party, from being able to mobilize against a growing authoritarian threat of this increased federalized police force. They weren't able to prevent the big, beautiful bill, which just injected tens of billions of dollars more into ICE annually. And living in Washington, D.C., I get to literally look on the map before I leave my house to figure out, hey, is my normal route to the office or to this place or to that meeting going to put me in the middle of a literal checkpoint in the same way that my family in the West Bank have to go through checkpoints where the IDF holds machine guns in their face? Or do I need to go a different route today? Because that inability to push back against these authoritarian powers that we are seeing, that unwillingness to see the through line from Palestine to what is happening in the United States today is going to put us in a situation where, from a policy perspective, we won't have the ability to be able to organize and to push back. And that's why it's so important that we are all invested every single day in ensuring that that doesn't happen. That means we have to build partnerships and alliances across other issues, because Palestine is the cutting edge issue of so many other things, whether it is immigration, increased police retaliation and aggression against our communities, environmental issues, public health issues, economic issues. Palestine is all of those in one. And so we have to be able to communicate with people who care about these other issues, regardless of if they are prioritizing fighting for Palestinian rights. Because if we don't fight for Palestinian rights, if we don't fight for an end to the occupation and the genocide, if we don't fight against authoritarian fascism here in the United States, it is going to make it impossible for us to do this work politically moving forward.
So many things. Who sleeps at night? What is this question? It is, for me, the way in which all of everything Tariq described is also moving at the local level. Because as we work quickly to build infrastructure or resource infrastructure that exists, it's at the city level, it's at the county level, it's at the state level, and folks are barely keeping up. And what passes or moves or is tolerated in one place spreads. Like what Tariq described started with first when ICE descended in Los Angeles, right? And now DC, and now all of these other places. And so it's that whack-a-mole nature of what's coming next and where, while anyone who bravely attempts to challenge it in any way is also asking the question of how do I protect myself? How do I protect my loved ones? And those of us that don't get snatched up are wondering who around us will get snatched up next.
I don't have anything to add.
Nobody's clapping for people being snatched up, just to be clear.
We're also not clapping for the UN address yesterday.
Ditto what my co-panelists said. Couldn't say it better.
Just moderator's privilege. I'm just going to add to the list of dark, since dark is clearly my thing. The university and colleges piece keeps me up at night, because our young people should not live in a world where they cannot explore, learn. Like, that is not the college experience I have. Even make mistakes. We should be able to do that as young people, to figure out who we are and what we believe in. And the way that these kids are not just being silenced, but being punished for potentially their entire lives is devastating to me. But also, never seen a braver movement than the kids on these campuses. I was like, my generation did not have that in us. We were raised to stay in line most of the time. Not these guys. These guys don't stay in line. Okay, last question, says I see that our time is up. There are good things happening. I've actually heard them from all of you at this point, but can you give people one thing to walk away with that they can do? Many of us feel powerless. we stay up at night in our beds feeling like looking at whatever social media outlet and feeling terrible. What is something that people can do that has meaning? It can be something that has immediate impact or not, but like what can people do on the policy front?
They can keep doing. Tariq quoted Linda and saying, are we doing enough? There's always one more phone call to make. In California this week, we've been urging people to call Governor Gavin Newsom, and people are calling every day. There's this like, well, I did it. No, you could do it again. You can email again. You can choose where you spend your money, and you can lift other people up who are doing this work. You heard about a lot of organizations on this stage. Some of us work for them, we reference them, support them, right? So put your money where your mouth is. Do you love Palestine more than the other side loves apartheid? Do you love Palestine more than the other side cares about its self-interest? I believe you do. And so make the phone call, send the email, and then put your money where your mouth is.
I'll be really quick, but I'm going to ask the audience a question first. How many of you donated to a political campaign in 2024? Raise your hand. A decent number of you. How many of you did it and it went to a candidate that had no shot of winning? Raise your hand. Okay, so I think what I'm seeing is that we are giving to people because they're aligned, and I think that's really important. But if we want to build real power, we need to make sure that we are also supporting people who have the capacity, the capability, the infrastructure to be successful. And I'm not saying that you have to do all of the vetting on your own, because like Linda said yesterday, there are experts who are doing this work every single day to try and help you understand who is out there, who can do this work. And I also want to be clear, just because Zohran started at 1% does not mean that we should not have supported him, because look at where he is now. He is about to be the mayor of the most important city in the United States, and that is huge. So we need to be supporting people who are aligned, who have values, who are authentic, who are genuine people, and who care about making this country and their communities better places. But trust experts. Trust the people who are doing the work. And on our PAC's website, we are going to be announcing candidates who we are supporting because they are aligned on values and because we have interviewed them, we have talked to their team, and we know that they have the infrastructure, and you can give directly through a new policy PAC's conduit page. And so one thing that I am telling everyone is give through infrastructure that gives our communities more power. That is the most important thing that we can do to send a message to every single politician, every single elected member of Congress, every single candidate for federal office, that we are here, we're not going away, we are going to stay engaged, and we are going to take power back, and we're going to change American politics forever.
I feel like I know what you're going to say, but go for it.
I mean, in this time of fascism and authoritarianism and white supremacy and the dismantlement of the rule of law, it's very dangerous times, to just be like a complete understatement. And the Trump administration and the president himself, bully. The Israel lobby, bully. You don't back down to a bully. If you back down to a bully, they're only going to give you more. And so what we have to do is stand up to the bullies who are trying to silence us. And everyone has their own lane. Everyone has their own avenue to make an impact, whether it's writing letters or going to a demonstration or holding meetings or making donations. All of these things matter. Keep on doing it. Don't be intimidated, because if you give a bully an inch, they'll take a mile.
Thank you all. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists, not just for being here, but for the work they do every day.
Is it on? Cool? Good? All right. Okay, so how's everyone doing? Everyone's doing good. So I did some shopping. So this is from Tarathi, right here. I got something for me and something for my wife. You see? She's looking and she's like, he's never bought me anything. But you can get this, like I said, at the Bissouk, right across the theater. This right here from Tarathi. And Sirdawiya has these beautiful kafiyas. There's a lot of names that it goes by, but this is a beautiful design. I really like that right there, this nice design. I love it. It's amazing. And the best part about these is that all of the proceeds will go to our brothers and sisters in Gaza. That's the best part about these. So make sure they're going to be open all day. So make sure to head over there and check them out. All right, we're going to go to our next panel discussion. And it's about social media. So, as global outrage over Israel's actions in Gaza grows, major tech platforms have increasingly moved to suppress pro-Palestinian voices, shadow ban dissent, and shape public perception through the opaque algorithms and content moderation policies. This panel explores how social media and tech giants have become gatekeepers of political discourse, limiting what we see, hear, and say, particularly when it challenges U.S. foreign policy or criticizes Israel. What are the implications for digital rights, movement organizing, and the future of public debate in an age of algorithmic control? And how do we resist? So here are our speakers. He is the developer and founder of Tech for Palestine, Tom Hall. He is the founder of Upscrolled, Issam Hijazi. And our moderator is the vice president of policy and programming at MPAC. Please welcome Tarin.
Good afternoon, Dearborn. I think you can do a little bit better than that. Good afternoon, Dearborn. There you go. Ahlan wa sahlan. Thank you all so much for joining us in this very important conversation. I'm going to start off by asking you all a question first before I get to my esteemed panelists. I will ask you a question, because you are the consumer of social media. You guys are the engagers of social media. You're the ones that actually, we all make social media run, and we're the engine of social media. So I'm going to ask you all, how many of you have a social media account? Whether Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Upscroll. Yeah. Right, I have an Upscroll account, so
awesome.
Yes.
I'll make sure everyone have before we end
before
this today.
Before we leave. So you all do. But there's going to be a follow-up question to that. How many of you feel in the past 2 years that what you've said online in regards to the what you've said online in regards to the genocide and the domestic issues that are, of course, as a result of the genocide, how many of you feel that your content, your posts, your engagement on social media has actually been diminished and shadow banned and impacted? Clap if you believe so. This is the majority of the room, and I'm going to go into why your feelings are actually valid. What you're feeling, and you may not have the technological terms for it, you may not have the technological understanding, but what you're feeling is true and valid. And there's two reasons for this. Because after the genocide, and I call this different forms of occupation. Of course, we have the occupation itself in the Palestinian territories, and in Gaza and the West Bank, and then that is the physical occupation. But there's other types of occupation that takes place. One of them is technological occupation, what I call. Technological occupation is these big tech companies who control a large part of our lives and impact a large part of our lives. They, many of them, the founders of these tech companies, the investors of these tech companies, the senior employees of these tech companies, have deep connections and deep relationships with the state of Israel. And the technology and the cybersecurity industry in the state of Israel. You know, there's a fascinating statistic that always, as someone who has worked in government and now works in the advocacy space, that scares me as an American. Upwards of 65% of the cybersecurity firms that deal with keeping our companies, our institutions safe from attack are actually based in Israel, in Tel Aviv. That's fascinating. And we ask this of members of Congress all the time. Do you feel safe that our cyber infrastructure is in the hands of a foreign country, regardless of who that foreign country, and especially a foreign country that we know that has a deep hand in our affairs here in the US? That is the state that we're dealing with. And after the genocide started on October 7th, we saw numbers skyrocket in what we call shadow banning, AI moderating, making sure that your voice are actually minimized when you talk about what is actually happening on the ground. We saw, in terms of Facebook engagement, with Palestinian media outlets, prior to October 7th, pre-October 7th, there was, when you opened Facebook, you would probably get a 7 to 10% engagement with pro-Palestinian news outlets. Post-October 7th, that went down to 1%, according to Human Rights Watch. According to Human Rights Watch, and I'll give you a very specific number that should really scare all of us. Between October 7th and the end of November of 2023, Facebook took down 1,050 posts, pro-Palestinian posts. 1,049 of them were peaceful, that just talked about the genocide, what was happening on the ground. So they even took down posts and have continued to do so since then, of peaceful, non-violent posts that don't even contradict or violate their own internal policies. That is what we're dealing with. That is where we are as a community. That is where we are as an international community. These big firms have control over what we choose to post and what we choose to say. And then there's a second form. There's political occupation. The political occupation is people like Mitt Romney when he says the next fight after October 7th is for social media. It's for TikTok. They're winning the war. They're winning the digital war. Why? Because we were able to see on maybe things like TikTok, babies being killed, homes being destroyed, families being massacred. We were able to see that with our own eyes. They saw that as us having an upper hand in the war, in the occupational war for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So there's the political war. People like Mitt Romney and others have said this outwardly. TikTok was just being bought this past few days. TikTok, which was one of the platforms that actually was not even pro, but was neutral in some sense after October 7th, now being bought out by the Ellison family, which will completely change the content, the algorithms, and the nature of how TikTok has worked over the past decade. That's the landscape that we're dealing with. And so what I'm going to do is ask our panelists to talk a little bit about that. Why is this happening? How can they actually do this and get away with it? And then what are some alternatives? How can we as communities, we as domestic and international communities, start to push back against these billionaire tech companies that control so much of what we say and now even try to control what we think? So I'll start with you, Issam. Can you talk to us a little bit about what shadow banning is? For most of us who don't know what shadow banning is, what is AI moderating? How are they able to do this with our posts and our engagement online?
Yeah, absolutely. So shadow banning really in simple terms is the process that these big tech companies impose systematically to restrict the content reach for its users. For example, you're on Instagram, you post something, and then you don't see your normal followers actually view or see your content, whether that's a video or text or images, depends on the platform that you use. And what's happening really behind the scene, technically speaking, let's say you have 1,000 followers. The shadow banning, systematically how it works is, it says only show this content to 5%, for example, of your followers. So that means only 5% random people that follow you will be able to see the content that you post. And I said systematically because they are actually things that they can switch on and off, depends on what they think right or wrong. And they use things like, against the policy, against the regularity, and things that really what they mean is against the propaganda that they serve or the people that they serve. So basically that is what shadow banning is. Behind the scenes also, there is a lot of algorithms that do a lot of this work. So algorithm, we've been hearing about AI a lot for the past 4 or 5 years, and a lot of these tech companies uses AI to do content moderation. And I want to explain to you what is AI content moderation so you have an understanding of how that works. So the way it works, in very simple words, you have lots of data like images, video, text that get ingested, and then there's a human process where they label the data. They say this video is good, this video is bad, this text as a whole is good, this one is bad. This is in very simple terms. After that's done, after that's human process done, now it gets to the training of these models. These models will be trained on these content that has been marked by these different users that work for them. And after that, it gets employed into production where they start to score the content that you post on these social media platform. So, with Meta, they probably have labeled many of the pro-Palestinian content as bad. So these AI algorithms picks up any pro-Palestinian content automatically and label it as bad. So that comes automatic without having a human intervention to do that. And then
even if it doesn't violate their own.
Even if it doesn't. And this is where the bias happens, Harris. So the user who do the labeling for the content first before training the model itself could be biased by nature. They could be coming, for example, from IDF, and that's what they do. Could be coming from IOF. So these people deliberately would make and label this content as bad. So these machine learning algorithm would pick it up. And then Meta would come a year after, say, it's a bug. It's something error in the system, but what really happens is not really a bug. There is nothing. These algorithms don't work unless you tell them what to do, and this is driven by human first before they are able to do automatic actions and decisioning of what's right and what's wrong against their policy. So that's why a lot of pro-Palestinian content get flagged. A lot of pro-Palestinian users, get banned many times. We've got, a role model here, Mo Hamza. His account have been, for example, suspended from Meta about 20 times, and they continue to catch him no matter what he does. I mean, he changed his name, he changed his profile avatar, everything, even device, I believe, but they still were able to catch him easily. And this is because of using technologies like AI and machine learning, which will detect anything that he posts or similar users and automatically flag it and then ban it and automatically have it shadow banned so it doesn't be seen by different users. And the bad news here, Harris, is going to get worse.
Wow.
So this is not going to get better. I mean, if you...
Why will they get worse?
I mean, it's becoming more political now, more than a technology thing. I mean, if you look at TikTok recently, they've hired IOF. Now, Harry Ellison from Oracle is going to own a big chunk of that. I used to work with Oracle, and I understand the power of Oracle, the infrastructure that they have. And I don't know if you've seen a video yesterday or maybe today where Netanyahu been saying, or telling people the importance of fighting, not only with drones and guns and bombs, but also using social media platforms. and the importance of the TikTok acquisition that is happening now, as well as X, as well as saying that Elon Musk is his friend, Israel friends. So that tells you something about the future, what's going to happen. Everybody's going to be shadow banned even more. Your content is going to be really within what they claim to be free speech. And that's why it's going to get worse.
Thank you for that, Issam. Tom, I want to start by a quote from Jonathan Greenblatt. How many of you know who Jonathan Greenblatt is? Okay. Jonathan Greenblatt is the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, America's largest Jewish and pro-Israel group, where he was recorded in a gathering. It was a secret recording that came out where he said he believes that this is now a generational fight. Support for Israel is a generational fight. That it's about the college campuses and it's about social media. And that was what he was referring to, that the fight now must go away from the lobbying on the Hill. We've already occupied Congress. Now how do we move over to winning this battle? And you're the founder of Tech for Palestine. And can you tell us a little bit why you founded it and how you think companies like yours can actually be transformative in pushing back against this narrative?
Yeah, thank you, Habash. So first of all, I want to say hi, Dearborn. I was actually born here, so my family moved away from Dearborn 50 years ago, so I'm dating myself. But he's absolutely right. It is largely social media. TikTok, in fact, 2 years ago, when October 7th happened, I was in the habit of scrolling TikTok for a couple hours before bed every night because I have no life. And I started seeing a lot of content about what was happening in Palestine. And I learned so much from these just brief TikToks, like, Sim Kern was here speaking yesterday, their videos, Katie Bogan, Guy Christensen, who's around here. A lot of these videos where people were just saying things I just had never heard before in my life growing up in America. So ethnocracy, Zionism, which, to be quite frank with you, I've been what they call chronically online for 30 years now. And I ran a discussion forum for 20 years, and I always understood Zionism to be a code word that white supremacists would use for Jews. Like, that was what I thought it was. So whenever anybody said Zionist, I just immediately discounted it. I'm like, oh, Nazi, And so when I first started learning from TikTok about Zionism and about it being a political ideology and about the history of the Nakba and the 67 occupation and on and on and on, I'm learning all of this in snippets from TikTok. And very quickly, of course, the government and everybody else is starting to say TikTok is pro-Hamas, and we've got to stop TikTok. I mean, there's too much propaganda on there, which was just actual facts about things. So to Issam's point earlier, last summer, TikTok hired a former IOF instructor to be the manager of hate speech on TikTok, which is...
Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, a former IOF instructor to be the manager of hate speech on TikTok. And this is, across all the platforms, this is what they do. There's constant conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. And they say, and now you see legislation coming out saying, you have to, like Trump is telling companies, you're going to lose federal funding, or companies, organizations, NGOs, everything. You're going to lose funding unless you do a tougher job on anti-Semitism. And that is just the code word for anything that's, anti-Zionist. So I think I might have forgotten your question, but...
No, how can platforms that like Tech for Palestine that you've created created.
Yeah. So let me first address the elephant in the room. In case anybody here has been following Tech for Palestine, you might have thought that Paul Bigger is the one who started Tech for Palestine, and you would be right. But I came on the day that it launched and have been on the management team and helping to build the incubator for the last 2 years now. So he told me, go ahead and call yourself founder. But Tech for Palestine is an advocacy supporter. Like, if you don't know much about tech, in tech, you have something called incubators and accelerators. And incubators are, like Y Combinator, for example, is a popular incubator. And what they do is they invest in startups. And then if the startup is very successful, then Y Combinator gets a cut of it. And, they helped launch this startup. So we're doing the same thing for advocacy organizations for pro-Palestine stuff, except without all the equity. The vast majority of the projects that we support are nonprofit or not-for-profit. And if you have a project, an advocacy project, and you apply, we interview you, we offer mentorship. We have a big pool of volunteers we can help match to help build your project. We do marketing, social media outreach, all sorts of, we have connections throughout the ecosystem with all of the orgs like No Tech for Apartheid, No Azure for Apartheid, et cetera. And we will just help you build this advocacy thing. And it's a bit of a misnomer, Tech for Palestine, because it doesn't have to be a tech project. What we believe, our theory of change, is that in order for projects to have impact at scale, tech helps with that. So any project that you have, you want to help Palestinians find jobs. We have a project that does that. We went on boycotting media analysis, News Corps boycott, Find a Protest. These are all projects upscrolled that have been incubated in the Tech for Palestine incubator. And we help advocacy projects use tech to scale and to have greater impact. So
I want to ask the audience a question. How many of you are on TikTok? Sorry? Did you say something about TikTok? I am not. Okay. So we have a good number of folks in the room who's on TikTok. And over the past years, especially towards the beginning of the genocide, TikTok was actually a platform that many people used to voice the opposition to the mainstream narrative about what was happening in Gaza. Yep. It was a powerful tool initially. And then, of course, there was a lot of controversy around it. And one of the controversies was because of the fact that it was being used by anti-genocide folks to promote the narrative. Now, with the purchase of TikTok by a very conservative, pro-Trump, pro-Israel family and a group of investors, how is that going to impact what many young Americans who, after October 7th, for the first time, as you said, Tom, your eyes were open to what Zionism actually was. And if you look through TikTok, you would see dozens of accounts of young Americans who were from like Alabama and from Arkansas or from Connecticut who said, you know what, this is the first time I've seen what's happening on the ground. And I know about the occupation now. I know about the genocide. I know about the history of this land through TikTok. What's the consequence, I want to ask you both, of now this family or this group purchasing TikTok, Elon Musk having control over X now, and of course Meta and the other companies, we know their history. What's going to happen to many of us who are on these platforms, and how is it going to impact us?
That's an excellent question. So Larry Ellison, the owner of Oracle, is the biggest contributor to the IDF Friends.
The Friends for IDF.
Friends for IDF charity, right?
Yeah, that's right.
His last contribution was about 16 million, and that still you something. So if that person, who's friend with Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel in general, is going to own 80% of TikTok, moving on. And if Netanyahu himself saying this today or yesterday, the importance of utilizing TikTok and X to spread their narrative, that tells you a lot of things. They understand the danger that TikTok has created, obviously, and social media in general, of reaching out to every person across the globe and making or showing the real face of Israel to the world. And now they want to control that, just like they controlled CNN, just like they control Fox News and all the other media outlets. They understand now this is the new tool to control the brains of the young generation everywhere. And they want to ensure that they send them messages that they want to brainwash the next generation and so on. So your question is, it's going to get even worse. So if we were talking about shadow banning, I think at some point we will not be able to speak out about anything that's pro-Palestinian or anything that goes against their propaganda in general. And this is just the beginning. I mean, we're just seeing the beginning of this control that they're going to start imposing.
Tom, from your perspective, do you see it getting worse? Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to get worse. Sorry, everybody. I'm channeling Bassem now, but I think so. Haris, in the beginning, you were talking about the how closely aligned the Israeli tech system is with the U.S. tech system, and it's worse than anybody really knows or can imagine. There's something called Unit 8200 in Israel, which is their cyber crimes unit and intelligence unit, and they literally just funnel people to big tech in the U.S. So if you're on LinkedIn, the chief product officer of LinkedIn is former Unit 8200. If you're on Meta, like half of the executive team is former 8200. I mean, they don't even hide it. They'll put it on their LinkedIn profile. Like, you just have to usually scroll back a long way through their history, and then you'll see Israeli intelligence. So it's not going to get better. We need to build our own systems of where we can have freedom from those algorithms. And that's why we support Upscrolled, because it is a pro-Palestinian platform, which is just to say that, it's not suppressing or censoring Palestinian content.
So since you mentioned Upscrolled, Issam, could you talk to us a little bit about why you created Upscrolled, what it is, and how can people support third-party platforms so that we can continue to encourage the growth of these platforms?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just give you a little story about why I founded Upscrolled and a little background about myself. So, Issam Hijazi, I'm originally from Palestine. I was born in Jordan because, most of Palestinians were born in Jordan and elsewhere around the world. Currently, I'm living in Australia. I've been having, I have experience with big tech for the past 17 years. And since the genocide happened, and still happening, it changed everything in me, my perspective to life, to work, to what I want to look for. And I felt I was complicit by working for these big techs. And I've seen many users, friends, family being shadow banned, their voice being shut on these different platforms. And I was one of those users. I was posting about what's happening in the genocide. And I've got friends all over Europe, the US, and everywhere asking them, do you see this content? They say, what content? So I've seen this firsthand. And I've got family as well in Gaza. 60 of them got killed during the genocide, just like many other people probably in this room as well. So I was deeply affected by what happened, and I felt compelled to create something, to contribute back in my capacity, which I will add in the end, one suggestion to everyone before leaving the room. So I decided to quit my career, my professional career, which many people saw as, successful one, and I decided to devote myself to build an alternative social media platform, which many would tell me, you're crazy, you're trying to compete with Meta, you're trying to compete with X, TikTok. But I tell them, if we don't try, we'll never know. That's number one. Number two, if we don't start building alternative and become independent from all these digital platforms out there, then we're not going to be able to make it too far. I mean, it's great to go out in the street and protest. It's great to gather and talk and share and all that. But if we don't become independent, digitally speaking, with platforms, with products, and then help one another to grow these platforms, we will not be able to get far. And the reason for this, all these big tech, all these politicians talk money, they talk power, they talk about control. And we're helping them by using these other platforms. We're profiting them. We're generating money for them. We're making them more powerful every day, whether that we're by using or scrolling on TikTok or Instagram and so on. So long story short, I said, let's create the platform. So I dedicated myself building the platform last year. We've launched Upscrolled about a couple of months ago. To those who doesn't know Upscrolled, it's a social media platform similar to Instagram, similar to X, and very soon similar to TikTok, because I know people love to scroll through videos. So you'll have similar functionalities in terms of sharing, following people, building audience, editing videos and having stories, messaging internally, DM and all that. So all these functionalities are within the platform itself. There are tens and tens of thousands joining the platform monthly. I've been surprised, to be honest with you, when we launched the platform the second day, we're starting to see hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 20, 30, increasing on because we know people are looking for an alternative. They're sick and tired of being shadow banned. They understand the pain of posting and not having their content or voice being reached on other platforms. So this is basically what Upscrolled is.
Good.
It is an app. It's available on the App Store as well.
Upscrolled. UPSCROLLED. Upscrolled.
So up from going up, and then scrolled from scrolling. So Upscrolled.
Yes. So you can definitely you can go to your App Store, download it, but you can do it after the session, so you can pay attention to our panelists.
Yeah. Well, you can do it now as well.
I don't mind it. You can do it. That's fine. They don't mind. So a question about big tech, because big tech now impacts so much of our lives. I'm in Washington D.C. I now see the convergence of big tech, Palantir, of course Microsoft has been there for years, Amazon, Meta. They're always having lunch or dinner with the president, and they're talking about big investments. What we're seeing is our data is being monopolized by these companies. The military-industrial complex and the tech complex are now almost one and the same, and they work together. We saw what happened in terms of Microsoft providing data for going after specific Palestinians and drone usage and all of that. Can you talk about, so when it comes to big tech, is everyone in the C-suite level at big tech, are they all willingly supportive of the occupation and the genocide and the state of Israel? Or are they being forced by politicians, by lobbyists, by investors? Why are they so fully aligned when they are supposed to be, quote unquote, the independent ones, creating new spaces, creating new narratives, and changing lives? Why are they so backed? Why do they back the state of Israel and the occupation and genocide so willingly?
Ron, you want to start with that?
They're greedy. They make a lot of money that way.
But don't the Gulf countries have money that they can also that they invest in a lot of these
it hurts me.
They do. They
do.
Yeah.
So please, I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of people. There's this myth that Google used to have a motto, "Do no evil," and that they have since betrayed it. The truth is that they never had that motto. It was something that one of the founders said in an interview, and it was never part of their official policy. Their policy has been make money from the beginning, by any means possible. And that's why Google and Amazon and Microsoft and all of these big players are on the BDS list, because they're all corrupt, complicit, and just doing what they need to do to make profits. And unfortunately, we saw that, plain as day when they were all lined up behind Trump the other day to celebrate his willingness to not make them pay taxes. So, Yes, I think the Gulf countries could invest. There are alternatives, but you have to go to Switzerland or Iceland or Sweden. They have alternatives to these cloud companies, but all of them combined are 0.1% of the cloud capacity out there. Everything else is Amazon, Google, and Microsoft.
And to the point of their leadership being so pro-Israel and pro-genocide, I know that they're driven by greed and they're driven by money, but money can also be made on the other side, right? Like there is money in different places and spaces. Who is pushing them, right? For those average Americans who don't know the tech sector well, is it lobbyists? Is it the state of Israel?
It is. It's definitely the state of Israel. I mean, I think everybody saw Elon Musk came out and said something marginally anti-Israel on his platform, and they flew him to Israel and they gave him the birthright tour, and he came back and banned from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, from his platform, and he's supposed to be the champion of free speech. So there's certainly that influence.
Okay, Tom, you said something pains you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with that. I'll come to that. But okay. Yeah, I mean, lobbying. They do a lot of lobbying, and they're very structured in doing that. Okay. They know where to go. They know who to speak with. They've got organization which know where to put the money in, and people who are greedy, willing to take the money and then do actions accordingly. And yeah, I mean, it aches me because the Gulf countries, they have a lot of money, and these same Gulf countries are making a lot of investments in the US towards companies that are complicit in the genocide. So we're talking about the Gulf countries, I don't know, about a couple of trillions, I believe. When Trump went to Saudi and Qatar, there you go. I mean, this money, not all of it, I mean, give a few billions to Arabs, Middle Eastern, Muslims, Christians in that region's entrepreneurs, and you will see them flourish. But they rather have this money invested elsewhere. And this tells you another thing: complicity. They're complicit in the genocide, and we all know that. I mean, I was born in Jordan. I know how the government works there. I know how the government works in the Middle East. They work for America. They work for Israel. I mean, they are all Zionists, 100%.
So. No, please clap. Please clap. I don't want to stop you from clapping. I don't want to stop you from clapping. So, is there any hope? I'm going to be Mehdi tonight, and you can be Basim. Is there any hope? So, we heard just a couple of days ago that Microsoft banned the state of Israel from using some of its services that was spying directly on Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza. Is there hope? Is there a public outrage if we organize, if communities organize, if we push back and we do boycotts and we talk to Congress and we talk to our representatives and we start to structure and lobby, maybe not with the same resources yet, but eventually get to there, because the American public perception has also shifted, right? For the first time, over 50% of Americans are siding with the Palestinians' struggle than they are with Israelis. Is there any hope in a lot of these conversations? Can we organize?
I think I'm going to be Bassem Youssef, a little bit pessimistic here. It requires a lot of work, okay. And these people only understand money. So once we stop funding or making profit for them, then things will start changing. Unless that happens, it's gonna be completely difficult. I mean, they give us, some hope, like Microsoft. They're not doing this minor, and then we're happy because the UN said, "Oh, we recognize the state of Palestine." I mean, what does that mean? I mean, end the genocide. That's when you will have our respect. Just giving us wars and having people continue to be killed every single day, as we speak now, that doesn't solve the problem. I mean, we shouldn't be happy or hopeful so much when we, hear the UN or some politicians say, "Oh, we recognize this." I mean, who the fuck cares about what you say? We recognize Palestine since 1948 and before that. Right. So we all should be thinking strategically and cutting ties with these companies actually boycotting them, uninstalling their apps, and showing them that we really have power and we don't need you anymore. And before ending this, I just want to add one thing. I think each one of us has certain skills, and each one of us should be employing the skills that we have towards, free Palestine in a way. I mean, some of us are great in tech, some of us are great in music, some of us are great in journalism, and so on and so forth. So I believe everyone should be starting creating their own alternatives, and each one of us starting supporting one another, because that's the way forward. That's how they do it, and that's how we can only do it. When I say they, I mean Zionists. They became powerful because they're helping one another, and they became so big. And we became weaker because we're not. We only can become stronger once we become one and helping each other.
Tom, I'll ask you that as well. Is there any hope for the sector? And also, what can folks do? As Issam just mentioned, of course, making sure that we're empowering each other, investing in each other. But is there hope from where you sit in terms of this engagement and moving forward?
Yeah, so since Issam is channeling Bassem now, I guess I'll be Mehdi.
Good.
Everybody subscribe to Zeteo, by the way. Yes, but I think that it's really important to understand that a lot of the change, like even this Microsoft thing that you referenced with they're not going to sell certain services to Unit 8200 anymore, that came pushed from within. So there's an organization called No Azure for Apartheid, works within Microsoft to push for these changes. And then there's No Tech for Apartheid, which is Amazon associated. There's No Apples for Apartheid or No Apples for Genocide. And there's all of these tech organizations, but they don't have enough people. They have 100,000 employees and maybe 20 people in these organizations, and it's ridiculous. And after 30 years in tech, I can tell you that this is just because there's way too much money for these people to put their jobs on the line. They're getting paid $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year. They don't want to push the envelope. So we need people in tech to start speaking up and being more active. That's one thing. The second thing, yeah, you can clap for that. Thank you. The second thing is LinkedIn, of all places. 2 years ago, when I first discovered Tech for Palestine was starting up and I joined, the main reason that I joined is because Paul Bigger, who founded it, he wrote a blog post called I Can't Sleep about the horror of the genocide. And he is this, Silicon Valley entrepreneur who started a multi-billion-dollar company, and he's got some cred in Silicon Valley, and he writes this blog post that just calls out venture capitalists by name and says, you people are complicit in genocide, I'm not going to ever do business with you again, et cetera, et cetera. And the very first thing, of course, that the CEO of the company he co-founded did was to oust him from the board and announce it publicly on LinkedIn that he was being ousted from the board. And immediately, that post on LinkedIn started getting flooded by Zionists in the professional community under their real names, lauding the company for taking this action against Paul. And that was the first time that I realized, if I want to speak, truth about what is happening, and I want people to listen to me, and I want to put my money where my mouth is, I'm going to do it on LinkedIn. And previously it was just a professional network. I just went on there to connect with people I worked with. I didn't really care about LinkedIn. I never posted there. But now I post there regularly. I've grown 4,000 connections in the last 2 years.
So are you telling us not to post our food pics on Instagram and go to LinkedIn?
Go to LinkedIn. I mean, because the thing about LinkedIn is there is content suppression there, but there's less of it because, you're there with your real name, you're with your real company, with your real, and they make their money from your participation on LinkedIn. And so if they do suppress content, don't get me wrong. I mean, they ban people for no reason. Mondo Weiss, their page was banned in early 2024 for no reason and will never be returned. And inside sources suggest that it was a campaign internal to LinkedIn to make sure that page was never allowed to be on there again. But it's a place where you can go, and unlike Instagram and unlike Facebook, you're not going to get channeled into like some niche corner where nobody ever sees what you write. Like, I do the same thing.
Great, that's
Cool.
great. But I just really want them to. I've got 2 profiles on LinkedIn, and I've tried for like 5 years to combine these profiles. I could not do it. I just need help with that. But no, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to the gentleman here? I think we all know how important tech is in all of our lives. It impacts every single one of us. Our freedom of expression, our data, our privacy, what we post, how we communicate with each other, it's all related to tech. And I think the lesson that we can learn from today, number one, is we need to be informed. We really need to be informed about what we're using, how we're using these platforms, and the potential alternatives for these platforms. I think that's the number one thing, is continue having these conversations and making sure that not only you, but your kids as well. I mean, our kids are on all of these platforms, and how do they engage with these platforms? That's the first thing. The second thing is support our own. That is a key lesson learned. If we're not supporting our own, if we're not supporting our own platforms, then those platforms will continue to shine, those platforms will continue to win. And number three, organize. We organize, hopefully, around government engagement. We organize on protests and advocacy. We need to now think about organizing around tech. We have so much Muslim, Arab, South Asian tech leaders in Silicon Valley, in Washington, around the country, so many Arab American associations for tech and different organizations, but we don't organize and we don't push an agenda. And I think what the genocide has taught us is that if we don't get organized, if we're not pushing, then they will continue to win the narrative. So thank you again for our panelists, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you.
founder of Mic Drop Media, Sam Ali.
Hey, everyone. How's everyone doing? Everyone's recharged? Everyone's got something to eat? Everyone's good? Everyone's fine? We're going to get a little bit more people going to be trickling in right now. I'm like covered in like za'atar dust right now. Like there's not, like, what did you eat? It was so delicious. It was amazing. And it's great that there's just so many places all around Dearborn where you can get za'atar, or so many places where you can get coffee. It's just, you can kind of try it out. That's what I've been telling a lot of people who are, from out of town. Just try out everything. Try everything and, and figure out what you like. The Bissouk, they were like, he's going to bring up the Bissouk. I know he's going to do it. Everyone has checked it out? The Bissouk and everything? That's awesome. It's great. A lot of great stuff. Kind of just shout out. What are some things that you kind of found interesting? Maybe some stuff that maybe back home that you haven't seen. What's been your favorite part of the Bissouk? The Jerusalem coin shop. That is, how cool is that? And there's a lot of people who. Yeah. It's like how people like collect coins and stuff, and then to have stuff like that. What was that? Okay, it sounds like everybody was at the Jerusalem coin shop. Wow. I mean, it's such a wide variety of things. It is really, truly like a bazaar. It's almost like walking into like one of those bazaars like that you see like in Morocco or in Turkey, and you kind of feel like in this immersive experience where you kind of feel like you're going into a bazaar, like those scenes in Aladdin. You know what I mean? You're just walking in, but you don't have to worry about your hand getting chopped off if you take something. But that's neither here nor there. But like I said, please support the vendors, support the people that are here. They're doing a great job. They're going to be here, like we said, all day today and all day tomorrow. And it's just a really cool way to give back and to support each other. I think that's just kind of, the best way to do it. And like we mentioned, several of the vendors are going to be giving most, if not all of their proceeds to, like I mentioned, all of our brothers and sisters in Gaza. And I think that's awesome. That's super cool. Yeah, definitely give them a hand and everything. But as we continue to wait for some more people to come in, there's just been a lot of conversations, a lot of things going on. I'm pretty sure everybody knows that Dearborn's been in the headlines. Been in the headlines of social media lately. Sometimes not for the best reasons, but just the resiliency of this city to step up for each other. And the funny thing is, sometimes the loudest voices may not be from the Arab Americans, from the Muslim Americans. It's actually whether it is the Christian community or the Jewish community or the people who step up and they're just like, no, Dearborn's not like that. We do feel welcome. We do feel the love from our neighbors. And that's kind of the best part, when you have those kind of people who step up to the plate and tell, these outsiders who come in here and try to paint this picture. Like there's this one TikToker, I don't know if you guys, saw her videos, who just showed up and she's like, I'm gonna go eat bacon in front of the mosque. We're like, oh, what's gonna happen? We're just gonna explode? She's like, oh, I'm gonna go into this restaurant and I'm gonna put a tattoo on my arm. And the dude was just like looking at her like, okay. What? Like she came in with this preconceived notion of what Dearborn is, and she showed up and everybody was just killing her with kindness. Killing her with kindness. She's trying to get someone to like prove her mindset of what she thinks Dearborn is. Nobody was giving her an inch. And I loved it. It was amazing. Nobody. Come here. Anybody who says, all these tweets and everything about Dearborn, I can't stand someone who says something about Dearborn and has never been here. Like that makes no sense. So if they have any issues, if they think that, there's some Sharia law, we always hear about that, Sharia law is going around. Okay, so here's my thing with the Sharia law. If Sharia law was going on in Dearborn, it's taken over, Sharia law, I just want to know, why does Dearborn have one of the best gentlemen's clubs in the entire state? Parthenon, right there on Michigan and Oakwood. If it was Sharia law, that place would not be there. I'm just saying. I know that's a very weird example, but I'm just trying to prove a point. At the end of the day, everyone, lives together. We're all chilling. We're all happy. So any outsiders, just kind of put them off to the side and everything. You want me to smile? You want me to smile? Oh, I thought you were taking a picture. Just, I had told a couple of people that this wasn't being live streamed, and apparently it is being live streamed. Someone actually reached out to me and said that it was being live streamed. There's Breakthrough News, I believe, is live streaming this on YouTube. Yeah, give it up for Breakthrough. Give it up for them. So if you would like to go back and see any of these, any of these sessions, definitely check them out on YouTube. So, sounds like we are going to get started with the second half of the programming. So I can get a thumbs up. All right, we got a thumbs up from the guys back there. And the topic is my favorite topic in the world: sports. Love it. Yeah, sir. Yes. Okay. 100%. And I totally agree with that. And 100%. And and what he's saying is that Sharia law is just it's a concept that what people, and it derives from the Ten Commandments and stuff. So this kind of education, very, very, very important. And when you see someone who's misinformed, make sure you call them out, let them know the right information. All right, that's the most important thing. So, all right, back to our panel discussion. It's about sports. I love sports. It's amazing. It's the greatest thing. But behind all of that triumph and seeing your team get that big win, there's just this other side of sports where you have major sports organizations almost kind of normalizing genocide and normalizing human rights violations with these partnerships that they have with governments and other organizations. And we've got two amazing speakers who are going to be talking about that. First is journalist Ismail Kushkush, and we have, you go ahead, right? And we've got, one of the most well-spoken law professors you're going to see out there, Khalid Beydoun. Please welcome these guys to the stage.
You want the furthest one? Yeah, okay.
So, good afternoon. The title for this discussion is Sports Washing, and we were hoping that we would have exciting news given yesterday's vote at UEFA, the European Confederation of Football Associations, but that got delayed till next week. We will discuss this, but we want to talk about sports washing, the intersection of sports and politics, how that could either be a form of resistance or a form of enabling authoritarianism, corruption, etc. So let's start with sports washing, the definition of sports washing. I mean, how would you define it? It's a new term, last 10 years. What does that actually mean?
Wassalamu alaikum, everybody. It's great to be here. It's great to be in Dearborn, which is home. Before we get started, one thing I feel obligated to say is 2 days ago marked the 22nd year anniversary of Edward Said's passing. And if you guys know anything about Edward Said was very much an icon, a trailblazer, and a big reason why it is I do the work that I do today, and very much a cornerstone of ADC. So I wanted to take some time to recognize Edward Said in his pioneering work that brings us all in many respects to convenings like this one. And I think me and Ismail are going to speak for an hour. We'd like to spend maybe 2/3 of our conversation with us discussing interactively, and maybe the final 20 minutes giving you all an opportunity to engage in questions and comments on the topic, which is sports washing. Just to lead off with a definition of what sports washing is. Sports washing is, a deliberate effort on the part of governments, corporate actors, entities, to use sports as a vehicle to sort of reconstruct or rehabilitate their image, especially, entities, governments specifically, which have engaged in human rights crimes, ethnic cleansing, and obviously with Israel and this genocide, capitalizing on sports as a way to sanitize their image on a global scale.
And not only governments, but also owners of sports institutions, of clubs, of soccer clubs, etc. Can you give some examples from the world today?
Yeah, there's a series of examples, and I know you're an expert on this too, so you can also address a lot of examples. But one example that obviously comes to mind, and an example that's taking place right now in real time, is Israel is playing in the Europe side of the FIFA qualifiers, and there's a mass movement, happening right now where people are trying to oust Israel and make sure that they do not participate in the World Cup. We talked backstage about how South Africa during apartheid also was using football, but also cricket and other sports, rugby, to sort of sanitize and shield what they did with regard to racial segregation and apartheid in that country. But one thing I feel obligated to say is that whenever sports washing is brought up in the mass media, they only home in on Arab and Muslim countries, right? You saw during the Qatar World Cup a couple of years ago, which I attended, there was mass media coverage about how that government specifically was using sports washing to conceal what they were doing in terms of human rights issues. But that is never a sign when it's Western, white majority, or Zionist elements very deliberately using sports as a vehicle to conceal their human rights atrocities.
Right, with the Israeli national team. The Israeli national team, which is a part of the European Federation, and we'll talk about how Israel actually became a part of the European Federation, because it was initially a part of the Asian conference and it was expelled in 1974. But Israel actually does have the Israeli national team, football team, does actually have a chance to qualify into the next World Cup here in the U.S.
It's a slim chance, though.
It's a slim chance, but theoretically they still can do it. I mean, they're on equal points with Italy in a group that has Norway, Italy, Israel, and Moldova. Israel qualifies to the World Cup. I mean, what would the reaction be here? And we're already seeing a response to this in Europe. When I started the discussion about, we were hoping to see a vote yesterday. I think the entire world was hoping to see a vote of whether the European Federation is going to expel Israel or not. That vote got postponed till next week, especially after a threat from the Trump administration that if UEFA and FIFA expel Israel, that there will be consequences. And we know that the chair of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, has strong relations with Trump. And some of us journalists have been questioning, what are the reasons for those? FIFA has some issues, and etc. But let's talk a little bit about activism, before getting into the more. I mean, there is a history of confederations, of sport federations, expelling teams from nations that are responsible for human rights abuses. 1956, the Confederation of African Football, which manages football in Africa, which was started by 4 nations, Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia, and South Africa. When South Africa refused to send a multiracial team to the first African Cup in 1957, South Africa was expelled. 1960, it was expelled from FIFA. So there's a history of that. And then we saw in 2022, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, FIFA and UEFA expelled Russia. So there is a history of that. And we know now, ADC has put out a call to have Israel expelled from UEFA. Are you want to talk about ADC's?
Yeah, and I think that, so ADC, this organization specifically has signed on and is really championing the cause for confederations across Europe to preempt Israel from partaking in FIFA qualifiers, and that Israel at large be banned. You guys might have saw a couple of days ago, and it was a really momentous occasion that Spain specifically said that if Israel partakes in the World Cup, that they weren't going to partake as well. And it's really powerful coming from Spain. And I know that Spain was awarded a couple of nights ago on Thursday for just being a spearhead in Europe specifically about standing against the genocide. But Spain doing it is really important because Spain is one of the most powerful football clubs in the world, right? I think they're ranked #1 right now, actually, in the FIFA rankings. And they're one of the favorite teams, kind of like forecasted to maybe win the World Cup in 2026. So Spain standing up and saying that we are not going to participate in the World Cup if Israel qualifies, I can tell you is not only symbolically powerful, it is actually practically powerful. And I'm writing a book on the World Cup. We talked about this, and I want Ismail, inshallah, maybe to write a chapter to co-author. I'm going to try to lobby him. But the only country that is really standing as a material blockade to much of the world, making this exclusion of Israel happen is the United States, right? We saw, especially early on in the genocide, it was global South countries from places across South America, right? Colombia, Brazil, these are football giants, right? They'd sign on to excluding Israel from the World Cup. If you removed the United States and their sort of like political, fangs from, making this happen possible. So I think ADC being involved is really important because it allows, Arab Americans and Muslim Americans and all Americans who are really concerned with the ways in which sports, but also football specifically, is really being exploited by Israel and its co-conspirator, the United States, to sanitize a genocide that is, look, we're sitting here right now and this genocide is 722 days in progress. And a big reason why that is because the United States, through all of its tentacles, whether it be meddling with international human rights organizations like the UN, or whether it's sports, right, is giving a lifeline to this genocide in ways that need to be stopped.
Right. On top of national teams, we're also talking about clubs. Israeli clubs that are involved in the Champions League and the European League. Maccabi Tel Aviv, Maccabi Haifa that have played in. And
you saw Maccabi Tel Aviv, right?
Tel Aviv.
Holland banned them from coming into the country a couple of days ago.
Exactly, and also in Greece. The fans who had a big sign, show Israel the red card. 2 weeks ago, Italian fans, when Italy played against Israel, half of the stadium was empty. There were Italian fans dressed in black when the Israeli national anthem was played, turned their backs on. This is, if the vote to expel Israel from UEFA or FIFA goes through, what are the consequences? It's not for soccer or for the national team, but this also goes to the clubs, and possibly impacting other sports.
So I think it's important. I'm guessing not everybody here, follows European club soccer.
Right.
Maccabi Tel Aviv, their fans are the ones. Remember, they were chanting "Death to the Arabs" when they were marching through the streets of Amsterdam, right? And they were the ones that were attacking people on the streets of Amsterdam, and then they try to play victim when people, because if you've been to Amsterdam, you know there's a lot of Arab, there's a lot of Moroccans and Algerians in Amsterdam. So they responded. So that was a major thing that, the Holland Confederation said, this club specifically, because they are terrorizing local people in Amsterdam and Holland at large, cannot come in. So at the club level, it's also really significant. But what's happening right now is not the beginning, right? We've seen activism at the club level for a long time. My wife, who I think is sitting in the stands, know that my favorite team is FC Celtic. Do you guys know who FC Celtic is? Show of hands. The Green Brigade, right? The Green Brigade, they've been pro-Palestinian for decades, right? These guys, I went to a match, let me tell you. There's more Palestinian flags in the crowd than there are Ireland flags. Or Scottish flags when you go to that club team. So I think there's been many clubs that have been activated. We talked about the Chilean soccer club back, Palestina in the back. So the beauty of soccer specifically, or football specifically, is that it is an intrinsically politicized sport that has, very deeply rooted historical lineages with pro-Palestinian activism. What's been great in recent years is that the genocide, for better or for worse, has activated and intensified that activism. And it's also spawned new sort of like clubs to champion Palestine in ways that hasn't been the case before. I mean, you saw during the Champions League, for instance, right? How Palestinian flags were raised across Paris. Yeah. And, Paris Saint-Germain isn't a pro-Palestinian team by any stretch. No. But in many respects, it became that way, right? Because their rise, in a Qatari guy owns them, their rise intersected with the genocide in ways that really spawned pro-Palestinian activists within their fan base.
Right. I mean, and this is with the fans. I mean, you watch European soccer, especially Champions League. I mean, there isn't a game where you won't see the Palestinian flag. Yeah. But there's also, I think, an issue that needs to be discussed and raised is the role that players, even who have been trying to bring attention to this. I mean, players of either Arab or Muslim descent, Riyad Mahrez, Hakim Ziyech, who played, Moroccan, Algerian, who play in big European clubs. Hakim Ziyech previously with Chelsea, Riyad Mahrez previously with Man City, who on their social media, who have been trying to bring attention to this. Mo Salah, maybe a bit late to this, but also has been discussing some of this. I mean, what role do you see, for players who are, and really it's not just players of Arab or Muslim descent, but even a commentator like Gary Lineker, who was fired from the BBC for his commentary on events and genocide in Gaza.
Yeah. Look, I can tell you at the beginning of this genocide, when I began speaking and posting and talking about it, I had some of the biggest soccer players in the world reach out to me privately about how do I address this in ways that don't jeopardize my career or jeopardize my brand or don't get me in trouble. And I had candid conversations with many of the biggest footballers in the world about how to navigate like a public position that would sort of balance how they felt politically and from a conscientious standpoint, and that would safeguard them. But the truth was, there was no safety at that juncture, right? Because the reality is, a lot of these clubs are owned by either Zionist owners or, at worst, apolitical owners who are more concerned with their corporate brand. But you're exactly right. A lot of players, and one of my contemporary heroes who I think about as, in some respects, maybe being like the Muhammad Ali of football, is somebody like Mesut Ozil, right? Who played for Germany and later on played for Turkey. He was vocal on Palestine at the height of his political career, when he had the most to lose. He spoke out on the genocide of Uygur Muslims when he was playing for one of the biggest clubs in the world, Arsenal. Right? Yeah. When he was one of the best midfielders in the world with Germany, he was taking positions where it was really dangerous. So there are a lot of players that are speaking up. People like Karim Benzema, for instance, who's a striker, has made several posts on Gaza, especially early on. The great French striker who precedes Zidane, he's not Arab or Muslim. His name doesn't come to is Eric Cantona. Eric Cantona, right? He's been very vocal on Gaza for a long time. Salah until recently has been a disappointment, and I'm half Egyptian, so I can say that, right? I wish he would speak up more on what's happening in Gaza because he has a huge fan base in Gaza. But even you guys might have saw this image, the brand We Wear the Peace posted it, and it was really powerful, how 2 Gazan children were killed. One of them was wearing a Messi jersey, and the other one was wearing a Ronaldo jersey, right? And it was so symbolically powerful because, these athletes, these football players are able to reach people in a way that you and I never can, right? Because sports and football specifically has a global and universal currency that law in journalism just doesn't have. So when I see that people like Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, who are not only the most famous footballers, but in fact, probably the most famous people in the world, can't make a simple humanitarian, claim or condemnation or stance with children, that is an indictment on them, in my opinion, right? Because Palestinian kids are not only fans of these guys, they're dying. They're dying while wearing their jerseys. So it's heartbreaking to me. And it is you got to call it cowardice when these big names aren't doing the minimum to at least address what's happening in Gaza.
Right. And we do, someone like Mo Salah, again, there is a critique of publicly coming to this late, but I think privately, I think people who know these players, they do have a clear position on this. How
do you feel about that, right? How do you feel when somebody like Mohamed Salah, who's making tens of millions of dollars, right? He's one of the top players in the world. He's, at least outwardly, he's like a pious mu'min. He likes Christmas trees too, but that's a conversation. It's a good thing, I guess.
Yeah,
but how do you feel when these athletes that, we revere and respect as players aren't like taking even a minimal position on what's happening?
Right. I think that these not every athlete is necessarily politically conscious, and I think that's where outreach to players like who are in the position to talk about these issues, I think is important. Not everyone comes from that background or grew up in an environment where they
Not everyone's political. Right, but is it a political responsibility during times of genocide that even non-political people should speak up?
Right, and I think that's where we're starting to see it. And that's the importance of outreach.
Yeah,
and that's why it's important for people who are involved to reach out to these people in these positions.
You're a lot more forgiving than me, man, because I don't think you need outreach, right? If you see like these guys are watching the same social media videos and images that you and I are watching, that we're all watching. When you're seeing kids dismembered and homes destroyed and this like a post-apocalyptic landscape that is Gaza. And I might get in trouble for saying this, but especially if you're Arab and Muslim, and you're seeing that, you know what I mean? I think there's a greater urgency for Arab and Muslim football players and athletes, and you see it in the UFC, right? You see it in the UFC, and you see it in boxing to an extent, with these athletes speaking up in ways that the biggest stars are not speaking up. And to me, it's, again, it's a lack of courage and it's cowardice.
Yeah. Other than soccer, soccer is the most important sport. But do you see, again, with sports washing, and the bringing of the Gaza genocide, Palestine, are there other sports you see where this is happening?
Well, look, I'm a huge boxing fan, and we all know that the most important political figure within sports comes out of boxing, Muhammad Ali. Right, and Muhammad Ali, in many ways, was the flag bearer, and in some respects, the pioneer of being politically vocal and politically powerful within sports. And we're seeing that now in combat sports. People like Khabib Nurmagomedov, Islam Makhachev, my friend Bilal Muhammad, who was the welterweight UFC champion, who was of Palestinian origin, not only addressed the Palestinian cause, but wear it around his chest. He came out, you guys saw he played Demi Falastini when he came out to the cage at his UFC fights. dedicates his platform on social media to address on a daily basis what's happening in Gaza. So we're seeing it across sports, but I think really powerfully in combat sports, aside from football.
Right. There was also that incident, I think a few weeks ago, where protesters in Spain, the cycling race,
I'll tell you, share a funny story. So a couple of years ago, I was. Are any UFC fans in the building? Okay, some UFC fans. Okay, good. So UFC during the pandemic, you might recall, was hosting fights at Fight Island, which is in the UAE, right? Arab country, Muslim majority country. And I was going to go to one of the fights, but they would not allow Palestinian flags or Palestinian jerseys like this. Anything that symbolized Palestine would not be allowed in the country. And when I found that out, I decided I wasn't going to go. Right? It was heartbreaking that, during, and this is before the genocide, but during the occupation, and, it hasn't been 720 days, it's been 77 years, let's be frank about that, right? So the fact that you couldn't bring in any Palestinian paraphernalia inside an Arab country, to me, was an indictment on that country. And being Sudanese, UAE is spearheading what's happening with the Sudanese genocide, so there's a lot of tentacles to sports washing coming out of countries like the UAE as well.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's a whole long conversation.
That's a different conversation, huh?
But I mean, we're going to open up to questions in a little bit. But I think before we move to that, I do want to talk a little bit about Palestinian soccer, which I think this is not just about whether the Israeli Football Federation gets banned or not, but I think the impact of what the genocide has had on Palestinian football. 421 Palestinian footballers have been killed, half of them children. The infrastructure of the Palestinian Football Association destroyed. The killing of Suleiman al-Abed, 41, known as the Pele of Palestine. I mean, where do you think this is? How much impact is this going to have on the sport? In Gaza. I mean, and it has to be said. I mean, the Palestinian national team. I mean, of course, given the circumstances, but even with last year, the performance in the Asian Cup, I thought was. Was honorable. I mean, to qualify to the second round and to lose the host country, Qatar. I mean, you actually had some decent performances.
Yeah, I think it's a great point and it highlights how, genocide and erasure takes place across different spheres and sectors of life. You can definitely make the claim that Palestinian football as an enterprise is also being genocided. When you talk about 420 players being destroyed, the entire sort of, entity of Palestinian football, which is a source of hope, which is a source of upliftment, of empowerment for the Palestinian people, is being entirely exterminated intentionally by the state of Israel, right? We see that with the mass killing of players at every stage of their careers, right? From the senior level all the way to junior level players, but also infrastructure, like you've mentioned, right? Training facilities, stadiums, are also being destroyed. It's a deliberate form of erasure that is a bleak tentacle of the genocide that is being, advanced by the state of Israel, which intersected with, you guys got to know, like when you were watching Palestine trying to qualify for this last World Cup, and I so wish it happened, man, because there would have been nothing more powerful than seeing Palestinian flags in the belly of the beast, right? In these American stadiums during the World Cup, would have been a direct rebuttal, a direct indictment on this country specifically, because this country is it's more than just an enabler of genocide, it's a co-conspirator of this genocide. So to see Palestinian flags within, whether it's like, whatever it's called, the stadium in New York or the stadium in LA or Seattle, while the United States is advancing a genocide, would have been such a powerful indictment coming from the grassroots level. I was in Qatar during the 22 World Cup, and let me tell you, there was nothing more sublime and beautiful, man, than sitting in that stadium and seeing more Palestinian flags than Brazilian or Argentinian or French flags while those teams were playing. Like I wrote that Palestine won the 2022 World Cup. They won the World Cup because the one country that was on everybody's mind that everybody was rooting for was Palestine. So if Palestine would have qualified, it would have been so powerful, but you're exactly right. The fact that they had no training facilities, these players had to like train in Qatar and, you know, these foreign countries and still perform so admirably. I think if they would have had a home terrain to train on, they would have qualified for the 2026 World Cup. But seeing these players, and especially like luminaries like the Palestinian Pele being assassinated is heartbreaking, but it's got to be more heartbreaking for Palestinian kids who are dreaming up to be like them, seeing their heroes being, you know, shot down on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean, you answered what was going to be my last question. I mean, why is this important? I mean, because you do have people who ask, you know, why be involved in the qualifiers? Why be involved in the games? You know, is this a time? And I get asked that question with the Sudanese national team, because the Sudanese national team actually managed to qualify to the African Cup of Nations, which we played in Morocco, might qualify to the World Cup. I mean, and the country is in war, but for exactly those reasons, is, you know, we are here, we exist, and I think that's the message that the involvement in the tournament, you know, sends. I think if people want to start lining up for questions, but we'll definitely, you know, have questions to ask.
Questions, please raise your hand. I'll bring the microphone to you.
I can't see because.
Yeah,
or you can move yourself also to the aisle, so it'll be easier for me to give you the microphone, please. Any questions?
I think we're going to need. Yeah, we're going to need help from, because we can't really see, the light is right there.
Hi, I just have a comment to make about embargoes and then a question about sports and how to relate it to American sports washing in high schools, head injuries and stuff like that. So I wonder if we can make that connection. But I also wanted to say the only country in the world who has a complete embargo on Israel is Turkey. I'm not Turkish. I'm just saying that's a fact. Complete embargo. Spain's is with, you know, things are changing on the ground. So inshallah, there'll be more and more countries that have complete embargoes. But so the question of how to relate it to, like earlier we talked about who wants health care, you know, and the other issues we could relate it to. There's sports washing among, you know, football players in high schools in America throughout the country. So is there some other way we can connect what's happening to those kinds of concealments and issues in the United States?
Well, look, let me speak on Turkey really closely. There isn't a complete per se embargo coming from Turkey, because Turkey is still allowing energy and oil to pump in from Azerbaijan through Turkey. So even though there is a partial embargo coming out of Turkey, the Turkish state has, for the duration of this genocide, enabled oil specifically to pump into Israel from Azerbaijan. And I go to Turkey often, so inshallah I won't be banned from there for saying this, but you got to keep it real. With regard to sports in the States, yeah, look, I think, and we talked about this in the back, Ismail, and I would definitely want to hear from you too. To me, the biggest sports washing league is the NFL. You can't watch the NFL with, you know, seeing a commercial about the U.S. Army, the military-industrial complex, you know, jets flying over the stadium, you know, soldiers being celebrated. So, especially in the post-9/11 context, right? The NFL had emerged as the principal American sort of sports washer of war on terror crimes. And look, I mean, the war in Iraq, in my opinion, if we saw what was happening in Iraq, would be just as horrific as what's happened in Gaza. In my opinion, Iraq was also at minimum ethnic cleansing, at maximum a genocide as well. And the NFL enabled that ethnic cleansing and genocide in Iraq to take place because they endorsed and championed these wars on terror and the military in ways that any other sports league around the world sports washes as well. But we don't think about, and a lot of it's racial, right? We don't think about white entities or American entities engaging in sports washing, even though American sports have been central in war on terror sports washing.
Right. With American sports, I think the bottom line comes to, where's the money coming from, and what's the role, the intersection of money and sports. No other country, I think, as the U.S. You see that intersection of money, sports, and power, and I think that is an issue. And when we're talking a lot about soccer, soccer in Europe and Africa, the Middle East. That is a working class sport, and that's where you get the politics that comes out of it. But in the U.S., it's a different. You have to, where is the money coming from? I think that will be the main question.
All right, next question.
Hi, my name is Michael, and I think my question for you is that we've seen that the World Cup in 2026 is going to be held in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on boycotting the American games in the World Cup.
Yeah. I personally have hope that just as soccer, growing up has added to one's political consciousness, awareness of the world, I think eventually that is what will happen here in the U.S. And over the last 30 years or more, you see a growing awareness of soccer, television, of who plays soccer, of where the U.S. Soccer players are recruited from. If you look at the U.S. national team, up to 1990, and then now it's a different makeup of players, a different class of players. Yeah. But I think eventually, and we're in our discussion about how South Africa was eventually expelled from FIFA or the CAF, Confederation of African Football. Things take time, but I do think the more the Americans are aware of the world, and a lot of that will come with sports like soccer, I think their interaction with events in the world really changes.
Did you mean like boycotting the entire World Cup or just the American team?
I meant like since there's games in Canada and Mexico,
yeah.
Going to those rather than going to the American. But I appreciate that interpretation as well.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, man, because I want to go to Mexico to watch the game. I like the Mexican national team, El Tri. But look, if Trump has it his way, he's going to make this the MAGA World Cup. He's going to try to use it as a vehicle to like push the MAGA movement or the MAGA movement, whatever it's called, Trumpism. And look, another thing, I teach law in Arizona, and a lot of my students many of them are undocumented. So are there going to be ICE raids at these games in the United States? So, it makes complete sense on a political but also a strategic level to boycott these games in the United States. I won't be going to any matches in the United States, I know, and I'd encourage people to do the same. But if you do go, bring a Palestinian flag with you.
Yeah.
Next question.
Thanks. Thank you for everything you've shared so far. I'm wondering what you think about the opportunity Wissam Abu Ali, who is now guesting for Columbus Crew, Palestinian national team player, has. Being in the United States, playing for the MLS, for either other Palestinian players to have a platform, here to play, and how he might use that opportunity to also draw attention to what's happening to the Palestinian national team.
I'm not aware of that, but I know that's a story that I'd love to follow, and I think that's a great story to write about. I'm not aware of that particular case, but I think that is definitely, I'm sure many journalists would just jump on that story. But yeah, I can see that. Having a Palestinian player in the MLS, that's definitely going to bring attention.
Yeah, especially in Columbus. Columbus is a very vibrant, Muslim community as well. So if he rises to the level of being one of their better players, and making noise on a national level, that would be a really fabulous story. And look, I think a lot because the Palestinian national team did so well. a lot of their players are going to get a lot of attention from leagues and clubs around the world. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Palestinian footballers rising up to quality leagues.
And even invited for friendlies. I mean, it doesn't even have to be the FIFA-sponsored competitions, but even to play in friendlies in different parts of the world. I think that will bring attention.
He scored 3 goals in his first 3 games.
Oh, wow. So inshallah, Yani is going to be one of the better MLS players. Yeah.
All right, next question.
Hi, gentlemen. Thanks for taking our questions. My name is George Cadado. I am first-generation Palestinian American and Palestinian American pro cyclist. And my question for you two is, were you two aware that Gaza also has pro cyclists?
I wasn't. I don't follow cycling, but maybe I should from now on.
I would employ both of you to check out the Gaza Sunbirds. They are a paracycling team based out of Gaza. Seems like a few folks are familiar with the Sunbirds here. Their work here is phenomenal. They all have been victims of either being shot or bombed and are paraplegic athletes, but they still compete at the UCI level, which is the highest level of international cycling. It's the kind of organization that manages the Tour de France and the Olympics.
Amazing.
And their way they train and they race and compete and place very well despite having no infrastructure is super inspiring. So I definitely recommend checking them out.
For sure. I love that. Yeah, I mean, my thing is bring Palestine in everything, whether basketball or basket weaving. Make Palestine and Gaza central and focal to anything, sports, non-sports. I love that, yeah.
All right, we have last 2 questions.
Hey guys, assalamu alaikum. My name is Yasser. Born here in the States, originally from Egypt as well. Big soccer fan and former D3 athlete. So this has been lingering in my mind. A couple questions. Well, first of all, when Trump said consequences regarding if Israel were banned, which they're most likely going to not even make it anyways, but no, because they suck too. But anyways, do you think, because I've also heard a lot of rumors about certain fans from other countries won't even be allowed to come to the U.S., they might be denied visa status. Do you think there might be some other greater plan of any type of deportation strategy that they might have over fans specifically from Ottoman Muslim countries that want to come and attend the World Cup? What are your thoughts on that? And also wanted to hear, what do you think, in your opinion, those consequences would be if Israel finally gets banned?
Well, I mean, as far as fans coming to the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, I mean, these are the questions that people have been are raising, and we were discussing this. I mean, can fans come and watch the World Cup in the U.S.? Officially, the U.S. has said, they'll make that available and make it easy for fans to come. But I think that's something we'll have to wait and see. But these are the questions that many fans are asking at the moment. My second question was...
What was your second question?
Consequences. Consequences, basically, Trump's little spiel of threatening to scary consequences.
So this is speculation. This is not, but I mean, I think Trump's close relationship with the head of FIFA, Infantino, I think does raise a lot of questions. And FIFA, we know in the past has had legal issues of corruption. I'm not saying there is or not. I'm just saying, as a journalist, these are the questions I would be asking. Why does Trump have the strong relationship with the head of FIFA? If FIFA does decide to expel Israel, if UEFA decides to expel Israel, are there issues that the U.S. can influence on FIFA and UEFA? Again, these are the questions I think any journalist would ask.
All right, last question.
Hello, Khaled. Thanks so much. Quick two-parter. When Diat, Barakat, and the 3 winners were killed in North Carolina, a major push was made by organizations to get Steph Curry who we were told, he was a big fan of, to move and to recognize, and he did. What do you think pushes a Steph Curry to look at that as something safe to talk about versus not saying anything about, Gaza and beyond? And then the second part is Kyrie Irving is one of the individuals who has really been pushing. But oftentimes we hear we should support him. But at the same time, it's a catch-22 because you don't want to buy the jerseys and put money back maybe into the system because of your beliefs there. My question is, when they do start speaking out and we say we should support them, in your opinions, what does that look like? What should we be doing? Should we be putting money into the system so they see the Irving jersey selling more? What should we do, because we're caught between a rock and a hard place on that, not wanting to support those organizations, but wanting to show those players that we also see them beyond just posts on social media?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. I mean, and somebody said yesterday that in supporting these digital platforms, the ones that we use to post and educate about the genocide, we're actually sort of expanding and intensifying the power of these corporations. So there is a catch-22 and a paradox, right? But for me, you got to show love to people like Kyrie Irving and Jaylen Brown, these basketball stars and soccer stars and athletes that are raising up Gaza in ways that are within the belly of their own beast, like these leagues that are hyper-Zionist. So for me, I make the trade-off that I am going to buy their jersey, I am going to buy their products, I am going to amplify their voices online, because in the grand scheme of things, and invite them to convenings like this, speak to them offline, because it's important for us to not only support what it is they're doing, but to demonstrate to other athletes that if they speak up, there might be some material benefit as well. So they can become models and sort of vehicles to empower new voices within sports to speak up and show that it is safe to speak up on Gaza. You can win new audiences, you can win new consumers and new communities. It's not only a loss if you speak up for Gaza.
Yeah. That's the end of our session. Thank you. There's much more we can talk about sports. I know we focused on soccer, but I think that is one area.
Oh yeah.
That's what ABC is. We're gonna.
Yeah, and again,
This is down in Times Square, downtown Manhattan.
Yeah, and Dr. Safa, so ADC, the last thing I want to say is that, again, this organization specifically is championing the boycott against Israel and FIFA. So you all being here and supporting and contributing to ADC is helping making this happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Khaled.
And that vote is next week.
I did want to just add a few minutes, and I appreciate you guys for this, to really give a brief update about our campaign and the billboard. I know we talked about it earlier. God, it feels like a week ago, but it was yesterday about the updates, and that there is movement on the campaign, and this is a very, very timely campaign. There's a lot of things that are going to happen next week. As soon as next week, we could see what we want to see. We could see the banning of Israel in UEFA, and that will, of course, lead to other areas where they're going to be isolated in sports primarily. I want to ask Ibrahim too if you could put up the QR code. And look, I want to stress these campaigns, pushing these campaigns, championing these positions. They don't, it doesn't happen easily. It takes a lot of contributions. It takes a lot of commitments, and it's something that really we depend on you to do. So I'm asking you. We put this up earlier. We got some very generous donations. We're going to put this up again. If you can make a contribution to help, expand this campaign, grow this campaign, because as Khaled mentioned in his remarks, as we've mentioned earlier and throughout the weekend, it doesn't stop with UEFA, and it's not going to stop at the World Cup and FIFA. It's going to continue. We need isolation in every part of society and in every part of the public, and it's going to start at sports, but it will not stop here. With your support, with your contributions, with your donations, that billboard that we have in Times Square, we can get that up in London, we can get it up anywhere in Asia, anywhere across this country. We have plans in place. But again, without your support, without your contributions, none of it is possible. So please consider making a donation for that. Let's get this thing growing. Let's get this thing moving. Thank you to our panelists, Khaled. Appreciate you joining us, and this is a very, very timely conversation. So thank you both. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, give it up one more time for Ismail Kushkush and Khalid Beydoun. How's everyone doing? Getting a little bit more people. That's good. That's awesome. That's great. Everyone coming in and stuff. Bizsouk, everybody? Everybody enjoying the Bizsouk? Nice. The bazaar, just so many different vendors. Like I said, make sure that you're supporting these vendors. Open all day today, all day tomorrow. Even when we wrap up with these panel discussions, make sure you head over. Ooh, that is beautiful. Oh, wow, right there in the front row. That is amazing. Oh, and it's got the, right there on the top to make some noise. Make some noise when you're moving. I like that. That's nice. All right, awesome. Really, I swear this will be a really quick story that will tie in to this, okay? So at the beginning of my broadcasting career, I was up in the UP, in the Upper Peninsula. And in case, if you don't know where that is, that's where Santa Claus lives, okay? So I was up there, okay? And for 4 years, I was the only Arabi, the only Muslim, okay? For 4 years. And then I was at an event, and some dude shows up. Just looks just like me. And you know how, Arab, when we see each other like in like different areas, what are you doing here? Who are you? And everyone was just talking about how amazing this young man was. And they were even coming up to me, Sam, oh my God, you got to talk to this guy. He's so well-spoken. And I was like, I'm well-spoken too. And that man is Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. He was in. And now he has shifted his focus to running for the U.S. Senate to represent Michigan. And we're going to have a Meet the Candidate panel discussion right now. So please welcome Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and our moderator, ADC's own, Suehaila Ayman. You got it, no problem.
So he and I are the only two Arab who've had pasties, which really should be pronounced besties, but...
It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this panel and to introduce one of its standout voices, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Please, he does deserve a round of applause. Now, I need to first share with you, aside from Abdul being a good friend of mine, and we've known each other for
decades.
2 decades now, probably. I want to share that ArabCon, and I hope you will give us a round of applause, is run by women. So I'd like to, we love Abed Ayoub, and he is our executive director, and he does such a fabulous job. But behind every strong man is an extraordinary woman. So I'll pull a Snoop move and say I'd like to thank myself. And I'd like to thank Valentina Pereda, our comms director, and Yasmin Asmar, who is our event producer. They've done an exceptional job in bringing this event to you. And I say that because I think it's important to also highlight the people who are amplifying the voices of women and putting women in places where they deserve to be because of the talents and skills that they bring to the table. And I say that because my dear friend, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, does just that. And he has always been a source of support to women in our community and helps us to amplify our voices and ensure that we're telling our stories as opposed to other people telling them for us. So thank you, my dear friend, for being such a rock star and supporter of women. So let me begin by telling you a little bit about Dr. El-Sayed. His journey is not the trajectory that we typically expect in politics. He was trained as a doctor and epidemiologist, but he quickly recognized that many of the health challenges that we're seeing is rooted in systemic failures, broken policies, unequal access, and a government that too often favors the powerful over the people. The realization has driven him to build and lead with both purpose and expertise. In Detroit, he led the city's public health agency during its most dire financial days, helping rebuild essential functions after bankruptcy. He also, and later on, had worked as director of Wayne County's Department of Health and Human and Veteran Services, serving 1.8 million Michiganders as he transformed the agency's approach, securing free glasses for children, removing lead from Detroit schools, and making life-saving Narcan readily accessible, and spearheading a program to erase up to $700 million in medical debt for over 300,000 people over 2 years. That certainly deserves a round of applause. These aren't just policy wins, they speak to a pattern of leadership that's rooted in accountability, boldness, and empathy. And in each role, Dr. El-Sayed has shown not only that the government can be effective, but that it must be responsive to real human needs. Now, as one of the Democratic candidates for Michigan's open U.S. Senate seat in 2026, we cannot publicly endorse, but I will personally endorse. Dr. El-Sayed brings that same rigor and urgency that he's applied in local and county arenas to the national stage. He's vowed to never accept corporate PAC money and is positioning himself as a fighter for the everyday person. And that combination of record and resolve is what makes his candidacy so compelling. His lived expertise, public health lens, and willingness to challenge entrenched systems gives us reason to believe that the next chapter of his public service could make a difference not just for Michigan, but how we imagine federal government itself. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Abdul El-Sayed.
That's too kind. I'm grateful to be here. And Suehaila, I got to say that, I would edit your statement that it's not behind every capable man, it's in front of. So
I'll take that. Thank you. You know, Abdul, let's get started with a very simple, yet I think a very important question. Why are you running for this office?
Yeah. You know, I've had the privilege of wearing many hats in my career. And the hat that I'm most grateful to have worn and the one that I try to lead with is being my grandmother's grandson. My grandmother, my Teta Suad, was the wisest, most intelligent person I ever met in my life. She never got to go to school. She was the 9th of 14. She gave birth to 8 children. 2 of them died before their first birthdays. Now, I'd get shipped off to Masr, usually before school was even out. And I would land in Alexandria. I'd hang out with my aunts, uncles, cousins, and my grandmother. And my grandmother saw it fit to teach me some really sharp lessons, as great-grandmothers do. And you know, I walk around with my American swagger, my hat backwards. My teta would sit me down. Habibi, come sit down. Point to one of my cousins. That one is smarter than you. Point to the next one. I don't have to tell you, is taller and better looking than you. That one works harder. That one's nicer. That one's more athletic. And at some point, I'm now a puddle on the floor. I'm like, Teta, what do I got going for me? She says, you know, Habibi, you got the most important thing of all. I was like, okay, what's that? She's like, you get to go back to America at the end of the summer. And so the crazy thing for me is I would go 15 hours and cross 10 years difference in life expectancy. I experienced that in an aunt and uncle I never got to meet. But I didn't have to go 15 hours. I could go 15 minutes from where I grew up and travel the same 10-year life expectancy gap. I wanted to fix that. And that's the reason I went into medicine. It's the reason I went into public health. It's the reason I'm running for Senate. And I know, deeply know, and I think all of us here know, and we reflect on the challenges that we see here with our neighbors or the challenges we see abroad, is that talent, capacity, evenly distributed. Opportunity is not. And the question for us is always about how do we make sure that there is an even distribution of opportunity, whether it's within 15 minutes or 15 hours? And how do we make sure that our government is on the right side of doing that? And to me, right now, the most urgent and obvious question is, why is it so hard to convince policymakers to invest in our own kids here and so easy to send our money abroad, to subsidize foreign militaries, to do genocides on other people's kids? And that's the question that should be framing all of us, all of our engagement in public service. And it's that question that I think my teta would have wanted me to be asking right now, and so I'm trying to ask that on the biggest possible stage to be able to make the biggest possible impact.
And you have been doing an exceptional job doing that. And we are proud of all of the work that you've been doing and the way that you have been traveling around the state. And it has been so moving as someone who has watched you grow and thrive in your various spaces doing your work, to see how many people are turning out for you. Like Sam was saying, like in the UP up north, where we often don't see people who look like us and have our similar stories. So it's been very profound to watch you and to see that joy that you're bringing to others, because you're speaking to them directly. You're not just addressing issues that they are concerned about, but issues that are impacting them on a much more personal level. And shifting to issues that are impacting us on a personal level, we see that Gaza is the most prominent global issue that we're dealing with at the moment. And it's one that is of great urgency and importance to our community. What we are looking at right now has been unprecedented. We have seen genocides happen before, but the fact that it's in real time, live on your phone in front of you, that you're able to access at any point, has been something that has deeply impacted each and every one of us, as well as those across the global community. So as an activist, as an advocate, as an organizer, as a doctor, what do you feel we are getting right and wrong about advocacy at this point in time?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. Let me start with what we're getting right. I think what we're getting right is the will to finally show up authentically in 100% and not be cowed or turned away by the idea that somehow standing up for the lives of one group of people at all diminishes any other people. I have been so moved by the advocacy, the engagement, the honesty, the humanity that's animated so much of the effort to demonstrate our commitment to the well-being of the Palestinian people, the opportunity for the Palestinian people to have nothing short of the peace and the dignity and the right to self-determination that all peoples deserve. Let me talk a little bit about where I think we could do better. I think sometimes because of the emotions of the thing, and frankly, because of the way that we transact our conversation, we have allowed the implicit logic of the internet to teach us different ways of engaging. On the internet, you do well when you dunk on someone else. And the problem with it is that we don't realize that on the internet, you're usually talking to people who either agree with you or don't. But that middle group of people you sometimes miss. And so there's this logic of how you engage, which is the loudest, the most intense, is the most persuasive. And I think in the real world, right, the most persuasive is the most persuasive. Saying it louder doesn't necessarily mean saying it better. It may feel better, and I understand why. But I think we owe it to the movement to say it better, to ask, who am I actually talking to here, and how do I get into a place where they hear my words? And I think that one of the things that I've really appreciated about this experience, I've been to 57 cities now. I've done 101 public events, town halls and meet and greets and all these things. And you could be in Escanaba, which is a place that only Sam knows about in the UP, or Clare, or Three Rivers, or Antrim County. And when you talk about the fact that money is zero sum and every dollar that we spend abroad is a dollar that we're not spending on our own children, people understand the double loss of that. Not only is our dollar going to kill or take away food from a child, but it is actually being wasted on the opportunity to invest in food for a child or a school for a child right here in Michigan or right here in America. And I think being able to sit in the cut, look someone in the eye, agree on basic values, and then build out an argument, that is the most powerful thing we can do. And I think sometimes we want to blame people for not seeing the emotional or the spiritual or, frankly, just the basic logic of our position. And we get frustrated and angry that they don't already agree with us. And what I'll tell us is, maybe if we were willing to spend more time doing the early persuasive work, I think we have truth, we have honesty, and we have integrity on our side. And I just encourage all of us to really tuck in and start making that argument in the kindest, most persuasive, most honest, most direct way. Because here's the thing. When you bring your argument with anger, you may lose the opportunity to win somebody with love. And I just find that there are more people who are ready to receive a message than you think. And I'll tell you this, I think sometimes as Arab, we engage in the world, and W.E.B. Du Bois talks about this idea of a double consciousness, that you're both conscious of the person in front of you and conscious of the way they perceive you. And I think sometimes our own consciousness of ourselves keeps us from being willing to show up as our whole selves. There are a lot of people who got a lot of love in their hearts out there. They haven't been corrupted by everything that everybody's been saying about people who may look like you and me. And I think when we lead on the honesty and the integrity and the humanity of that, I think we win.
Thank you. As our work continues to help protect the people of Gaza, we see that kids in our own communities are suffering. And I know that that's been a huge bulk of the work that you've been doing, and it's something that's very important to you. So how do you see these goals in protecting our children as one that intersects and connects to us helping to protect the people of Gaza as well?
So, you know, I spent my whole career studying medicine and public health to help to take care of people in our own community. I left a potentially very lucrative clinical career to go into public health in a decision that everybody, including my own parents, were like, what are you doing? I rebuilt the health department in America's poorest city, and now I've served Wayne County, which is Michigan's poorest county. All of the work that I've tried to do has been about trying to ask, how do you build opportunity through health for the people who our country has left behind? And money is zero sum. A dollar spent here is a dollar you're not spending there. And I think there's an opportunity for us to recognize that on both sides of our engagement with public life, we don't have to choose between bringing our authentic understanding of what the consequences of bad decision-making in American public policy has meant for people in countries from whence we came, with an honest understanding of the terrible consequences that people in positions of power are making when it comes to our neighbors here at home. Those are one and the same. And I think, honestly, when we engage with our neighbors to say, hey, look, I'm coming at you as a neighbor who lives on your street. I may look a little bit different. I may have a name that has different sounds than the names you've got. I may pray in a different way. But I want the same things for my kids. You see it every day in the way I live my life, and I want those things for your kids. And while our government is failing to provide these things for your kids, it is sending our money abroad to take things away from other people's kids at the same time. And so I think there's almost been this figurative schizophrenia about how we engage with politics. Like, am I wearing my domestic policy hat or am I wearing my foreign policy hat? And I just want us all to put on our justice hat. Because when our government fails people abroad, it fails people here at home as well. When our government fails people at home, it is because it is actively failing people abroad. And justice knows no place or time. Justice is true everywhere. And I think when we bring that forward and we're willing to engage on the consequences here at home as people who are authentically American, authentically from Michigan in my case, I know we win that argument both here and abroad.
You know, it's been very interesting to follow your campaign, and I've really been fascinated because I know I wouldn't accompany you to many of the cities that you've been traveling to. And I was just actually sharing with Dr. Muhammad Taher when we were talking outside that there are things that I don't even do as a visible Muslim woman because I always have concerns and I'm always afraid when I'm out in public spaces. We were talking about, events and activities. I won't go to a baseball game where people are sitting and drinking for hours on end, potentially putting myself in a position where someone may say something to me. And I'm always very conscious of that, and I have to be aware of all of those things. So I'm wondering, there's a lot of people who think someone who is from our community doesn't have the capability to have a successful campaign across the state. And we know that the state is extremely diverse. We are blessed to be in southeastern Michigan with, communities of every background where we work cohesively and collectively together as a well-functioning machine, really. And it's something that we take great pride in. And I know Abdul and I have worked in organizing spaces over the years. And we've seen that. We've seen the growth of our community and how we've been able to take things to other areas and work with our allies across Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb County in the Tri-County area. But beyond those borders, we don't often see people who look like us, or we don't often see ourselves represented. So I'm just curious, especially with a name like Abdul, what are you learning as you travel this state and you're meeting with communities beyond this Tri-County area that we're so, often close to and are comfortable in?
Yeah. So I'll tell you, I had a bit of a head start on this. I was raised by my father, who's an Egyptian immigrant, and my stepmom, Jackie, who is a daughter of the American Revolution from right here in Michigan, Gratiot County. So I grew up my whole life talking to folks in the middle of Michigan who probably would never have come across Arab or Muslim Americans but for this odd situation in which my dad marries into this family. I could tell you that, I have family who voted for Trump, but those folks love me and love my siblings as much as they love any of the other cousins. And I think we have to give people the privilege of complexity. Because one of the tricks that happens is we transact a lot of our engagement with the world via social media. And I just want you to understand the incentives of social media. Social media feeds you things that keep you looking. That's the whole point. Their goal is to keep your eyes and your ears on that feed so that they can sell you stuff you probably don't need. All right? That's the whole goal. And they give you that in two things. They give you things that you like and things that you fear, because those emotions keep you looking. And so when you're caught in an algorithm, for people who look like us, they're going to show you the worst side of the thing. And then what happens is if you're not really interacting, because now you're saying, oh, it's a scary world out there, you assume that that's just what it looks like. That's what the world is. And I knew that that's not necessarily what the world is. The reasons that people might have voted for Donald Trump, they're complex. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of folks who voted for Donald Trump because of the racism. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, I think we got to give people the benefit of the doubt. And so that makes me sad. You've got so much to offer outside the Tri-County area. I want a Michigan, I want a world where you should not fear what you look like, where you can go anywhere and have conversations with anyone and assume that you are going to be seen for who you are, not what you look like. But I'll tell you this, most Americans want that same thing too. And I think what you got to do is you got to kind of put yourself out there and say, yeah, look, my name is a little bit different than yours, but I know that you don't really care as much how I pray, you care what I pray for. I know you don't care as much what I look like, you care whether or not I'm willing to look after your needs. I know that if I show up here, you may actually show up here. If I come several miles, you'll come a couple of inches. And I think the more that we do that, and the more that we bring our humanity out there, out of love, out of devotion for our state, the more people are going to see us. And I just think that that's the kind of thing that actually heals. If you don't like the hate you see out there, the only antidote to hate is love. And I know why I'm running. I want people to have health care. I want people to have access to a good job. I want them not to have to worry about affording their eggs. I want them to breathe clean air and drink clean water, and I'm going to say that everywhere I go. And when people hear me say that, they might actually be like, I never thought I'd be voting for a guy named Abdul, but here we go.
We've been very lucky, especially in the last, I would say in the last 15 years. Here in Michigan, we've seen an influx of young people putting their hat in the race and going into spaces, working in spaces that, often we don't see them in. We are a people who love to shove our kids into STEM fields because we're looking at our future retirement plans as well as their own. But, and I say this because I'm, even on the back end as someone born and raised here, I have my nephew Adam, who's now in med school, alhamdulillah, in Tennessee. And, we always joke, you're our retirement plan, kid. We need to, keep you focused. But
orthopedics, inshallah.
But I see the way young people have been shifting their focus, and they're actually looking at public office, they're looking at civil service, and that's something that is a source of pride for all of us. What do you feel is something people misunderstand about working in or running for office or working in that space, and how do we actually move politicians to shift the way they view certain policies or even just view our community? How can we engage people to be more understanding of what it actually means to run for public office, and how do we move those politicians forward to see what it is that we need as a community, and not just as different immigrant or ethnic communities or marginalized communities, but what we need as a collective community to move forward.
Now, I really love that question. I'll say a couple things. Number one, I don't think anybody who's looking to vote for someone is like, man, I can't wait to elect a career politician for one rung higher on the ladder than the one they were on, right? And I think that's part of the problem of our politics, is that people think of politics as just a career choice rather than a avocation, a thing that someone chooses to enter into as a function of their public service and their public orientation. So to that end, I actually think, if you think about the US Senate as a body of 100 lawmakers, you know what I think the US Senate might actually be needing right now in the era of RFK Jr. is maybe a physician epidemiologist who's run health departments to rebuild after whatever the F he's about to do, right? And so, I may not be a career politician, but I think the skill set that I've built out and honed may actually be useful. And I think all of us ought to be asking, what is the thing, I talk to young people, I think we do them a disservice. We say, what do you want to be when you grow up? As if the being and the doing are two of the same thing. And I think the better questions are, what do you want to change when you grow up, and how do you want to change it? And I think if you get folks in positions where they're doing things they implicitly love doing because there's passion and engagement with that work, toward the end that they want to accomplish in the world, people do their best work. And those ends change with time. So I hope, regardless of what folks do, people will ask, how do I render public service from the space within I am working? And then also, if I choose at some point to say, I'm going to dedicate my work to public service, that they see the value in being able to bring their diverse backgrounds to this. But it requires us to be public servants in our core. So my ask of folks out there is to say, look, politics isn't a career choice that you have to enter into after college. Politics is about recognizing that we collectively, so long as we can maintain it, have a system that allows us to come together to choose our leaders, to make big decisions about where society ought to go. And we need anyone and everyone to be a participant in that system. So from wherever you are, I hope that you'll ask, what is the degree of my participation? If it's, hey, I'm going to show up to vote, phenomenal. If it's, I'm going to make sure I go out and knock doors and work in organizations that are moving our politics, amazing. If it's, I'm going to run for local office, fantastic. If it's, I'm going to run for US Senate, great, really hard to do, but great, right? But either way, no matter what that is, ask, how can I contribute to the collective with the skills that I have? And what do I bring to the conversation that's necessary? And don't let anybody tell you that your contribution isn't necessary, because I promise you, if they tell you that and you believe it, their goal is to make sure that you are not represented in the decision-making that gets made. And I think we've seen the consequences of that. So all of us need to do what we can with what we have, where we are, and recognize that all of us have something to add to this. And inshallah, right, we build the kind of America that's more inclusive and more engaging and makes better decisions because all of us decided to be partners and participants in that word of being a citizen in our democracy.
Thank you, Abdul. As we wrap up this session, I wanted to, as somebody who has worked for the better part of almost 30 years now on youth programming and youth engagement and encouraging our young people to become more active, to become more vocal, and to begin telling their stories. Like I said, we're in a position where oftentimes there are other people wanting to tell our stories for us, and there are so many extraordinary experiences that we have and that we come with, not just as a people or as a collective community, but in our own individual ways, the things that we're contributing to society and how we're helping society to move forward. There are so many amazing things that are coming out from our communities, and we need to start amplifying our own voices. And that's why I say it's important to sit with people like Dr. El-Sayed and so many other extraordinary leaders on the panels that we have throughout the weekend, because these are the people who have either paved the way, are paving the way, or are charting their own territories so that many of the younger generation that will follow will have spaces to move into that may be outside of the norms of what they're accustomed to. So what piece of advice would you give? Because we have a lot of students with us this weekend. What is a couple nuggets or gems of information that you can drop on our youth? I was just in DC last week with MPAC, and I was sitting and talking to some of the younger staff, and I told them, for me, one of the best things that someone had taught me while I was growing up was to build quality relationships, to not have your relationships be transactional, that you should meet people and connect with people on a human level. So what would you say to our young people in the crowd who may be looking at, or to other members of our attendees who are committed to advocacy work and activism, and how they can possibly take their work and move into that space of public service?
Well, I got to say, you think about an iceberg. There's the bit of the iceberg that's above the water, but the most important part of the iceberg is the part that's under the water. And I happen to be a part of an iceberg that sits above the water when you're publicly running for office. But the people who make what I'm doing right now possible are people like you, who are doing civic work to build and to organize and to create opportunity and to drive the conversation. So I gotta say the privilege is mine, and I just deeply appreciate the opportunity to share the stage. I wanna say three things, and I really hope, especially the young folks, but also the parents of young folks, will hear me out on this one. Number one, your kids know themselves and know the future they're gonna live in way better than you do. And I say this as a father of like two very little kids, and I understand the urge to be like, I've got your whole life planned out for you. But they know the time they're made for, and they know their skills, and they know what they have joy in. And so empowering them to discover and creating space for them to like be what they're going to be is huge. The second is, especially for you young folk, become a student of craft. I think everybody here thinks that outcomes just happen. Like people look at talent and they're just like, oh, talent. That person has talent, that person doesn't. There's no such thing as talent. Talent is work that has been put in and compounded over long periods of time that may start with a nugget of ability, but it's that practice that allowed you to actually do something that looked effortless. To me, if you want to see quality work, it's when somebody makes something look easy. That didn't come because it's easy. It came because they did it when it was hard. And so there's this thing that like folks a little bit younger than me, I can't credibly call myself young anymore, which makes me sad. But like in this generation, people talk about a try hard. Yeah, you should be a try hard, right? If you try hard, then maybe at some point you make it look easy. And so be somebody who's a master of craft. Whatever your craft is, become a master of craft. The little details that nobody else sees that you see. And then the third thing I'll tell you is, I think sometimes we want to have our cake and eat it too, right? We do this thing and we say, well, it's so hard out there and the burden of leadership is so great. So, I don't think I need to. And then people go out and lead and they'll say, well, I shouldn't have to. Like, look, you don't have to lead, but if you choose to lead, then you have to take on everything that leadership takes with it. It is not easy for a reason, but if you're gonna do it the right way. And I personally think we do owe it. And this is the lesson that my grandmother taught me, which is, look, all my other cousins never had the opportunities that I have. My cousin, who was admittedly a lot smarter than me, died in an auto accident at 27. I got to go on and get scholarships and go and study in different places and get these jobs and all this. It's not because I'm smarter than him. It's because I had opportunities he didn't have. And so I owe it to all those folks who did not get those opportunities to use my opportunities to create them for them, whatever I think of it. And at the end of the day, right, we come from communities that are communal. And I think we need to bring that back and embrace that. So yeah, we live in communities and we owe it to serve these communities. You can go off and have a really nice life. But here's my question, at the end of the day, you're still gonna die. So what did you do to make life better for other people? So I do think we owe it to our communities. We owe it to the opportunities we have. There is no better place in the world right now to be an advocate for justice than in the country, as hard as it's getting. So we owe it to use our voices. And the question I'd ask you is, how do you use yours?
Thank you. That is a wrap for our session. Thank you, Dr. El-Sayed. It's our pleasure having you, and I know that this will not be the last stop for you. So good luck to you on the campaign trail, and we look forward to seeing the great things that will come along.
Thank you for all your advocacy and your work. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Best way to donate.
AbdulForSenate.com.
AbdulForSenate.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Give it up once more, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and Suehaila. Amen. All righty. And just a really quick clarification. Earlier, I was talking about like a particular gentleman's club in Dearborn. I've never been there. Just want to make that clear because now I know this is live streamed and everyone's watching it. So, all righty, let's get to our next panel discussion. Well, we know that Zionism is not only a political project, it is a system of control that extends far beyond borders and battlefields. It works to shape minds, rewrite narratives, and silence truth. From propaganda that paints oppression as security, to the demonization of Palestinian identity, to the global campaigns that try to criminalize solidarity, Zionism has waged a war not just on land, but on memory, dignity, and collective consciousness. Our next panel discussion is about pulling back the curtain on the psychological warfare of Zionism. Please welcome Dr. Lara Sheehi, Dr. Karen Suyemoto, and Dr. Sawssan Ahmed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Not sabah, مساء الخير.
مساء الخير.
It's morning for me in California. So I'm going to be your moderator today, and our session today is going to be focusing on exploring what psychology can teach us about oppression, resistance, and more importantly, revolutionary optimism when it comes to Palestine. And I want to acknowledge first that this event and session today takes place on the traditional and ancestral and contemporary lands of indigenous people. And before this land was colonized, it was cared for and called home by the Anishinaabe, the Obijwa, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi peoples. And as we center Palestine in our conversation today and throughout this conference, we must acknowledge the settler colonial state that we live in and that we exist in today and right now. And here you have three psychologists who, we like to talk. We just met a bunch of the MDs a little bit ago. And our profession is all about talking. I want us to keep in mind that psychology itself is a flawed discipline. It is not a perfect discipline. And it is oftentimes dominated by a Western lens, despite the fact that all our cultures have their own indigenous and traditional psychologies. So some of the speaking we'll be doing today, please keep in mind that sort of Western framework that's dominated psychology and continues to do so today. And that we are just going to be scratching the surface of this topic because it is a topic that requires a lot of depth. So before we get started, Dr. Sheehi and Dr. Suyemoto, can you share your connection and relationship to Palestine and how has being a psychologist shaped that relationship? Dr. Sheehi, could you get us started?
Yes. And first of all, a sort of shout out to Amal, who's doing this work. It's amazing. And visit her. Thanks, everybody, for being here. And this is part of it. It's sort of wearing it on my sleeve, on my hand. I'm speaking as a Lebanese, and I think this is my entry point to Palestine, and my entry point to sort of thinking about the ways in which I can remain militantly clear about the conditions that create suffering. And so my entry point certainly was being born as a Lebanese, but also understanding that our struggle is the same against the same condition. And the introduction into psychology is very much, like Sawssan was saying, is one in which you are asked to give up parts of yourself, to give up parts of your struggle, to give up the things that make it important for us to be as full human beings in the world. And coming here from Lebanon, coming to this settler colony from Lebanon, and recognizing that for me to continue to have a place and fight the fights that are important to our people, our futures, our histories, and to give due justice to the people who have always been fighting side by side, Palestine and Lebanon, and defying the borders that sort of disconnect us. I think this is my connection to Palestine, and it's one that runs deep. And I think what psychology has to teach us or not, to the contrary, I think there was a lot of ways in which I had to fight the ways constantly in which I was being invited into a discipline that disciplines us out of this condition, that disciplines us, that would have us believe that somehow psychology needs to be sanitized or that it's not political. And what we know, actually, it is a political project in and of itself. And so a reminder to us constantly that all the work that we're doing is political. And if I took seriously my ethical commitments to the world, it would also be for me to ground myself in the knowledge that to alleviate suffering psychically and otherwise, I had to be politically committed. And I had to be politically committed to the point where there was no way in which I was going to accept, whether it's whitewashing or the seduction of settler colonialism in general, that would be happy to have a Lebanese without Palestine. Right? I think that was the center point. It's like, if you're a Lebanese and you leave behind these political projects, ya ahla wa sahla. You can come in and you're a full member of this profession. And so part of it was also navigating what does it mean to resist and to refuse the demands of us from this disciplining project, and to say, like you said, started us off, there have always been indigenous practices in our countries, in other spaces that have not been dominated by European imports, but to the contrary, have been very specific to the locale. And any invitation away from that was an invitation of self-effacement, was an invitation for us to leave behind everything that made us us, and most importantly, to leave behind the surety of our liberation as an entire people.
Thank you so much, Lara. And I think about how our proximity to Palestine connects us, and also being outside of that community and how you can still be connected. And that's why I want to hear Karen's viewpoint on this topic.
You know, to me, psychology kind of connects the individual to all that shapes and influences the individual. And I think as psychologists, we have a tendency to talk more about ourselves and to see ourselves more in that connection. So I'm Japanese American. I'm multiracial Japanese American. And so there are ways in which I wasn't really connected to Palestine specifically. What I was connected to was a larger aspect of social justice, right? And kind of a familial understanding of that justice is not something that is guaranteed, that is not experienced by all Americans, which then shaped kind of how I entered into psychology, as well as some pretty horrible racist, homophobic stuff in my training that kind of fostered an anti-racist focus, and then understanding that there's a dominant narrative, and that the dominant narrative in the US and in psychology is a racist narrative, is a narrative that has, you know, in all of our history really aimed to shape the way that we think. And so some critical incidents that brought me from something that is much more general and kind of anti-racism and Asian American focus to Palestine that I offer as kind of examples, because I think it's important to know and to think a little bit about what shifts people who have similar values, but have been ignorant because of the dominant discourse. So in many ways, my connection to Palestine started with a petition, like a BDS petition at a train station, and then was shaped through watching a Palestinian American student be silenced and targeted in my discipline, in my field, by my department, and held to a very different standard of what it meant to be talking about trauma in a population or resistance in a population, and saying this isn't right, this isn't the way, this isn't what we should be doing, this is a different standard that is being applied. A connection to ethnic studies, because I have a joint appointment in ethnic studies, and reading something that said that we in the US are unwilling to talk about indigenous people in the US because we are unwilling to consider what is happening in Palestine, and vice versa. That if we talk about what is happening in Israel and that Israel is Palestine, that we will have to struggle with the ways that we are ourselves a settler colonial nation. And all of that led me to travel to Palestine because I wanted to see it, I wanted to feel it, I wanted to connect with real people. And then I think one of the things that then catalyzed, even before 2023, was being a part of the American Psychological Association's Council of Representatives during the discussion of torture in Guantanamo, and the complicity of psychologists in that experience. So underneath that all, for me, is kind of like this thread of, it is impossible to have psychological well-being without social justice. How can we think that we are promoting something, that we are promoting healing, that we are promoting well-being, that we really genuinely care about human beings, if we don't actually also care about social justice? It's impossible to disconnect it.
And I think that's a really, I think the hyper-individualism of psychology as a profession really does us so much harm. And even the way that we treat, and the way that we're taught to treat people with psychological disorders is very individualized and disconnects us from our community. And also, and it's like this purposeful plan to disconnect us so we don't think about others and we don't think about injustice that's happening to others, because that's the way to placate us and to get us not to resist. So I think that's an important connection to make. My second question begins sort of with George Orwell in 1984. I'm sure a lot of you have been hearing this quote a lot lately. I read that in, I don't know what was it, elementary school? I read it in high school a long, long time ago in the 90s. The famous quote was that the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. When we speak about the psychological warfare of Zionism, as this session is entitled, what do we really mean? What do we mean by that? What do we mean by psychological warfare? What does that look like? And why has the dominant narrative on Palestine dominated the discourse for so long? And how does that affect us? How does that affect us psychologically? How does that affect us physically? Both our psychological and physical well-being are related. Mm-hmm. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Mm-hmm. Do you want to? Sure. Okay. So one of the things about our profession is it oftentimes talks about, or when we think about mental health, we think about it as like an after effect. Something happens, there's violence that happens, and then there's an after effect, and that's what causes mental health issues. I think when you conjure up this quote, one of the things for us to think about is the ways in which the psychic terrain, our psychic space, our psyche, is yet another terrain for the expansionism of Zionism. Right? If Zionism is essentially an expansionist project, one that moves towards sovereignty in all places, expanding beyond borders, one of the things for us to think about is that none of this is a secondary effect. It's a primary tool to intrude upon our spaces and to reorient ourselves and to make our interiority different so that we're reoriented to the world, and then we end up feeling like we're the ones who are crazy. So we can think about Tawafan al-Aqsa, for example. Afterwards, so many people would come up to me and say, I'm the one who feels like I'm crazy. I know exactly what's happening. I know who the aggressor is. We know that this is a project that has been going on for 7 decades, if not more, how is it that I'm the one who's feeling crazy? And I think this is the part of it, right? That George Orwell quote, what it brings to us is that in and of itself is also a political project. Our political prisoners know this very well, whether it's Walid Daqqa or George Abdullah or Khalid al-Jarrar or any one of these people, or Sahab Shara, who have always taught us that the psychological terrain is a primary terrain for targeting. Because the second that you start feeling like you're off, you cede psychic space. We know also that then we commit ourselves to whatever else comes materially. The psychological theft has to happen first, right? Part of the way that psychological theft happens is not accidental. Again, if we go back to the logic of Zionism, any oppressive system, Zionism being a racist project, a settler colonial project, it works on dispossession, displacement, disconnection, dissociation. So psychologically, that's what it's also working on as well. And what that means, it can transform something in front of our eyes. So when George Orwell says it's not enough that we, the famous sort of scene in George Orwell when they put up fingers and say, how much do you see? It's not enough that you lie and you see, I see this many fingers when you don't. It's that they want you to actually believe that there's an extra finger there or one less finger, right? So the transformation has to happen. And I think we can link it back also to where you started with the land acknowledgement, is that those of us who live in the settler colony of the United States, we can think about how every single day we can wake up and we are seduced into thinking that this is not stolen land, right? That we can forget that even momentarily, maybe for a week, that we go around and we say colonial names of places. The same thing is happening in Palestine, where they transform the topography, but then it becomes internalized into our interiority as well. So it's a good reminder for us. Why do we do these things? Is to refuse. There's a constant refusal that needs to happen because the depth and the precision of psychological warfare is such that it repeats itself. It's violence that repeats itself. It's oppression that repeats itself. Settler colonialism has to. That's why they need their flags. That's why they need to continue expanding. That's why they use psychological warfare. So our response to that also has to be as repetitious and as strong. It might seem simple for us to be like, oh, this is happening, or do we just keep repeating this? The repetition is key because the point, again, is to transform us. This is what we would call settler colonial reality bending. So anytime we're drawn in and we feel like we're on the back foot or we're arguing positions that we already know, there are positions, we know the reality, that's a good clue for us that this version of psychological warfare is happening. When we are taken up with feeling like we're the ones who are crazy, when we're taken up with despair, despite the fact that we see every single day in Gaza, there are people who are still living and making life. Every single time we are seduced into writing a history that has yet to happen, كأنه Gaza is done for us. It is not done. There are people on the ground who are fighting. There are people in Lebanon who are fighting. That is what we have to compare to. That's our clue. And that's any time any of that comes in, when it starts to slip in, that's our clue for the fight that's needed psychologically to not allow psychological warfare to come in. We have so many emotional clues about when this is happening, right? That doesn't mean we're not registering the horror and the pain. We need to do that. But if we register horror and pain, then we also commit to dismantling the conditions that created that horror and pain to begin with. It can't just be the sort of psychological warfare of disabling us, because that's the end point of it. It is not by accident. It is to demobilize us. It is to depoliticize this. It is to forget that we have a long history of revolutionary fighters and that our future is ours.
I'll bet you don't want to be me following that.
I want to be you.
Karen is amazing. Yes. I know this from experience.
I mean, you mentioned connections.
Yeah.
And I think there is a connection. I mean, there's a lot, it's not just connection to a long history of settler colonialism and, Arab and Palestinian persecution. But there's a connection to settler colonialism across the globe. There's a connection to racism across the globe. There's a connection to like a white supremacist project that we can see, like for all people of color, nations that are not European and American, and it's often talked about in kind of material terms, but I think this piece about what is the psychology of it, how does that work, and it's an entire socialization process where we kind of, race and racialization isn't real. It's something that we create in order to create a hierarchy of who gets, what I say to my students is who gets the goodies and who doesn't get the goodies, and who gets to determine who gets the goodies and doesn't get the goodies. So it's a whole socialization process into a way of thinking that normalizes oppression and normalizes hatred and normalizes division and normalizes trauma, but only for some people, while other people get money and prestige and opportunities and land and a bunch of other types of things. And when we normalize that, whether it's the settler colonialism that is happening in the US, or whether it is, thinking that maybe if you live in an urban place, the dozens of unhoused people that you are passing are not actually somehow connected to what you are doing and you are feeling, we lose something about our own humanity. We lose something about our own values. Psychological warfare that creates these kinds of hierarchies and active oppression really is actively fostering a culture and a society of fear and despair. And it really aiming to actively, and I keep saying actively, because it's not unintentional, right? It may not be individually intentional. There may be people saying, well, I don't personally mean this, but when we participate in it, and we take it in, and we act as if it's true, and we act as if it's okay, or we act as if we have to not pay attention to it, we are participating in something that is actively, suppressing our critical thinking, suppressing our ability to even consider other possibilities. It's actively suppressing our free speech. It's actively suppressing our dialogue and our ability to reflect on our own experience. And so it's not like the attack on higher education or on education generally, is not incidental, because if we can socialize people to not think critically, if they can socialize people to not think critically, then really nothing else is necessary, right? Because then we'll just do it ourselves, And I think that all of that leads to kind of losing or obscuring an analysis of power, right? And so we create this like the weaponization of anti-Semitism is instilling fear, right? Across the board, it's instilling fear in psychologists, right? So people who are supposed to be about healing and empathy and care, like some of the most vicious hatred has been coming out within our field, right? And it's like, what is going on? An example of somebody who said, setting aside the beginning part of it, I'm just learning about this genocide and I'm really depressed and I'm distressed and I, feel terrible about this and I don't know what to do and I feel helpless. And there was this huge amount of response from psychologists attacking her just for naming it. And so we're instilling this fear, the weaponization of anti-Semitism, instilling this fear, instilling the self-doubt, not only among folks who are directly affected, Swana folks, Palestinian folks, but among everybody who wants to speak a truth, among everybody who wants to care about justice. And it's dividing good anti-racists, those that don't talk about Palestine, right, from bad anti-racists. And that just means that really what it's saying is stop seeing the connection, stop seeing the justice, stop seeing the power. It twists reality and it twists our psyche in a way that is really difficult to recover from, particularly to recover from individually. You know, like imagine a child who is growing up with a parent who is psychotic, in other words, who is untethered from reality, who like feels like, you know, Martians are putting lasers through their body, or that the child is the reason why they are crazy. And what is that child learning about people, about themselves, about the world? Like, what is the psyche that is happening inside them, right? And we're doing that on a widespread scale.
Thank you so much. I think it's important to recognize too that the psychological warfare is probably the most important step of this project. It is the most essential step. Without it, the project would fall, and I think would crumble. And that's why a lot of, you know, when we talk about the weaponization of anti-Semitism, which is a big issue right now in the field of psychology, maybe Karen, you can touch about that later, as the founder of Psychologists for Justice in Palestine, that the words matter so much. You know, the fact that psychologists don't even want to use the word Palestine right now. What we hear in the discourse is Gaza. We can talk about Gaza. And that there's a psychology to that. And I think that's why it's really important for us to understand as like thinking people, as people who want to be change agents, is to understand that part and to understand how to break down that part. With that in mind, since the Al-Aqsa flood and before, since it just started a couple of years ago, a lot of unlearning has been occurring about Palestine. Yesterday, I think Mahdi Hassan and Bassem Youssef were going on this back and forth about pessimism and being optimistic and pessimistic, and these are things that we as psychologists talk about a lot. That a lot of unlearning has been occurring, and that might be a place of like hope or optimism, we might say, regarding Palestine, both within our community and outside of the community. Our community being, I could say, the Arab, the Muslim adjacent community. Like I hear a lot of people, I heard someone saying, I met someone a couple days ago, a Palestinian, who told me that, you know, when growing up, we never said we were from Palestine, you know, and I think what's happening, you know, since the Al-Aqsa flood is people, you know, being proud and saying who they are and saying the word Palestine, 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 Palestine. I say it everywhere I go. I mention it in every talk I give in a psychology space now.
And boy, do they hate that.
Yeah, boy, do they hate that.
Absolutely.
And I will say my positionality. I'm not Palestinian. I look Palestinian, but I'm not. I have Palestinian family. I always say that. I never fail to mention it in any public space of a psychology space. I always mention it. And I think there's some unlearning that's occurring within us, and there's unlearning that's occurring outside of, you know, the community. Can you explain how psychology can help us understand this process, this unlearning process? What does it tell us about it? How can we learn from it?
I mean, I think that, I guess one of the thoughts I have is most of the unlearning is not happening in Palestinian and Swana places. It's happening everywhere else. I mean, I think there is unlearning that is happening, as you say, in terms of reclaiming. But it just hits me how much like when I teach about racism, it's not usually the people of color that need to learn about how racism works. Like they know, you know, there's this pretty well-known article by Peggy McIntosh called "The Invisible Knapsack of White Privilege." And there was an African-American student in one of my classes who raised her hand when we were teaching, I was teaching this, and she's like, I don't see what's so invisible about it. And I was like, oh, yeah, you're totally right. It's not invisible. But I think there is an aspect of like, you know, it was mentioned this in one of the panels this morning, this kind of like, you know, streaming the reality of Palestine into people's lives, right? And so it's bringing reality into the light, and I know you have a lot more to say about that. But I think that leads to a shift, like there's a shift in this cultural narrative. And within psychology, I think what we would call racial identity models have something to say about this idea that we are socialized into racism, into what would be called conformity, like an acceptance of a second class or third class or beyond status. And then there is this, but there is also a racial identity for white people, privileged people who don't have to see it necessarily for their own pain, right? But there is this moment of dissonance. There's a moment where you realize that the world isn't what you thought it was, that the world isn't just, or that this horrible thing is happening, or that you are participating in it as, if you are, a US citizen who is funding this genocide. And then you are confronted with a different idea of what you thought. And so I think that psychology can inform the ways that we think about how to foster that, right? How to foster that and get people behind us who share broader values of justice, broader values of care, broader values of healing, many of the vision pieces that were talked about in the panels this morning. And so in Psychologists for Justice in Palestine, our ultimate goal is to have the American Psychological Association endorse BDS. And several other... Several other academic organizations have done it, but psychology is huge. The American Psychological Association has over 150,000 members. It's a major policy impact, and it's not just academic, it's practice. And this is one of the reasons why it's so important, because it directly affects what we do with people and whether we participate in gaslighting and whether we participate in having them normalize this idea that one person's justice, it's reasonable for one person's justice to come at other person's oppression or death, right? That psychologists have this power to do this, right? And so, like, we think, in PJP, we think a lot about moving people in the middle, moving people because we're working with psychologists people come into psychology because they care, for the most part. And so we're not, it's not so much, sorry. So I've been doing this project on the process of developing solidarity with Palestine. So how do people become activists or accomplices who are not Swana, not Palestinian, And there is a piece of this in really thinking about what shifts for them. And one of the things that many of our participants have said is that one of the things they've learned is they don't need to be speaking to the people who have already made up their mind that they're never going to move. That we need to be speaking to the people who need to be doing a process of unlearning and are possibly open to that. And I think that's part of what we've been seeing is those people moving, And we've been seeing a lot of pushback from the other because of that. But psychologically, I think there's a piece of calling on people's integrity. Like we see that in our research. I see that in my colleagues in PJP, and we shape some of our education around as a psychologist, your integrity rests on care. Your integrity rests on justice. And so you can't be an anti-racist and have a Palestine exception. It just doesn't work, right? I think the other piece is emotions, that psychology brings an understanding of emotion. And, so some work on emotions and activism, how do emotions work? How do emotions work to move people? That it's not necessarily about numbers, it's not about, it is sad, but true, psychologically, that citing the number of people, the tens of thousands of people who have died, is often less impactful to move an individual out of an ascription to psychological warfare than humanizing a story. Because the numbers are not human and can easily be taken into this idea that Palestinian people are not human, which is horrible to contemplate. And psychologically, what can people hold, and what will move them away from kind of buying into this psychic twistingness. So, and then really thinking, see, I am a little long-winded.
What's that?
I said, I am a little long-winded. And then thinking a little bit about how to turn that to action, because it's not enough to make, it's not enough to just change an attitude, right? We really need to we need to unlearn our silence. We need to unlearn our fear. We need to unlearn the idea that pushback is somehow like not okay, right? You know, I learned from a Palestinian American colleague, like, pushback means you're making a difference. I'm like, I'm really holding on to that.
Tell me about it.
I think of you often in relation to this, because I think you laid a groundwork for this in our field, you know, that was just so vital, you know, to have that, like, stand up in the face of that pushback, that it's not about, you know, being nice or being accepted or being all of those things, that it's really about the integrity that you have and the care that you have, and knowing that you stand behind, that you really stand behind those values of love and those values of care and those values of relationality, right? And no matter what anybody else says, right, that is not, like, that they're twisting something that isn't truth, right? So I am personally, and I think our field is hugely indebted to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Now it's my turn to thank you. That's why we need solidarity, coalitional work, right? Because I think you can do a lot of that work that maybe I am not willing to do, right? To talk to the middle. Like, I think we've done that in our community for so long, is try to make ourselves legible, try to make our stories humanized. And I think it's okay for us to say we're beyond that point, and also to rely on the labor of our comrades who can step in and say, okay, I can do this part. And certainly there's been a long-standing history between Japanese Americans understanding what it means to be Arab, and what it means to be segregated, and what it means to be under the thumb of the United States imperial machine as well. So, okay, the unlearning. So if we go back to psychological warfare, I think one of the things I'm going to start there and move into it, is that psychological warfare works when it works seamlessly. It's meant to work on us in ways where it's hard for us to kind of trace what's happening. So let me ground us in Gaza again. One of the things that Al-Aqsa flood did was create a disruption. And I think that's our clue, is that how does unlearning happen? It happens when there's a force that disrupts the ability for an oppressive system or psychological warfare to just continue going on being seamlessly. Something disrupts it. That's why it's important to come in and speak Palestine every single time. That's why it's important to show up and say to these psychologists, where's your integrity? Oftentimes we think about, well, what's the point? Like, what ends up happening? If nothing else, whether it's our mere presence, or the speaking of Palestine into presence, or the refusal for us to disappear, because that is the settler colonial project, is to have us disappear entirely. Not only just disappear from the present, but disappear our past and any future potential for existence. That's it, so hold on to the disruption being the point. That every time we have an opportunity to disrupt power from working without being challenged, and in our field, it's also about laying bare the hypocrisy of the field. If BDS doesn't pass, then that is part of it. It's not for us to say, I'm here for you to see me, and now thank you for seeing me. No, I'm here, period. I don't need you to see me before that, right? But if they don't cash out on their promises of the hypocrisy of the field, which has always been a state project, right? Psychologists are embedded in the CIA. Psychologists are embedded in the FBI. Psychologists are embedded in cops, right? Psychologists were at Guantanamo Bay. Psychologists are everywhere in our countries that get invaded. They were there to build the state project that is now known as Israel in Palestine over decimated and stolen land. They have always been part of a state building project. So if I am brought up in the field of psychology, my ethical duty is to hold them to task and say, are you able to cash out on your promises? And if you are not, you will not be allowed to be innocent in this. I will tell you at every turn that you are part of this machinery and that this cannot happen without your complicity. And I think that's part of it. This is also the disruption in our own community as Arab, right? I think there's an entire infrastructure. Al-Aqsa flood, of course, happened after an entire infrastructure is being built where the contradictions of this world that runs on oppression can no longer hold itself up. So we can see the infrastructure, just talking here about the context of the settler colony of the United States. We have the Occupy movement, we have Black Lives Matter 1, we have the pandemic, we have Black Lives Matter 2. We have all these sorts of things that rise up. And then Al-Aqsa flood happens, and people are out in the street, and people can't afford to live, and people are recognizing the weight of the contradictions of this world that has fundamentally been built on racial hierarchy, on genocide, on imperial theft and plunder, can no longer hold itself up. And that's the invitation for us as Arab as well, about there's a contradiction. Just as there's a contradiction where a settler, an indigenous person cannot exist if a settler wants to exist. We know this in Palestine, right? The same thing happens for us. Shو جينا from being close to whiteness? What came of it, right? All the promises of come closer has always been on the backs of our indigenous and black siblings, and I think the contradictions of that are also so clear. That's why we see who's in the street with us for Palestine, for Gaza, for Lebanon, for Yemen, for Sudan. Who's in the street with us? I think because it can no longer hold that. And I think this is part of us to say when we're feeling despairing is to remember also that all the changes that are happening are meant to look like, okay, this has always been there. I don't know about you all, but 3 years ago, I was not seeing kafiyas at every place that I walked into. I was the only one with a hatta, right? It's for us also not to get jaded, is to understand, yes, these are symbolic and there are other things that need to happen, but to recognize that for shifts like this to happen, there also needs to be an entire infrastructure that's happening for us to continue pushing on these seams and make sure, again, if nothing else, we're there to disrupt.
Thank you, Lara and Karen. And Lara, I really love how you spoke to us as a community, as an Arab community, because I think for so long we have been complacent. We have been part of the systems that are oppressing black and brown people and indigenous folks. And we have benefited from those systems. And I think the consciousness, the unlearning that has been occurring in the last 2 years has told us that we are not that. We cannot be that. You are never going to be accepted as white in this country. You are never going to benefit from whiteness. And the more you try to do that, the more that you realize that it's a failed experiment. And, and I think that that's part of the unlearning that needs to occur in our community. And we need to wrap up, but I always want to, I'm a psychologist in the end, I want to wrap up from a place of action and a place of revolutionary optimism. So my question to kind of wrap us up is, what can psychology teach us about resistance and perseverance, sumud, okay? In a time when a lot of us are feeling despair, we're feeling numb, we're feeling, I've heard so many people, I'm running a project in my lab about the sort of dysthymia, which is what we call like low levels of consistent levels of depression. How can we find this revolutionary optimism? Can you give us some examples of revolutionary optimism? Can you give us some examples of some action we can take that disrupts the space using your knowledge of the field and how the field can propel us to that revolutionary optimism and action and sumud and resistance?
So you just want us to solve the problem?
I want you to give us some things. And in the last 2 years, I've been put in these spaces about speaking about things I don't usually speak about. And for those of you who know me, I did all my graduate training here in Detroit. I lived in Dearborn for 5 years. This isn't home for me, but I feel very connected to the land here. I don't want you to solve the problem because we need to be from a place of revolutionary optimism. How can we use our skills as individuals? We all have different skills. So what are some ideas you can give us? Some examples you've seen that are propelling the space, that are contributing to the unlearning?
Okay.
Is that better? Karen?
Maybe. I think reclaiming the narrative, right? Like spaces like this, like panels that have been happening in the last few days, coming together. I think it is our job, like non-Swana, non-Palestinian people, to do that educational push, right? And I think that y'all telling your stories, speaking your truth, that is really meaningful. And I think sometimes I hear people being like, it's tiring, it's despairing, nobody's listening. That's not true. It's not true that nobody's listening. There are people who are listening and who are being moved and who are coming out who were not coming out before. And that's just, I just want you to know that. And then I think there was a discussion this morning about building rather than tearing down. The hatred I see is not coming from Palestinian Swana people. It's coming elsewhere. And it's really the love and justice. The love and justice is threatening because it's a powerful vision. The vision of solidarity is a powerful vision. And that's what I feel and hear in this space.
Yeah. I'll say two things. One is, I think sometimes talk about socialization. We're socialized to get rid of feelings. Especially in our field, it's about cure. So if you feel, depressed or sad or something like that, it's about rushing to that. And it's our invitation to say there's something fundamentally being signaled to us when we are feeling something, and it's tethering us, it's connecting us to the knowledge, the truth-telling, right? This is the piece about resisting reality bending, is the truth-telling that there's something fundamentally off. And for us to be connected to that rather than be afraid of the feelings. There's no feeling that's going to be right? We were happy to begin with, and then when we're angry, it's also bad. It's connecting to that and saying, this emotion is signaling something, and this is what allows me to remain connected to the struggle of our people and to the surety of our liberation. That's number one. The final thing that I'll say is to stay rooted in a larger cause. We are not, what these systems do is atomize us and make us believe we are individual people and disconnect us from the history of struggle that we are all connected to, particularly our community, whether it's in the settler colony of the United States or wherever our home is. It's to remain grounded in the land where the struggle is being fought. Last weekend, I was at Doctors Against Genocide conference, and people from Gaza were calling to say, thank you for doing this. Remember who we're fighting for. Those are the folks who are seeing. Those are the folks who need to know there are people who continue to fight for their liberation. We will not leave them alone, and we will not allow people to disconnect us from our struggle, and again, from a free Palestine, inshallah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sawssan.
Thank you so much, Lara and Karen. And I think we are not supposed to feel okay and happy in a sick world. Sick, we are supposed to feel despair right
And then
now.
fight.
And fight, and use that and propel it to action. And that's the note we want to leave on.
That's right.
Thank you.
Please don't go anywhere. We got a very special segment that's not in the program. I'm asking you please to stay. You're gonna like it. It's a surprise. So please, if you could just be seated, we're gonna jump right into this. If you could, thank you. I appreciate it. Please, everybody, if you could. Thank you. I think this is this working? You guys hear me? Yes. So thank you all. Look, we're through 2 days of the program. We appreciate everybody, spending your time with us, being with us. We've had some very important conversations. We're hearing some very important things, and there's still a lot left. Over the past few months, over the past year, what's been happening, year plus, what's been happening on the college campuses is really impacted all of us. It's something that's important. It's something that's carrying the movement and carrying this fight forward. And we're seeing the attention that this is garnering, and we're seeing how, the reaction towards this and the attempts to silence us. And, caught in that and within these policies are real life stories. These are real life individuals that are impacted. It's, again, more than just a story. It's more than just a headline. It's more than a deportation number statistic. Every single incident, every single person has a story behind them that we should know, that we should learn about, that we should talk about. One of those individuals, of course, needs no introduction. We know him, Mahmoud Khalil, somebody that, yes, somebody that has really done an incredible job at mobilizing, at organizing, at representing the community. Even before, he was in the headlines, he was out there, he was doing his thing. And he's continued to do it with class, with dignity, with humility, even after. In the legal field, we say there's no such thing as like a perfect client, right? This is as perfect of a client and as perfect as a representative that we can have. Because their tactic was to keep pounding on him, to break him, and that's not working. And by him doing that, we are all getting stronger. So what we wanted to do is to take a few minutes to recognize Mahmoud, recognize, everything he's done, but also to get to know Mahmoud, not about his case, not about the headlines, but Mahmoud as a person. And I think that's very, very important for us to do. So I am going to call Mahmoud out in a minute, and we want to present him with a special recognition from ADC. As you know, Mahmoud's first son was just born, and he published a letter to his son, and we had that engraved on the back of this. We do want to present this to Mahmoud right now. So.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. Thank you so much. Very good. Wait, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Not sure if this is working. Can you hear me? Okay, I think you can.
Again, this was not planned. This was not in the schedule. Mahmoud told me he didn't have time to prepare backstage. I told him that's exactly what we wanted, because we want to, we want to talk to him, and I promised him no questions. But really, Mahmoud, we want to know how you're feeling, as Mahmoud. How are you feeling? How are you coping? How's the family?
Thank you so much, Abed, and thank you so much, everyone, also for being here, for the support to me, to the family, but also to the cause as a whole. And to be honest, I'm so happy to be in Dearborn, an example of what an Arab excellence in this country could be. And the first time I came to Dearborn was in 2018-19. I met Noor's mom for the first time at a restaurant here. So, I was so stressed that time, like coming by myself from Lebanon. I flew here and then to meet Noor's mother, and trying to make an impression. So it worked, I believe.
It worked?
I hope.
It worked, I hope. And is Noor with us here?
No, she's in Flint. So my in-laws are from Flint, like very, very close by.
Flint guy, you can show some support for Flint as well.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. No, they have an amazing community as well, and it always really makes me happy to see how tight the community is, whether in specific the Arab community, and whether in Flint, in Dearborn, it really gives me so much hope on what we can achieve here in the country.
Excellent, excellent. Now, Mahmoud, I heard a story that you watched everything that's on Watermelon Pictures streaming.
Except for the encampments.
Except for the encampments. But what is it that what is it that you do? What takes your mind? What is it that you're involved in or enjoy? When you need some downtime, like some Mahmoud time to.
I usually, with Watermelon in specific, it's just to see our stories, especially be connected to the stories from Palestine itself. Like I was born and raised in Syria, so I don't have that first-hand experience of what it is for Palestinians inside Palestine, whether inside the Green Line, outside it, all of that. So that's why I always enjoy watching these. I don't consider it downtime. My downtime usually is just, playing a stupid show on the TV and just do nothing. I like to do that a lot, just to decompress, to be honest. And another trick I have is my TikTok is very disconnected from any political life. I just watch baby videos. Like that. So that's another place where to detox from the reality, unfortunately, around us.
Yeah. Fatherhood, becoming a father. How's that? How is that? Besides the lack of sleep and
coming out of detention, I found myself to be, a father, and then a celebrity-ish, and all of that. So it was all at one time. I found myself unemployed again. So it's so many changes happening at that point. And to be honest, when I used to ask my friends and even my relatives about what does it feel to be a father, I rarely get a real answer. And when I saw Dean for the first time, and now I really find it very difficult to describe fatherhood, because it could be that you have someone who strips you of your sleep, money, everything, but still you love him so much. You can't. When I now I take the night shifts from Noor most of the time, but sometimes he wakes me up at 3:30 in the morning, and I'd be so tired, but at the same time, he just laughs in your face or smiles, and you'd be like, oh, like, you know, like,
Yeah.
that's, I think that's basically my, how it has been now with fatherhood. But this is the good side of it, but the other one is really, you know, it's, when now you have a family, like it also means like you have to count twice before doing anything because there's a family counting on you. But at the same time, when I look at Dean's face, I just remember all the children who unfortunately don't have the right of being safe, the right of being well-fed. And it really breaks my heart and pushes me more to continue talk about all these children and families who are being shattered right now.
It's tough. It's a challenge, and seeing all the images and everything that's happening, that's going on, especially with a baby and all. The path forward for you, as Mahmoud, not even the professional side, like the path forward for you with all the challenges. What do you, what's the next few months look like besides spending time with Dean and?
No, absolutely. I mean, it's so difficult when you've been deported twice, so you're not sure that
you're still here and you're going to stay here.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure if how the case will be. We're fighting it in court, so there's a lot of uncertainty. The only certain thing I know is I will continue like working, advocating for the liberation of Palestine, whether it is here or elsewhere. And that can take many shapes. So. Before my arrest, I was set to start a career as a Palestine policy advisor for an organization at the UN. And then I got arrested. And now I'm continuing to do this through just, like meeting with the community, building community, and continuing speaking up for Palestine. And in the future, we'll see what shape that will take, but absolutely, like the absolute thing is to continue working on that.
And what message? What is there something about you want, the audience, people watching the stream, you want them to know that really isn't out there publicly, or that is completely missed?
I think it's. Like, I'm not perfect. I'm just like another Palestinian. I'm just like everyone here, that I did not choose to be in this place. Although I take that responsibility with pride, of course. And with the case, I just like, to me, what no one knows. I mean, because now everything is in the public, but like I'm Palestinian, born in Syria. I have Algerian passport for some reason, and that reason is actually because my mother is one of the descendants of Lamir Abdul Qadir Jazairi, who was exiled from France to the Ottoman Empire. Back in like the 19th century, so that's how I have my Algerian passport.
Wow, that's an important fact that that's not out there. What message do you have, or a lot of the young activists, a lot of the students, what message do you have for them? I didn't want to talk about the case, but I think it's important if there's some advice you want to give them or something you want to say to the ones we have here.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to lecture people on what they can do, what they should do. Everyone has their own circumstances, and the fear is very real. The exhaustion is very real right now. I mean, my message is literally not only to students, to everyone. Is every one of us has a place in the liberation movement of Palestine, whether you are a 15 years old or an 80 years old. That doesn't change any of that. And just to believe in the power of us as individuals, that like sometimes, yes, one individual can't change the world, but also our power as collective. when we are together. And I mean, with my case, I think it's solidified my belief in our collective power when we come together. Like, we have so many people who I don't know, who I felt that they really cared about my case as if it was their own, or their own brother and son. And that means a lot. It's just like we need to maintain that spirit for our community, for everyone around us. But we can talk more, I think, later about these.
We can always talk. So you're always welcome here, and people would love. They always love to hear from you. And
thank you.
Look, I mean, I think it's important to understand that it's okay to be tired. It's okay to be dragged down. I think all of us are experiencing that, and the exhaustion is real, whether it's from doom scrolling or if it's from Dean screaming. There's going to be exhaustion across the board, and how we maintain the work and keep going, that's important. How we handle it is important. But Mahmoud, look, on behalf of ADC and our membership in the community, I want to just thank you, honestly. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for what you're doing, but also, again, really doing it with in a dignified way that really represents.
Thank you so much. But on the thanking part, which
I know you don't like that. I know, you told me.
Like, I'm doing this for my people. Like, I'm doing it for myself. I'm doing it for everyone. And I don't think neither me or anyone else should be thanked for that. Like, we're fighting for our survival, for our liberation, and I find it weird to be thanked about that.
Well, that's about as weird as we're going to get today, so I promise you no more. So, and we'll be good there. But no, I appreciate everything. And
thank you.
But I can thank you for coming. So that's
that's fine.
All right,
great. Thank you so much, everyone.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. Thank you.
There is now the last panel that was on the schedule, which includes Mahmoud and a number of other activists that are out there on the front lines, including two incredible doctors, activists, Chris Smalls, who's here with us as well. That's about to begin right now. So hold tight. We're going to get started in very, very, very shortly. Thank you.
All right, everyone ready for our final panel discussion of the day? All right, well, how do organizers put their bodies on the line and inspire others to follow? How can influence translate into real-world power? This panel brings together some of today's most impactful and consequential movement leaders to examine the strategies, sacrifices, and breakthroughs that define organizing in our time. The discussion will explore what it means to sustain momentum under pressure and mass distractions, and the lessons learned from movements that have changed the political and cultural landscape with the lasting vision, discipline, and courage required to organize at scale. So please welcome our panel first, our moderator, former Michigan State Representative Ibrahim Ayash, National Labor Leader Chris Smalls, He is a chief of surgery at Fajr Global, Dr. Muhammad Tahir. He is an emergency physician and humanitarian advocate, Dr. Muhammad Mustafa. She is a 2025 University of Michigan alumna. Say go blue for Salma Hamami. And of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Mahmoud Khalil.
All right. Is my mic on? Mic check. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for coming today. And thank you all for this incredible opportunity to have a discussion that is not going to be one that's easy, but I think is an important moment to reflect, especially as we enter the second year of a genocide in which we know that politician after politician, state after state, strips the dignity of our Palestinian brothers and sisters away. But before I start, I will have to tell you that I'm a proud Michigan State Spartan. So, go green. All right. And with that, we have our incredible panelists today. And I want to start with our Wolverine, somebody who I remember during the campus protests was leading the fight for Palestinian human rights and saying that as a university in which we pay our tuition dollars, we're not going to stand for U of M to spend money and invest resources to destroy the people in which your family comes from. And you faced a lot of scrutiny, and you had a lot of attacks, and folks came after you and saying, was it worth it? So I guess, Selma, just to level set the conversation, you knew the risk of speaking up. You saw what was happening on Columbia's campus. You saw what was happening at Stanford, at Harvard, you name the school. Yet you still decided to step forward and say, I'm willing to stand up for the dignity of the Palestinian people. And you're going into a field where your political perspective absolutely impacts the type of career that you can and cannot have. So what the hell got you to even put your body on the line for that?
Thank you so much for the introduction. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So to me, putting my body on the line meant more than just fighting for Palestinian liberation. To me, being a part of the movement meant securing my akhirah, inshallah. How can we obtain Jannah? How can we obtain Jannah while watching a genocide? How is it that on Yawm al-Qiyamah, when we're asked, what is it that you did with your resources that compelled you to speak up? And obviously we understand that fear is a really big factor when it comes to advocacy. And I'm not going to deny the risks, but I'm also not going to deny the risk of not having an answer to my Rabb on Yawm al-Qiyamah as well. That is my primary reason. And of course, yes, we have fear built within us. So when we're facing rows and rows of police officers carrying tear gas or batons or what seems to be the so-called indestructible Board of Regents who will do whatever they can to suppress you, there is that fear. But there's also my anger. And I believe that my anger is more righteous and more strong than whatever fear could potentially be embedded. So, and on top of that, we wake up indebted to the Palestinian people. We wake up having to put something on the line each day. They have already sacrificed the utmost sacrifice that we can ever imagine. It's a test for them, but it's also a test for us. That extends to us here, and it especially extends to us in the belly of the beast. We have an obligation to stand up, and we also have an obligation to organize as a community. And that's exactly what we did at U of M. We ensured that people felt compelled to come together and felt secure as a community. And that's what really inspired hundreds of students to not only, have a couple organizers go put their bodies on the line, but it was hundreds of us consistently. And we are also inspired by the movements that came before us. U of M loves to pride itself on educating the student body as to, their historical activism. But the problem is our university tends to only honor and glorify their activists long after they have graduated. And what we're trying to do and change is for them to honor the movement that we're bringing in the present time. And it's to shake every single layer of our university's institution, at the student level, at the student government level, at the alumni level, at the faculty level, inshallah at the administrative level at some point too. But the question of Palestine permeated through every layer of our university to the point where Palestine no longer became the exception, it became the expectation. It became the expectation that we would show up, that we would protest, that we would resist, and that us putting our bodies on the line wasn't a question. It was going to be a statement.
So can you share a little bit more about the sense of, because we watched from the state capitol. I mean, I remember Representative Farhat and myself were asking the tough questions to the university lobbyists and administrators. There was almost a sense of that nothing was fundamentally shifting in the conversation. And I know you heard some of your fellow students, particularly some of the men, who said, these sisters don't know what it's like to give up their careers because we're the providers and not them, and all this, which is bullshit, by the way. But how did you keep the faith and sort of that persistence despite the absolute pressures you saw from the state, from the administration, from Dana Nessel, our Attorney General, who weaponized her power to go after you? What kept you going in the face of all that, dare I say, failure throughout that process?
I think beyond the answer of obviously seeing and bearing witness to the genocide on our screens, that in itself is a motivating factor. But what brought the sense of security for us was the fact that we were able to mobilize such a large group and see a shift in such a short period of time. I was advocating for Palestine before October 7th, and it was very hard to even bring people to the table, bring them to our events, because they were, or even in a WhatsApp group chat. Some people didn't even want to be in a WhatsApp group chat associated with Palestine or with SJP titles whatsoever. And so because of seeing that shift like I've never seen before, and seeing that empowerment with so many different students, community members, individuals from all faiths, all backgrounds, come to the conclusion that Palestine is a cause worth fighting for, and it's a cause worth fighting for in and of itself and doesn't need to be tied with anything else. That's what continued to motivate me. It was seeing that growth. And another thing that allowed us to see that growth was simply within our student organizations who would join our coalition. The University of Michigan, of course, is one of the largest universities in the world, and it also has a significant number of student orgs as well. And we actually created the largest coalition to ever exist on our university campus of nearly 100 student organizations. And within each week, we would see an increase in people sign on. We saw an increase of people join and participate. So seeing them also put themselves on the line, there was no way that we could take a step back. It added to the momentum, and it propelled us forward in ways that we never thought we could have seen in that very year.
Well, the work you did at the campus, I think, is a common thread in terms of organizing people, even when it seems hopeless. And I think of you, Chris, in that regard, where during COVID, you were working, was it Jersey at the time?
Staten Island.
Or Staten Island.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you were there, you said one of our workers came in sick during COVID. Here you are helping Jeff Bezos become a trillionaire, all the while they're not doing anything to dignify the work that you do. So you go through this process, you say, I'm going to organize my people to stand up for their rights. They ironically say you were a good face because they thought he's dumb, he's black, and he's uneducated. And that's enough for them to say, oh, he's the perfect poster child.
Yeah.
And subhanAllah, you end up from helping build unions for the working people in this state, and you end up on a flotilla almost to Gaza. And I know that you were the only black person on that flotilla.
Yeah.
So the treatment that you got when the Israelis captured that ship was far different than from the rest of your counterparts. There's about 20 of you guys, if I recall.
21 of us, 19 activists, 2 journalists. Yeah.
What the hell were you thinking? Going on a ship to go all the way to Gaza. And what drove you to go from organizing and becoming sort of a darling in the labor space to saying, I need to make sure that Palestinian babies are getting access to baby formula. So much so that I'm going to ship across the Atlantic to make sure that it happens.
Yeah, I mean, you already mentioned it. You know, just like COVID, it was a life or death situation, and me getting on the $100 was a life or death situation. We all been watching for the last 2 years on whatever platform a live stream of this genocide, and me as a labor organizer, connecting the dots, connecting the struggles, shining a bright light on these complicit labor unions in America, shining a bright light on Amazon, who invested $7.2 billion called Project Nimbus. And as you mentioned, I'm a father. I have 3 beautiful kids. My kids are 13. 13. My twins are 13, and my oldest is it's actually his birthday is tomorrow. He's turning 16. So I'm blessed. You know, as a single father, I try to you know, lead by example, being a good father, and I don't want my children to grow up in the world that we're living in now. And that was the conversation I had with them the day before I left to go on the $100. And as you mentioned, going against the most merciless, ruthless baby killing machine on the earth, I knew the risk, but also my crew, they definitely knew the risk as well. So I was very much protected, not just by my crew members, but even the outside support from around the world. Millions of people are now paying attention to these flotilla missions because of the things that we're doing. And, you know, everything that I experienced was just a glimpse of what Palestinians have to go through every day.
Wow. You know, you talked about fatherhood, and I can't imagine what it's like for someone to have their first child and not be there for that moment, especially in the Muslim tradition. You know, the father is generally the person that does the call to prayer in the child's ear. And Abu Din, you were in a cinder block cell while your son came out of the womb and came to life. And you wrote in the letter to your son, you said that, why do faceless politicians have the power to strip human beings of their divine moments? And I don't have children, but I can imagine that the level of passion that you had to fight for the dignity of our Palestinian fathers, who are often dismissed in this crisis. Our US politicians talk about the babies and they talk about the women, but it is the fathers who toil and try to go get food for their kids and try to see where is the safe part that we can get access to shelter. They are the ones that are often forgotten in this process. And we saw Khalil, who showed us the compassion of what a Ghazawi man can be and the type of humanity that they are deserving of. All the while, you were here saying that people from my community deserve the same dignity and that the country that I live in should not be bombing these fathers. And then your fatherhood, in that precious moment, they tried to break that from you. Can you walk us through that experience when you were in jail, knowing that your wife was going to give birth and you were not going to be there for the moments of Dean's first breath?
I mean, that was absolutely one of the most difficult moments anyone can go through. The cruelty and the dehumanization of it. And, you know, like, of course, I'm not the first father to miss the birth of their children, but, you know, and I said it like my absence was not out of apathy, but like of conviction. And to have missed that moment that Noor, my wife, and I, we dreamed about it like for so long. Like we changed all our plans so that we are together in New York in that moment. And then to miss that moment just because, you know, they did not like my speech. They wanted to literally like just be cruel against me in by any means, you know, whether it is by sending me over 1,400 miles away from from New York, from my home, by rejecting even to transfer me back to New York to be close to my family, by rejecting to have a contact visit with my family. We had to get a court order to allow me to literally hold my son after a month.
Wow.
So imagine the level of cruelty there. But as I mentioned in the letter, and I continued to talk about the dehumanization of Palestinian men as in general, as in, whether it's also, unfortunately, a lot of us also tend to do that. We only talk about the women and the children, but forget the fathers. As if, if you are a Palestinian man, that means that there is some sort of, you're not actually innocent, or you deserve to go through hell or to die. But also we know, fatherhood in Palestine, where there is tens of thousands of Palestinian political prisoners who are being also stripped away from their families, or those who are trying to just to be with their family, but also to fight for their families. So that's what I think, what I felt about during that moment. When I was 7, 8 years old and watching Muhammad al-Durra and Jamal al-Durra, the father protecting the child, both innocent, or Iman Hajjo, who was 2 months, I believe, years old, who also was killed in 2002 in Gaza, and their family were trying to protect her. But this is what they want to do, is just to break us, to show that they can and they have the power to go extra mile to criminalize you or to prosecute you, so that you would literally break and just say I wish I never did what I did.
So let's talk about that, because no one could have predicted the heinous level of authoritarianism that Trump and his administration have unleashed on folks. But there had to be some sense of risk that you knew would come with saying Palestinians deserve human rights, which is kind of a crazy thing to think about. You're not saying anything insane. Or saying on Columbia's campus, because you are an academic, so you choose your words carefully. When you speak to administrators to try to find a point of resolution between the students who decided to go in the encampments, and when you talked to folks about why this was an important issue, why didn't you just decide to say Deen is more important than the risk of whatever implications would come from protecting this issue? Why did the cause outweigh the real fear, or was it something that you just could not anticipate?
My love to Deen is endless. That's as everyone, their love to their children is endless, and there's nothing that can compare to that. But I think both things, you can never compare them.
Sure.
Because it's not about what's more important or which one I love more. And as Chris said, but I also wrote it in the letter where when I said that this experience is literally a drop in the sea of the Palestinian struggle and sorrow, what I'm going through. Because when I still at that moment, I felt that I am actually lucky to be safe, to know that my wife and newborn are also safe. They are in a hospital. And thinking about, again, the hundreds of thousands of people who don't have that, unfortunately, privilege. And again, as you said, we're not doing anything wrong. We're literally protesting a genocide. You were protesting the use of your tuition fees, your tax money, not to be invested in that genocide. And as you said, we told Colombia we wanted, just stop investing in companies complicit in human rights violations. As you should. Why, as an educational institution, you are investing in such companies. But for them, they did not want to give to give any sort of way that they are criticizing Israel, because they know once Colombia does that, most of universities across the world will follow. Like it's more of a domino effect. But again, like I'm with my fighting here, I'm also fighting for the future of my child. Like I don't want him in a number of years to be also attacked and targeted for being Palestinian, for being Arab, or just for being who he is. So that's part of it. Like I'm not only doing it for the people of Palestine. No, I'm doing it for him and for us.
Before we go to the doctor's clinic with the Mohammedains, I want to just get a quick response from Chris, Salman, and you, Ahmed, about what do you tell folks 2 years into this that feel like we have an administration that further strips the dignity of Palestinian people? We are seeing a shift in public pressure and a shift of public opinion, yet the puppet politicians are still not moving the conversation. I remember what Bassem said yesterday. It's almost like in the Middle East, the people have a perspective and the politicians are never going to do what the people believe. But what do you tell folks who want to advance and advocate for this issue and put their bodies on the line, be it by pen on the field in terms of caring for patients, or just advocacy? What advice do you give folks that are afraid of the repercussions, especially in this moment where we have an administration that is talking about stripping people of their passports and their citizenships and their green cards and their workplaces? What is the advice or the thing that keeps you driven to do this work in spite of all of that resistance and possible ramification for standing up for Palestinian human rights? I'll start with you, Chris.
Yeah, I'll say this. Politicians are not our savior.
Come on, man. I'm sitting right next to you.
I'm sorry, brother. I mean, do you consider yourself a savior?
God, no.
Right. I mean, it's true. Politicians are not our savior. It's the people that come together in our communities that organize to force them to do their job. They're elected to represent us. And the movement doesn't belong to an individual. It belongs to the people. We all have a role to play. And doesn't mean you got to get on the flotilla. Doesn't mean that you got to put your body on the line. But if you have a voice, if you have the will to get up every day, start right in your own communities with your loved ones, with your neighbors. Solidarity is free. It costs you nothing to have a conversation with somebody.
Hello.
And lastly, it's a no-brainer. We got to escape this two-party plantation. It's that simple. I mean, obviously, this genocide didn't start with the Trump administration.
That's right.
We already know that this has been going on for decades. Whether it's left or right, they both have blood on their hands. So what's the definition of insanity?
Same thing over and over again.
Exactly. So how long are we going to do this? Another lifetime? No. I think right now this is a revolution, but the revolution starts with yourself.
That's powerful, man. The revolution starts with yourself. Man, you spitting bars, bro.
I used to be a rapper,
I mean, Chris said it all, just drop the mic.
Well, Selma has a mic, she can drop it.
Either of us, yeah. I think to piggyback off of that, your silence will not protect you. It's your voice that protects you and your future generations. And I know it's very difficult right now to especially organize when we're seeing repression on the rise, but that repression is a sign that what we've been doing has been effective.
Yeah.
And this repression and what they're attempting to do right now, it's not a sign of our futility, but rather a sign of their desperation. And I think another thing that we also have to remember is revolutions take centuries. It's not going to happen overnight. And we can look at history to help guide the future in these moments. So, for example, like the Algerian Revolution, that took 132 years to defeat French colonization. The Haitian Revolution took 198 years. The Philippines took 333 years. How is it that we can lose hope in the timeline of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for liberation that is destined for Palestine? It will be destined, and it's declared. So we're at 77 years right now. Inshallah, it'll happen tomorrow, inshallah, the next couple of days, inshallah, in the next year. But no matter the timeline, it is up to us to continue to put pressure, despite their pressure they put back. Because we are stronger, we are unified, and history has shown that the people will always win against colonial empires.
Mahmoud, you have to say something, but I just want to say they had bars, right? She said her bar was silence won't protect you, your voice will, right? I forgot your bar, Chris. What did you say?
The revolution.
The revolution. You gotta have the revolution internally first. I said it much worse than you did.
God.
All right.
Well, the pressures.
Take us to lecture, Professor.
No, I mean, I'm sorry for that, but the fact, and just like building on what Selma said, like the fact that the Trump administration came after a student for their speech means that we are winning, means that we are actually making all this happening. And these are not wins. Like the shift in the public opinion is not like a huge win, because like Palestinians, I said it, like they don't need people's sympathies, they need action. And with this change in narrative, we need to literally, like, how can we persist and continue until we achieve the change that we want? And again, unfortunately, institutions are the last to respond to people, like to the change on the ground. But we should make them feel the heat. Like that's why, like, we shouldn't take anything as a win, and we should continue. But believe me, it will happen in a day and a night where we see that Palestine is liberated. Just like we need to continue.
Inshallah. All right, it's time to go to the clinic. Dr. Mustafa, how much protein do you have in a day? No, I'm joking. On a serious note, you are Ghazawi,
yeah.
And we can clap for that. Talk to me about what inspired you to go to Gaza and say, I'm willing to literally put myself in a life and death situation to try to treat people. And then I'm sure you saw people with last names that you knew, yeah. Families that you had connection to. Yeah. And rumor has it you fell in love in Gaza, which speaks to the old tale that Palestinians will find something out of nothing, because that is the resiliency of these people, and that includes love. So, Alf Mabruk, first of all. But can you share a little bit about what compelled you to say, I'm going to go to Gaza and do what I can to treat these people, knowing what we saw in the videos and the photos and just the utter destruction and disregard for human life, that limbs and blood and just the amount of goriness that we were experiencing on our phones, you decided to go there and say, I want to do something about it on the ground.
So, there's so much of that question that I can answer. I think the first thing I would say is about, getting married in Gaza, right? I went into Gaza thinking, I'm going there to help. I'm going there to give my time, my effort. I'm giving up, my salary at my job. I'm giving up my safety, and I'm going there to help the people of Gaza, right? And I thought I was sacrificing for Gaza. And then when I leave Gaza with the most precious gift that anyone could ever have. And do you know what it taught me? Yeah. When I was there in Gaza, and despite the lack of food and the death and the destruction, Gaza was still able to give to me a crown jewel despite its destruction. And that to me showed me exactly what Gaza is no matter what we feel about Gaza and Ahl Gaza, they will always make the best out of a bad situation, and they're always willing to give. They gave me, Noor, and I can never, I'm indebted to Gaza for the rest of my life, you know?
Were you a poet before you were a doctor, man?
No, you know.
If somebody's recording this, send it to him on WhatsApp. You gotta send it to his wife now.
Do you know, subhanAllah, and like, when I was coming out here, my wife arrived from Gaza. We'd spent 6 months trying to get her out and get the governments to evacuate her. When they evacuated her, she arrived at Friday evening. She arrived at like 6 o'clock. And I left to the airport at 10 o'clock. And I was going over to the UN to speak with government figures to try and, if they're going to recognize a Palestinian state, that's got to come with something. It can't just be words. We can't recognize a state while the state is actively being destroyed. Do you know? So, obviously, she knew that I was leaving as soon as she arrived, and she just said to me, like, we have the rest of our lives together, but you've got to go do this. And that's Gazan women, that's Palestinian people. So, when back to the question, sorry, I know I drifted a little bit, but
this is good, man. Keep going.
When you talk to me about why I went to Gaza, it's our home. It's our home, it's my home. My auntie, my uncle, my cousins are there. When I was there in Gaza, I went up to the ward, and there was a girl who was having seizures, and she was my mother's cousin's daughter. So my mother's auntie, which is my grandma's sister, came, and I remember she tapped me on the shoulder, and my grandmother died a month before the war started, right? My mum's mum. And I turned around and I was shocked because she looked exactly like my grandmother. It was her sister, and she just hugged me. And obviously, she's a hijabi woman hugging me in front of everyone. I was like, going, what is going on here? It turned out like
Was your wife mad?
Yeah, she was my grandmother, do you know? And I remember just thinking to myself, subhanAllah, like there is just so many connections in this land. The patients in the hospital were my family. The paramedic that was driving people to the hospital was my dad's cousin. The nurses that were there were my cousins. So, for me, it was such a unique experience compared to anybody else that was going there, because everyone would be staying at the safe house or in the hospital, but I would be staying at my uncle's house. When the quadcopters and the helicopters would be shooting, I should have really been somewhere safe, but I was there with my uncle. Wow. And we would gather and congregate as a family in one room together. And that was kind of the thing that they would do. Just if it was going to go, then we'd all go together. And I remember living that life as a Ghazawi, for what it really was. But when I was there going to Gaza, obviously we were scared and I was worried. And, it was really my mum that kind of cemented to me, why, not to be scared and to go. And, I remember when I told her and I said to her, Mom, I'm going to go to Gaza, and she was crying because at the time, the first time I went into Gaza was when the World Central Kitchen workers were killed. And, there was a lot of us were very tense and very scared. I've got some of the team that were there with me, that went into Gaza with me. Here. Dr. Farasheen is here.
Where's
she is there. She's there, Dr. Farasheen. She was our team lead. When we were going into the Gaza there for the first time, and I think Dr. Tahir had just left Gaza, right? So this was a very, very tense time. And, my mum was scared because she was worried that I'd get killed. Because if they were going to kill an international aid worker, then they would kill the Ghazawi international aid worker. That's the one they would go for. And my mum was worried about that. And, she called me back about 15 minutes later and she said to me, Hamada, because, you have to ask permission off your mother, before you go. Because if your parents want you to stay, or your mother wants you to stay, your obligation is with your parents first. So that's why I had to get her permission. And then she called me back and she said, Hamada, death is in the hands of Allah, it's not in the hands of Israel. So I'm going to leave you in the hands of Allah. And, she's a Palestinian woman, and subhanAllah, the whole experience of everything that went on in Gaza, it really grew me into who I am as a Palestinian. And when I left Gaza, you know, I'm just a young junior doctor. I'm not the guy that's done over how many surgeries have you done? How many thousands of surgeries he's done in Gaza? How many months was he in Gaza? How many life threats has he done in Gaza? I'm just a young ER doctor. But the one thing that made me want to talk about it all was I was looking on TV, and the people that were talking about us and our struggle were not Palestinian people. The people being centered, these doctors that were coming out, were not Palestinian doctors. Now, there's only a few Palestinian doctors that managed to make it into Gaza. A lot of us were rejected. And I felt like as a Gazawi doctor that's got a British accent, I felt like I could resonate with people, I could talk to people, I could humanize who we are as Palestinian people, because that's the story that needs to be told. I need to tell them the story of what it is to be a Palestinian. Now, you know, I always talk about the women and children, right? And some people have always come up to me and said, why do you never talk about the men? And I say, you know, we are seen as the enemy, as the men, but I want to present myself in a way where I represent the men of Palestine. I talk about the women and children, but I represent the men of Palestine. And if I carry myself in such a way that they can't see me then as the enemy anymore because of the way I conduct myself, the way I carry myself, despite the racism that I've faced, despite the death threats that I've faced for talking out, despite the smearing that I've faced, to me it doesn't matter. What matters is I've got to tell people about what it's like when you walk through, and you know, Dr. Taha knows this, when you walk through a mass casualty event and you've got children on the floor with their guts hanging out, you've got people with missing limbs, you've got, you know, people sat there with half their face blown off, and we don't even have painkillers. We're operating on people, and Taha will tell you about this, we're operating on people who we don't even have proper anesthesia for. They're not fully asleep while you're trying to amputate their limbs, while you're cutting through their chest. And, you know, I felt it was important not only to tell the story of Palestinian people, but to tell people that, you know, regardless of what your politics are, regardless of which side you fall on, none of this can be okay. This can't be okay. This can't be our new normal. And that's why I, you know, decided to pack my stuff into a storage unit, and I've lived out my suitcase ever since.
Do you hope to go back to continue treatment?
Unfortunately, they've not allowed me to.
Is Noor saying no?
Noor's saying no, but I'm not allowed back in, unfortunately. They've banned me.
Dr. Tahir, you don't smile. I knew I was going to get something from her. But you went on 3 missions. In the first one you went to, it was before the Rafah border had closed. And then when you were there, you got stuck because the border was closed. Can you share with us what compelled you to go back, not a second time, but a third time? And how does one keep their resolve? I mean, I know people in this country who cannot stomach what they see on their screens and say, I'm choosing to bury the pain because I cannot tolerate it. My heart, my mind cannot tolerate it. Yet, people were literally dying in your arms as you tried to save them. What compelled you to keep going?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a tough one. I suppose, much like how we live today, where we look at our phones every day, from morning till night, you know, the first thing you do when you wake up, you look at the phone and you see there is bloodshed, there's slaughter. And the last thing before you go to sleep, when your head is on the pillow and you're watching slaughter, that was the feeling, the suffocating feeling I had during the beginning of the war, that I just couldn't cope with anymore. And so I started to ask myself the question, if not me, then who? So I made a decision that I had to go to Gaza because we know we've seen wars in Palestine over the years, but this one lasted longer and just didn't seem to stop. I was living in Brazil at the time. I packed my bags, I went to London, I got ready to go. One of my friends, who is Egyptian and is very well connected, called me and said, I would advise you not to go to Gaza right now. Because it was he had some good intel that Rafah was going to be bombed. And at the time, you remember Biden was calling Rafah the red line. And so I put that to him. I said, well, Biden said there's a red line. And he said, there's no such thing as a red line. And he advised me not to go. So I shared this with my friends. And everybody started to tell me, don't go. You know, it's too risky. Let's just wait. Let's just see what happens.
Sure.
And I started to get this, what we call waswas, or shaitan speaking to me. Telling me, you know, who's going to look after your elderly mother if you go and something happens to you? Or what if you go and you lose a limb? And there are other doctors that are going. You're just one person. Are you really going to make a difference? And life is good. And is it, you know, this is not, you know, you're not really Palestinian.
Just give money.
Give money like everybody else. And so, actually, I suppose my journey is a little bit different in that I performed what's called the istikhara, which is when there are many types of istikhara, where you open the Quran, you pray 2 rak'ats to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you make dua, you make supplication, and you open the Quran for guidance. And I opened the Quran like that. And the ayah in the Quran that came to me was, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا ما لكم إذا قيل لكم انفروا في سبيل الله اتثاقلتم إلى الأرض أرضيتم بالحياة الدنيا من الآخرة فما متاع الحياة الدنيا في الآخرة إلا قليل. I'll translate that for you. What is wrong with you when you are called upon to go forth in the way of Allah that you cling firmly to this earth? Do you not realize that the hereafter is better for you? Surely the benefits of the hereafter are greater. For me, this was a life-changing experience. And so any doubt, any fear in my heart was immediately eliminated. And I said, I got to go to Gaza. And so I went. And yes, the Rafah was bombed. And we were trapped. And we didn't know what was happening at the time. Things became very real. We started to see mass casualty events that I'd never seen before. And we were forced to leave. I don't know if you guys might remember, but basically the US State Department got involved to extract the American doctors, and the Brits went along with them. We didn't have a choice. When I was on the car leaving Gaza, I applied for mission number 2. Because I knew I had to get back as soon as possible because I was witnessing a genocide, a slaughter, a destruction of a people, of an innocent people. People who had taught me so much about what it is to be a human, a Muslim, an Arab, a person of faith. I witnessed this firsthand. I witnessed the person who lost his eye immediately give thanks to God. He would say, Allahumma ajirni fi musibati wa akhlif li khayran minha ya Allah. Immediately. I witnessed people under the effect of sedation, anesthesia, reciting the Quran in the most beautiful of tajweed. I saw people very willingly accept that this was the determination of Allah. And there's nobody that goes to Gaza and leaves Gaza the same. And so I worked extremely hard to get back into Gaza. So I got back for mission number 2. This was 2 months. And then I left. And then I went back for mission number 3. And this time I said that I will not leave until the end of the war. And I stayed month after month after month. And I would operate every single day, from morning till night, such that our slogan in Gaza became Hatta Matla' al-Fajr, or until the rise of dawn. It was a play on the name of our organization, Fajr. And I lost weight rapidly, I didn't sleep, I was tired, I was exhausted, but I believed in this cause, and I was prepared to put everything on the line. And I only left when the ceasefire occurred. And of course, I don't know if you might remember, but the people of Gaza picked me up and lifted me on their shoulders. But really, I felt so embarrassed because I felt I should be lifting them on my shoulders for all the lessons that they have taught this world. You know, the cause of Gaza, of course, it belongs to the people of Palestine primarily, but it is more than that. It is a cause for all of humanity. It's a cause that differentiates truth from falsehood, right from wrong, justice from oppression. And when you stand with this cause, you stand with all of the righteous characteristics of people. We're fighting for humanity here. So, you know, I left only when the ceasefire had taken place, and I didn't know that they would start killing our people again in the middle of Ramadan, during the Layali al-Qadr, slaughtering them again. And of course, I have tried to go back 3 times, and I've also been banned. But that does not mean that we stop. We have to be fluid. If you meet a hurdle or a brick wall, you have to work around it. And so right now we're working on medical evacuation of injured children and women who, honestly, I see these cases every day. You have butchered people who need medical help, and we're working to extract them to countries like Jordan, because obviously, as you know, the US banned the visas for Palestinians, so they cannot come here anymore. Indeed, shame, shame. So we're working in Jordan, we're working in Europe, we're working in South Africa and other countries. And I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala every day that He blessed me, that I am able to live my life serving. Inshallah, alhamdulillah.
Dr. Tahir, you don't smile, but you know how to make me cry, man. You guys are just all incredible in your own ways. And when I think about the moment that we're in, you know, one can look at the seerah of our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him, or the many historical moments that we've seen here or in this country. Do we have time for questions, by the way? No? Okay, can I just have the photo go up that I'd asked for? And that's my wrap up for the folks. So this photo right here, I'm gonna stand for a second just because I sit on planes all day. This man right here is Walter Lee Fowkes. And Walter was a teenage boy in 1963 when he was fighting for civil rights. And for a long time, he was seen as an unnamed boy in this fight for civil rights. Everyone knows Rosa Parks, everyone knows Martin Luther King, and the many other folks that stood for civil rights for Black Americans in this country. But I keep this photo of Walter in my office because I'm reminded of a couple things. Here is a young black boy being bit by a dog in one of the most inhumane ways. They treat him like he's a piece of meat. He's not even worthy of humanity, that they can gnaw a dog into his abdomen. And the fact that this gentleman, this young boy, has so much courage in his face, in spite of the attacks, the hoses, the police, the dogs, he stood and said, I am going to fight for civil rights, even if I don't get the blue check mark, even if I don't get the 100,000+ Instagram followers, even if I don't get a statue or a building or a bus stop or a museum named after me. When I think about these 4 individuals or 5 individuals that I had the honor of talking with today, and we hear their stories because of the way we access information. But in getting to know them backstage, I will tell you every single one of them would be happy dying with no one knowing their names, no one celebrating who they were, but simply for the work that they did. That is the purpose of why they do what they do. And when you are dead and you are in your grave all by yourself, it doesn't matter what people were happy about with what you said and what you did. What matters is, did you stand for the greater justice, no matter who or for it was against? Because that is the actions in which you would be judged by when you are 6 feet under the ground. And as we think about our Palestinian brothers and sisters in Gaza, it is my hope that if they don't achieve salvation today, our Creator will give them salvation tomorrow. And that should be the way in which we do our work. And I want to thank all 5 of you for doing what you can do in the ways that God has given you the opportunity to do that work. In spite of the implications, in spite of the consequences, you stood up and said, I will put my body on the line to speak for a free Palestine, to speak for a dignified Palestinian people. And inshallah, all of us will have the opportunity to visit Noor's family, to visit the patients that you helped treat. And you can go visit your family in Gaza, and you can send more than just baby formula, but rather you can go there with bearing gifts for our Palestinian brothers and sisters, because that is the work that we are hoping to achieve. Round of applause for our panelists, everybody. Chris Malls, Dr. Mohammed Tahir, Dr. Mohammed Mustafa, Salma Hamami, and Mahmoud Khalil. We will see you all tonight at the gala. Thank you all for coming to ArabCon 2025.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.